We are here at PlantStock day number 2. I hope you enjoyed last night. It was an Esselstyn party. It was Ann and Jane. It was Essie. It was myself. And of course, it was Ann giving her little bonus stories when she was growing up as a cryo. Loved it, loved it. Okay, day 2, we got all kinds of jam-packed activity for you. We have all these incredible chefs on the agenda today. So hang on to your seats because today is going to fly by super fast. We have got, right up after I give this lecture on how to become a label reading ninja warrior, we have Carleigh Bodrug. She's going to be absolutely amazing. We have Dr. Monica Aggarwal talking about body on fire and how to fight inflammation. We've got Jane and Ann making a return to the kitchen. Hang on for that one. We have Dr. Columbus Batiste, who will be whipping up a Cajun-style tofu crumble dish in his kitchen. We have Chef AJ, who has made it very clear that she thinks she can make 8 dishes in 30 minutes. I don't think it'll happen. We have Dreena Burton that'll be dishing up some nut-free ranch dressing and a nummy brownie bites. We have Julieanna Hever doing sriracha stuffed mushrooms. We have Chef Bailey Ruckus doing a kale and kelp kale and kelp salad along with a seeded and herbal spelt bread. We have David and Stephen Flynn, the Happy Pear. They're going to be doing a 2-ingredient perfect chocolate mousse and a 10-minute chickpea curry. And we're going to finish it up with Sherra Aguirre doing a better than tuna salad. It's going to be fantastic. All right, let's get into how to read a label, because those food manufacturers, they want to make you addicted to their products. And they do it by putting insane amounts of salt, sugar, and fat and oils into their products. And if you don't know how to read a label, you will absolutely be fooled by everything that these guys are putting out there. So I want you to know that in both of my books, the Engine 2 7-Day Rescue Diet, I've got a whole chapter on how to read labels. And I also have a chapter in my first book, the Engine 2 Diet. Now I want you to know that as you can see here, the devil truly lies in the details. But I learned everything that I know from this man, Jeff Novick, master dietitian and nutritionist, who has broken this down. He's got this very, very simple method where within 10 to 15 seconds, you can turn over that package. And just by looking at a couple different things, and what's brilliant is he takes away all the noise that's on the back of the package. And you just focus in on 2 or 3 things, and in 10 seconds, you can decide this product is good for me or this product needs to stay on the shelf. So let's go through his rules and guidelines here. So there's only 2 rules for reading labels, right? Rule number 1 is never, ever believe anything on the front of any package, ever. All right? And rule number 2 is always read the nutritional facts label and the ingredient list. That's it. All right? So the guidelines for package products are this. We want to know how much fat is in this product. We want to know how much sodium is in this product. And this is the order in which we're going to do this on the nutritional facts panel. We want to know, are there any refined sugars and sweeteners that are in this? And if so, how many? And is this a whole grain product or is it made from refined and processed grains that are just posers? So that is absolutely it. I've broken this down and made it very, very simple. Again, we never believe anything on the front of any package ever. We always check the nutritional facts label. We want to first check the calories from fat. We want to make sure that there's no more than 25% of the calories are coming from fat. We know when you're eating the vast majority of your foods from fruits and vegetables and whole grains and beans, your fat consumption is going to be down about 10 to 15%. So we're okay when you do packaged, boxed, and canned foods if the upper limit there is 25%, as long as it's all coming from good fats and not bad fats like butter, lard, hydrogenated oils, extracted oils like canola, safflower, sunflower, coconut, olive oil. All right, you with me? All right, next, sodium. We want to make sure that the milligrams of sodium are in a 1-to-1 ratio with the number of calories per serving. And if we do this, we're almost guaranteed that our number of milligrams of sodium for the day won't be more than 1,500, which is the upper limit that the Institute of Medicine has set for us. Now, we always have to check the ingredients because this will let us know that we're avoiding the bad fats, that we're limiting the sugar. We don't want any sugar in the first 3 ingredients, all right? And then we got to choose whole grain. Now, how do we know if something is whole grain or not? We have to check the ingredient list, and what are we looking for? We're looking for these different words that denote that something is whole grain. One is, does it say the word whole? And it has to be spelled like that. 2, sprouted also means it's a whole grain. Rolled, like rolled oats. Stone ground. And then lastly, cracked. All right? We want to avoid all these things: wheat, white, durum, semolina, bleached, unbleached, artichoke, and enriched flours. All these are posers. All right, that's it. Let's dive in. I have found that the best way to become label reading ninja warriors is just to go shopping and do it. So if you're ready, let's dive in and go down the grocery aisle together. Let's start with, how about a Beyond Burger, right? So many of us are fascinated with the Beyond, the Impossible Burgers. So what's the first thing? Never believe anything on the outside of any package ever. Beyond Burger, plant-based patties, 20 grams of protein. I'm intrigued. Let's turn it over, look at the nutritional facts panel. We'll see that one patty has 260 calories. All right, that sounds pretty good. But look at the fat. There's 18 grams of fat in one patty. Now remember our math. We have to do a little bit of math here. And then I'm going to teach you a trick. So let's multiply that 18 by 10, because there's 10 calories in a gram of fat. That gives me 180 calories. Now my little trick to make sure that this is now less than 25% of calories from fat, I just multiply that number, whatever I get, by 4. And if it's over the number of calories per serving, then I know that it's more than 25% of the calories are coming from fat. So if 180 times 4 is, let's see, hold on. 180 is 360, 720. So that's well over it. You can see we're over 25% of calories from fat. We're actually at almost 70%. Let's go down and check out the sodium next. Sodium is 350. It's about 100 milligrams more sodium than we want. So we're above that. And then I'm going to look at the ingredients just for grins. I already would not have put this in my basket. But you can see the second ingredient is pea protein, which means it's an isolated protein, which we're not fans of. Same thing with like soy isolates and soy concentrates. Third ingredient, expeller pressed canola oil, and then we have refined coconut oil. So the second and third ingredients are oil, and that is why, right, this is such an oil slick right here, and it's 70% fat. So this is not going to make it into our bucket or basket. And listen, have I ever had a Beyond Meat burger? Absolutely yes. But I have them maybe 3-4 a year, right? Okay, so that's not going to make it. Thumbs down on there. Now, let's look at Dr. Prager's, right? I mean, do we care that this guy's a doctor? No, right? Remember, never believe anything in the front of any package ever. So we're going to turn it over. Let's take a look. One burger is 130 calories. Fat is 6 grams. 6 times 10 is 60, all right? And then I'm going to multiply that by 4. 60 times 4 is 240. That's well over 130, and you know that's actually sitting at almost 50% of the calories coming from fat. Let's look at the sodium. It's 250. It's about 120 milligrams too high. And let's look at the ingredients. And you know, I want you to know that I love everything in this burger, but let's see, the carrots, onions, string beans, open. The fifth ingredient is expeller pressed canola oil, and that is why it's almost 50% fat. And if you've ever had a Dr. Prager's burger, it literally is like an oil slick. It is so oily, it is ridiculous. So that's going to be a big thumbs down. So a lot of us like snacking on crackers, and I totally get it. Let's take a look at these back to nature, plant-based snacks. You know, I'm intrigued. Whoa, it says organic stone ground wheat crackers. Well, let's put it to the test, right? Serving size is 5 crackers. That'll give me 70 calories. Fat is 3 grams. Let's multiply 3 by 10 to get the number of calories from fat. That's 30. You're right. 30 times 4 is 120. That's well over 70. Again, we're pushing 40, 45% calories from fat. That's not going to fly. And then our sodium is 150. So it's double what we want there on the sodium. And then when it comes to the ingredients, I'm showing you this one particularly because I look at the front of this and I get the impression that this is a whole grain cracker, right? That's what they advertise. However, look at the ingredients, all right? The first ingredient is unbleached enriched wheat flour. It's a poser. It's not a whole grain. You have to go down a ways before you find organic whole wheat flour, organic whole wheat flakes, organic whole brown flax seed, right? And then we also got, organic cane sugar. So unfortunately, this isn't going to make it. How about these Wassa whole grain crackers? Do I care that it says whole grain? I don't. But let's look. Serving size is 1 slice. Calories are 40. Calories from fat are 0. So that's good. We're less than 25%. Sodium is 50 milligrams. We're, again, the sodium is a guideline, right? It's 40. This is 50. I'm going to let this thing actually slide. No problem. I'm going to look at the ingredients. And let's see. Ingredients: whole grain rye flour, yeast, and salt. All right. This to me is good to go. And again, look at that first ingredient. It says whole and it's spelled the correct way. We're good to go. All right. Let's look at these whole grain rice snaps. It says unsalted sesame, no added oils, low fat. It's caught my attention for sure. Here, 60 calories per serving, which is 9 crackers. Calories from fat are 10. I multiply 10. Actually, it gives me it. And you can see up here, it's 1 gram. Multiply 1 by 10, you get the number of calories from fat, which this product has done for us. And so we're good. We're less than 25% calories from fat. And when it comes to sodium, wow, we got a goose egg there. We're at 0. And then let's look at the ingredients: whole grain brown rice and sesame seeds. You know what? We got a thumbs up. Good to go. All right. Now, a lot of us like to eat bread. But we got to be really careful with bread. So look at this bread right here. It says 100% whole wheat on the front. So again, it has caught my attention. Let's take a look. 1 slice is 60 calories. Total fat is 0, so it's 0 fat. Sodium is 130, so it's about 70 milligrams more than we want. So it's greater than the 1-to-1 there. But I still want to look and see what we got. And you can see here that our 5th ingredient has soybean oil in it. So I definitely, I want to find a bread that doesn't have oil in it and is a little bit lower in sodium. All right, so let's take a look at this. Ezekiel, right? Food for life, low sodium. Let's take a look. All right, 1 slice is 80 calories. Calories from fat are 0.5. So that means 5 calories per slice. That's 5 times 4. It's well under 80. So we're good on the fat. Sodium, it says 0. Now you're speaking my language. And let's look at the ingredients, and you can see everything is sprouted, and we are off to the races. Way to go, Food for Life. Great product. Now, a lot of people love their yogurts. Let's take a look at a few yogurts and see if they pass the sniff test. So this coconut milk yogurt alternative, it's made by So Delicious, dairy-free. You can see calories per serving are 130. Our total fat is 4 grams. You can see the saturated fat is 3.5 grams. Anything that has coconut is going to be loaded with saturated fat. Coconut has has more saturated fat than any other food on the planet. It's 91% saturated fat. So if we're at 4 grams, 4 times 10 is 40. 40 times 4 is 160. So the fat it's greater than 25%. It's more like 30%. It's higher than we want. The sodium is actually A-okay, but let's take a look at the sugars on this little bad boy here. You can see total sugars, it says 15 grams. And because they now have to include the number of added sugars, you can see 15 grams of added sugar. And if you remember, right, from last night, there's 4 grams in a teaspoon. So let's divide 15 by 4, and we get almost 4 teaspoons of sugar in that little serving size of coconut yogurt. So this isn't going to fly. You can see the ingredients here. We got the second ingredient is organic cane sugar, which is why this is so high. So this is not going to pass the sniff test. Let's try Nancy's probiotic oat milk non-dairy yogurt. The calories per container are 70. The fat is 1.5 grams. 1.5 times 10 gives me 15. 15 times 4. We're good on the fat, right? That's 60. So we're at about 20% calories coming from fat. The sodium here is 0. We're good on that as well. So now we got to check the ingredients, okay? And actually I'm looking at the sugars, and we're at 0 sugars. And so now I'm going to go here, and everything checks out, but we do got a little bit of coconut oil here. So because of the coconut oil, this is not going to pass the sniff test. But Nancy, you were so close. All right, we love dressings, but unfortunately most dressings are loaded with sugar, fat, and of course salt. So let's check out this Hidden Ranch plant-powered, dairy-free dressing that's made with plant-based ingredients. So you can see here, serving size is 2 tablespoons. It's 110 calories. Wow. 12 grams of fat per serving. We're going to multiply that 12 by 10. That's 120 calories. And, again, a gram is typically 9 or 10. But for our purposes, for easy math, we're going to use 10. But that's why the amount of fat is even more than the number of calories per serving. But suffice it to say, this is 100% coming. 100% of the calories are now coming from fat, right? We're well over 25. And our sodium is 250. We're almost 2x what we want to be there. And you can see here, our second ingredient is vegetable oil. If the first ingredient is water, the bulk of our calories are coming from vegetable oil. No bueno, all right? So this is not going to work. How about some barbecue sauces? I mean, we love barbecue sauce. We love putting it on our burgers, on French fries. I've got a son who puts it on virtually almost everything. So Rufus Tag, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Let's take a look at your sauce here. So 2 tablespoons is 70 calories. That's 0 grams of fat. So we're good there. Sodium is 400 milligrams. Now again, this is a condiment, and so we give a little wiggle room for condiments, but it's 400, so that's like 5, 6, almost 6x the calories, so it's definitely higher than we want. But for kicks and grins, let's look at the ingredients, and you can see the added sugar. Ooh, let's also look at the sugar. Always got to look at the sugar. Sugar there is, 14 grams of added sugar. So we're talking a little over 3.5 teaspoons of sugar in every 2 tablespoons. And then let's look at the ingredients, and you'll see that we have sugar as the second ingredient, brown sugar as the third ingredient, molasses as the 5th ingredient, and maple syrup as the 8th, raisin paste as the 9th, and then bourbon whiskey as the 10th, right? I mean, reading labels can be an absolute joy. It is so fun to see what kind of games these manufacturers are trying to play with us. So it ain't gonna pass right there. Let's try this, right? This is good food for good. It says no added sugar. All right, sweetened with dates only. I'm intrigued. So let's see. 2 tablespoons is 20 calories. There's 0 fat. All right, look at the sodium. It's 150. 150 is actually, I might be able to live with that, especially with a condiment like barbecue sauce. And then let's look at the sugar. You can see there's 0 grams of added sugar. That's fantastic in a barbecue sauce. And then you can see here, when I look at the ingredients, everything actually checks out great. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up. Hummus. We love hummus as a condiment on bread for dipping healthy crackers, romaine lettuce, making salad dressing with it. So we're a big fan of hummus. This is a Sabra Classic. And you can see here a serving size is 2 tablespoons. That'll give us 70 calories. Our fat is 5 grams. That is 5 times 10. That's 50. That is well over 25% calories from fat. Our sodium, 130 milligrams. That's almost 2x. But again, I'm going to count this as a condiment, so I'm okay with that. And then I'm going to go check at the ingredients. And the reason why we're sitting at about 60% calories from fat is we got the tahini in there, but we also got soybean oil right after tahini. So I really want you to look for hummuses that are made without any oil, and then we'll get closer to that 25% calories from fat. All right, that's not going to pass. Now, we're also a fan of whole grain pasta and whole grain breads, but we want to make sure that that pasta is 100% whole grain and it's not made from a processed grain. So let's look at this Dalalo radiator noodles. It says organic whole wheat. So I'm intrigued. Once again, organic whole wheat. They got the right word there and it's spelled the correct way. So let's go over here. Serving size is 2 ounces. Calories are 190. Fat is 1 gram. So we multiply that 1 by 10 and we get 10. And then 10 times 4 is 40. 40 is well under 190. So we're well under the 25% calories coming from fat. Sodium is 25 milligrams. Again, we're well under that 190. So we're good to go there. And we read the ingredients. Italian organic whole durum wheat. All right, we are good to go. Pasta night is on. All right, granolas. We love granolas. We actually have a line of granolas we're very proud of. Let's take a look at this Bob's Red Mill. I love a lot of Bob's Red Mill products, but let's see if this peanut butter granola passes the sniff test. All right, so you can see here, serving size is 1/4 cup. It's 140 calories. We have 7 grams of fat. Let's take that 7, multiply it by 10. We get 70. 70 is half of 140, as you guys know. So already I can tell you this is 50% of the calories coming from fat. The sodium is 65, so we're good on the sodium. You can see the added sugars there. We got 5 grams of added sugar, so it's about a teaspoon, right, per 1/4 cup. And then if we look at the ingredients here, you can see that our third, fourth, and fifth ingredients are no bueno. We got brown sugar, maple syrup, and then we got organic coconut oil. So, sorry, Bob, this ain't gonna fly. All right, what about this product called PlantStrong? I mean, it sounds nifty, right? PlantStrong. I'm intrigued, but am I gonna let this thing fly? Sure, yeah, we're good with it. No, we're not, right? Let's check it out. And it even says Rips Big Bowl, right? Gosh. So the serving size is 1/2 cup. That's 200 calories in that 1/2 cup. There's 2 grams of fat. So let's take that 2, multiply it by 10. We're at 20. Let's multiply it by 4. We're at 80. We are well under that 200 calories. So we are sitting at about, maybe 10, 12% calories from fat. Our sodium is 60 milligrams, so we're well under the sodium guideline. Added sugars, I didn't put a circle there, but it actually is 0 grams of added sugar. And the ingredients here, clean as you've ever seen. We love it. Go grab yourself a bowl. All right, let's take a look at this Bird's Eye Power Blend California style. All right. So serving size is 1 bag. Calories are 350. Fat is 6 grams. 6 grams is, let's see, 6 times 10 is 60. 60 times 4. Hey, we're under the fat there. The sodium is 560. Wow. So that is that's about 200 milligrams higher than we want to be on the sodium. Next thing, I'm going to look at the ingredients, and I see that the third ingredient is soybean oil. I also see soybean oil, and I see butter, right? Cream. So, if I was to look at this, I think, oh, wow, power blend, vegetables, 17 grams of protein. The reality is this thing has got butter and cream in it. So this is why it's imperative that we actually spend a second gazing the ingredients in every product. This isn't going to pass. Now, here's another Bird's Eye product, right? Steam Fresh Roasted Red Potato Blend. All right, I'm intrigued. 4 servings per container, 3/4 cup per serving. Calories are 50. Total fat is 0. Sodium is 25. We're good there. And you look at the ingredients: roasted red potatoes, broccoli, carrots, corn, red bell peppers. Thank you, Bird's Eye. I like you. All right. Now, let's take a look. We love pizza crust and we love wraps. Let's take a look at this outer aisle plant-powered cauliflower, made with cauliflower, fresh cauliflower wrap. I mean, this thing on the outside looks fantastic, but it's 120 calories per serving, which is one slice. And you can see we got 6 grams of fat. So that makes it 50% of the calories coming from fat. We got 310 milligrams of sodium. So we're about almost 3x higher than we want to be on the sodium. And you can see here the ingredients. We got fresh cauliflower, whole cage-free eggs, and then we got Parmesan cheese. So, man, what looked really promising from the outside actually failed us. All right, this is a great value. It just is sweet potatoes. Let's see if it passes the sniff test. Fat is 0, sodium is 30, and ingredients, sweet potatoes. Yeehaw! We're having sweet potatoes for dinner tonight. All right, passes the test. We're almost there. You guys are hanging in there. All right, we love, obviously, whole grain pasta, and we're always looking for a nice pasta sauce, right? We used to carry some great ones under the Engine 2 brand at Whole Foods, but those have been discontinued, and we're looking to bring some back to you. But until then, let's see what we can find. So here's this Prego, right? No sugar added, all right? Nice and big and bold. So 60 calories per serving, 1.5 grams of fat. That's exactly 25 calories coming from fat. You look at the sodium, we're at 460 milligrams. That's higher than we want, but I'm still intrigued. So let's go through the process. The added sugars, we're good there. And, the ingredients, for shame. We have got canola oil as the second ingredient, right? So canola oil, and we're high in sodium. It's not going to pass. All right, ketchup. I love ketchup, a good ketchup on hamburgers, on French fries. So let's see here. This says no salt added. Calories are 20. Fat calories are 0, so we're good there. Sodium is 5 milligrams. We're really good there. And let's take a look at the sugar. 4 grams of added sugar. That means we're at 1 teaspoon of sugar per tablespoon. If you go back, you can see a serving size is 1 tablespoon. And I look here and I see that we've got high fructose corn syrup as the second ingredient, and then we got corn syrup. So unfortunately, I'm not putting that in my body. All right, sorry, Heinz. How about this, Heinz, right? Now we have a no sugar added call out on the front of the package. So calories are 10. All right, fat calories are 0. The sodium, they boosted up the sodium now to 200, and there's no added sugar. But we also have something called sucralose, which is something that is not normally found in ketchup. So nice try, Heinz, but we're not going to do that. Again, let's try that good for you. They had a good barbecue sauce. Let's see if they have a good ketchup. No added sugar, 10 calories per serving, 0 grams of fat. I should say 0 fat. We've got 65 milligrams of sodium. I like it. That's like, 6 times the calories. So we're right in the range for condiments. There, when I go to sugars, there's no added sugars. And look at that. We got tomato paste, water, apple cider vinegar, date paste, onion powder, sea salt, garlic powder, and we're good. So way to go. Good food for you. Good food for good. I like it. All right. We are rounding the corner. The end is in sight. So vegetable broth, organic 365. Serving size is 1 cup. We love using veggie broth on all kinds of stuff to elevate all of our grain dishes and our stir fries. This is 5 calories per serving, right? You can see 0 fat. However, our sodium is a whopping 500 milligrams. This is a category of products that is notorious for being extremely high in sodium. So let's be really careful with veggie broths. This is not going to pass, not for 1 second. This veggie broth that is low sodium actually looks really, really good on the fat. The sodium is 140, which I can tell you for most veggie broths is like rock star status. But I'm going to check the ingredients to see if there's anything kind of suspicious. And you can see there we've got organic expeller pressed canola oil and or safflower oil. So nice try, Imagine. Instead, I'm going to imagine the PlantStrong veggie broth. All right. 1 serving size is 5 calories. Our fat is 0. Our sodium is 20. Right. And I want you to know this has 0 added sodium. That sodium there is just naturally occurring. It's in the garlic. It's in the spinach. It's in the carrots. It's in the tomatoes. It's all naturally occurring. So I can tell you right now, this is and gets a huge gold star. All right, way to be. All right, 2 more things. We got soups. So you can see Amy's organic soups here. This is the chunky vegetable. They call out low fat. Serving size is 1 cup. Servings per can is 2. I'm going to eat the whole can. We have 80 calories per serving. Calories from fat are 15. You can see 1.5 times 10 gives you your 15 calories from fat. Sodium is a whopping 720. And again, I'm going to eat the whole can. That's going to give me 1,440 milligrams of sodium. That's a day's worth right there. So this is not going to fly. The PlantStrong Firehouse Chili. I am so proud of our chilies and stews. This is 1 cup is the serving size. You get 2 per container, 180 calories. You can see our fat is 1 gram. That's fantastic. Our sodium is 180, so we're in that 1-to-1 ratio. I do want you to know that some of our other chilies and stews are higher than the milligrams of sodium, but we're not egregious. We're in like the low 200s, mid 200s. And then you can see here all the ingredients. We don't have any added oils, any added sugars. We're good. All right. So in summary, I want you to focus your diet on unprocessed, whole, natural foods that are overflowing with fresh fruits, vegetables, whole grains, starchy vegetables and beans. Fill your basket, your home, your body with fresh and frozen produce. And you want to limit the packaged and processed foods because you just do, right? So let's review one more time. Never believe anything on the front of any package ever. Always check the nutritional facts label. We want to check the calories from fat, less than 25% of calories. We want to check the sodium. Is it in a 1-to-1 ratio? Calories to milligrams of sodium. Again, this is a guideline. And always check the ingredients. We want to avoid bad fats. We want to limit the sugar. We want to make sure there's none in the first 3 ingredients. And we always want to choose whole grain. All right? Everybody, thank you so much. You all now are going to be label reading ninja warriors. You're not going to let any manufacturer pull the wool over your eyes. All right. We got a fantastic day ahead for you. I can't wait to dive in. Woo! Plant Stock, we are so honored to have the phenomenon known as Carleigh Bodrug in the house. Carleigh, thank you so much for joining us and spreading your scrappiness and your creativity and imparting your wisdom with us today at Plant Stock.
I am beyond thrilled to be cooking up a storm today, Rip. Thank you so much for inviting me on. And I'm pumped because we're making actually two of my favorite recipes today, which is number one, a beautiful veggie tofu scramble, and then a rainbow tahini salad. So we've got a lot in store.
Yummy, yummy. So before I let you dive into those recipes, I just want to give a big shout out to
you got the book.
The PlantYou. Yes, absolutely. And just the incredible job that you have done with this book. I mean, obviously, New York Times bestseller. You have, I think, done something, and we talked about this on the podcast, and for people that didn't listen to it, it's number 132 of the Plant Strong podcast. We had such a fun time. But you, and I want to show people this because I think you took photos of every recipe that go into every dish. And so it truly is, it's like this, it's this graphic accessibility and ease that makes any recipe absolutely kind of accessible and not intimidating.
Thank you, Rip. That was the whole goal of it. And my initial social media accounts started taking off probably about 4 or 5 years ago now with this sort of infographic concept of having like the individual ingredients on top and a final dish below. And I think what it does for visual people like me, you see that final dish sometimes on Pinterest or on a blog and you think, I could never make that. But when you see the individual components that go into it, it just makes it really easy. And one thing I'm finding, which was completely unexpected when I published the book, is that it's getting a lot of kids involved in cooking as well. I think, again, like kids are often visual learners, and when they look at the recipes, it just makes them excited to get into the kitchen, and even better that they're cooking with plants.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, another thing I love is that you said that this is the book that you wish you had when you went whole food plant-based. Was it 2015?
Yeah, right around that time, 2015.
And can you share with everyone what inspired you in 2015 to go whole food plant-based?
Yeah, so I grew up in a small town in Ontario, Canada, actually on a hobby farm, surrounded by chickens, horses, animals in and out of the house. My whole family is huge animal lovers. And my dad, actually, when I was 11 years old, was diagnosed with stage 2 colon cancer. He went through very invasive surgery, chemotherapy, the whole bit. Thank goodness is a survivor. But it wasn't until later in life, when I was just graduating university in around 2015, that the World Health Organization announced that red and processed meat were now classed as group 2 and group 1 carcinogens. And I remember in that moment, my dad being angry, because at the time the Canada Food Guide had like big sections, meat, dairy, and we had just continued eating literally meat in every single meal and dairy products in every single meal after my father's diagnosis. And it was just very shocking. So then we started watching all of the documentaries. I delved into all of the good plant-based books, armed with kind of this journalism degree. And I always say, when people first go plant-based, it's almost like opening up Pandora's box. So of course I was motivated from a health perspective, but then you start learning about the environmental implications of animal agriculture, as well as the animals. And I just felt so called to not only go plant-based myself, but share about my journey with people online, which is how PlantYou started. The problem was, now at this time, I was living in like a tiny, tiny bachelor apartment and had no idea how to cook. Like, had never cooked anything in my life. So it was like a ground zero journey, and started by kind of veganizing food I grew up eating.
Yeah, I think it's so remarkable how far you've come since 2015, and you had really no cooking experience whatsoever. And so anybody that's out there and you're like, oh, you know, cooking plant-based is just too difficult, it's intimidating. It's not. And like, literally grab a copy of PlantYou and dive in. I mean, again, 140 ridiculously easy, amazingly delicious plant-based oil-free recipes. And I want to give a call out to your dad. And, you know, I know that, you know, he's survived cancer. He was a former firefighter, I think a fire sergeant, you said. But I love your dedication, because to me, it gives people a glimpse into you, and also your sense of humor. You don't take yourself too seriously, which to me is like so important and brilliant. But you say, for my dad, who survived 5 straight days of recipe testing vegan, oil-free bran muffins with me, only to have them never make it into the book.
It was a painful 5 days. I don't think it could be done. If anybody has an oil-free bran muffin recipe, send it my way.
I know. We talked about that in the podcast. I don't think it exists. I really don't. So, you know, when I had you on the podcast, February 24th of 2022, you were at 1 million Instagram followers, and you had 1.6 million TikTok followers. Do you know where your numbers are today?
I do. I'm at 2 million Instagram followers, and I think 1.9 million on TikTok. So it's a little bit hard to comprehend, that's for sure. A lot of people into eating plants and eating lower waste, which just makes my heart happy. Like, it's just the best community ever.
Well, it is phenomenal to me what you have done. Okay, so I'm just trying to think. So let's dive in. So what's the first recipe that you want to share with everybody?
Yeah, so today I am making an amazing tofu scramble with veggies. We make this every single week. It's a great protein-packed meal, veggie-packed meal that comes together so effortlessly. And if anybody is like going plant-based and is missing scrambled eggs, I think this is the most amazing replacement, and it's just as quick and easy. So the first thing you want to do is just mash up a block of extra firm tofu. There's no need to press your tofu. I just use the back of a fork. You can also get in there with your hands to scramble it up. And what you are looking for here is really kind of like a mashed, scrambled consistency.
Oh, I love how simple that is. And I do have to give a call out. The camera work that is going on right now is impeccable. And that must be none other than your sister, Jackie. Am I correct?
She's here with me. I'm so grateful. We've been working together actually for about a month now. She's been helping with PlantYou, and I've got to say, life-changing.
Nice.
Life-changing.
So Jackie or Carleigh, whoever wants to answer, who's older and who's younger?
She's older.
Uh-huh.
3 years.
3 years older.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Jackie, thanks so much for helping out today with us.
No problem. So we're just going to get our burner up on medium to low heat and add chopped yellow onion. You can use red onion and throw that in there. So if you're doing some oil-free cooking, I always suggest replacing your oil with either water or broth.
Yeah.
And it's honestly that simple. I think a lot of people overcomplicate it, but the thing with veggies, like especially, I'm just going to put the lid down here, especially onions, is that after they heat up, they sweat. So they lubricate the pan naturally, and the oil is really not necessary. So we're going to get a nice little sweat on those. And
Carleigh, that is a kind of a very interesting looking pan. Can you let us know what kind of pan you're using?
Yes, this is the Always pan. And it's great. I mean, the name says it all. I have 2 of them, and I find it's just the pan I reach for. It's a great nonstick coating. It's the perfect size for things like curries and stir fries and stuff like that. And it comes in all brilliant colors. I sound like I'm working with them. I'm not.
Wow.
It's a good pan.
Well, what I love is the size of it. I mean, it looks huge, and it'd be great for making leftovers that you can then freeze or, put in Tupperware containers or get scrappy with.
Exactly. Anytime I'm making a dish, especially this was like a helpful thing when I went plant-based, is I started just making like several servings of things at a time and then like storing them in containers so I would have healthy meals for myself whenever I was heading to work and stuff. And I always recommend that to people. Double it up. You can freeze the servings, or you can store for later in the fridge for work or whichever else.
Yeah. Now, are you go ahead. I don't want to go. You go ahead. You talk.
Oh, no, we're good. We're dumping the scrambled tofu into there. Look, we missed a little bit right here. Nothing you can't fix.
Yeah. And what kind of heat are you on right now?
I'm on about medium.
Okay.
I'm using an induction burner, so it says 700, but it's about medium heat.
Yeah. And I know I might be jumping ahead of myself here, but are you going to use like turmeric or something like that to make it yellow? Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Jackie. You're right on top of that. Now,
so when you're cooking plant-based, it's all in the spices, right? Spice is life. So for a beautiful tofu scramble to resemble something like eggs, you definitely need to pack a punch with your spices. And a few of my favorites are going in here in a second. Yeah. So after you've mixed that with the onion, you can add so many veg to this. If you had zucchini in the fridge, eggplant, it's like one of those clean out the fridge recipes. I'm going to add some tomato here today.
Mm-hmm.
I love tomato in this. Bell pepper would be amazing too. Just mix that up.
Hey, everybody, let's give a big round of applause shout out for Jackie, because she is getting one crazy arm workout today.
Okay, so the spices are going in. The first one we're going in with, Rip, you already called it. It's turmeric.
All right.
Nutritional yeast.
Yes.
Garlic powder.
Boy, it looks to me like you're being kind of chintzy on your spices.
Yeah, a little bit, eh? I had Jackie measure them out. I don't know. So this is black salt. If you've ever had black salt, it's rich in sulfur, which actually gives your tofu an eggy taste. You could skip this if you're doing a low sodium, or just cut the amount. And then we're just going to toss that, and you're going to see this quickly turn a beautiful yellow color.
Obviously, a little goes a long way. Jackie, you did a perfect job measuring that out. And that black salt, we actually have it in one of our stews, and it actually gives off a really nice smoky flavor too.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I use it all the time. Okay, Jackie, do you want to zoom in on this and you'll see how this really is now looking like
Oh.
scrambled eggs. So the other thing I love to do is you might actually have a product like this, Rip, but in Canada, we have these great hash browns that have like no oil or anything added to them that you can just like rehydrate.
Yeah.
So oftentimes when I'm trying to bulk up a meal like this, I'll just take those hash browns. You just add boiling water to them and they like rehydrate. They're already cooked and I'll throw it in this and it makes like a big hash with potato and the tofu.
Yeah, I like that a lot. No, we don't make a product like that, but there are several that are out there. Yeah.
Awesome. So this is done and I'm just going to serve it up on a plate so you can see what it looks like. And we're going to add some fresh parsley on top.
So that to me would be like a fantastic breakfast on a Saturday or Sunday on the weekend.
Yeah.
And, yeah. And I think another thing that I would love, just looking at that, I would get some like no fat refried beans, black or pinto, and put that on the side. And you know what else might be great with that, Carleigh, is I just was on your Instagram channel and that is gorgeous, gorgeous, is you make 2-ingredient oat tortillas. I would love to put that in the tortillas with the refried beans.
Oh my gosh. It sounds amazing. I love making wraps and then also you could put this on a sandwich, on bread, tofu burrito with rice, hundreds of ways to bulk this up. Great with potatoes. We make this every week because it's so versatile too, right? You could just make this as a base and then like throw it in a meal prep container with a whole bunch of stuff like the beans like you talked about. Yeah. So that's recipe number 1.
Good. Don't jump into recipe 2 yet. I have some questions for you.
We've got to clear the set as well.
Yeah. Is that how your athletic fiance gets all of his protein needs for his Ironman triathlons?
Yeah, I'm not only am I a plant-based cook, I am an expert in bulking up meals because he's like 6'5" and constantly working out and constantly eating. It's like never ending. Wow. So this is a staple because it's high in protein. And then what he'll do is he'll like throw it on a sandwich, throw it on a wrap, and all of that. So yeah, my fiance Jesse is competing in an Ironman this weekend, which is exciting.
Yeah, it is. And that's
We're in a carb loading week.
Yeah. And is that in Michigan? Is that where you said it was?
Yeah, it's in Michigan.
Yeah.
So we're crossing the border.
getting wild and crazy. Carleigh, I have a question. It's kind of a little bit outside the box here. I'm just going to throw it out to you though. But what is your love language? Like with your fiance, what do you like for him to do for you to really show that he loves you?
So it's going to sound terrible. My love language would be acts of service. And he is, from the beginning, we've been together almost 11 years now, been so good about doing dishes. Like when I was writing the PlantYou cookbook, he would come home and I was all by myself doing this book, taking all the photos of those individual ingredients, and the house would be like a bomb went off. And he would come home from work, such a champ, and just start doing dishes. And I mean, what else can you ask for? So that's my love language.
Yes.
Maybe his is food, so it works.
Yeah. Now, tell me about that room that's right behind you. Is this part of your house or what is it?
Okay, so I'm on an external island right now, just because we have like a set of window doors behind us, behind here, and the light is better. That's actually my kitchen back there. So as odd as that sounds, we haven't figured out a good lighting system to light the kitchen adequately for videos like this. And I film all of my Instagram and TikTok videos and everything on this little external island from Home Depot.
Wow. Well, I love the wood beams like above the fireplace. And I think it's going across the kitchen there. Is it a little farmhouse? What is it?
No, it used to be a cottage, actually. It used to be a cottage. We got this place 2 years ago. So It's coming around. We redid the whole fireplace with the drywall and everything because it was really funky when we moved into our place. And we're just slowly chipping away at stuff. I painted everything white because I like white. And yeah, it's getting there. We love this house though. It has lots of character.
Well, it looks adorable. Now tell me, how do I make 2-ingredient oat tortillas? I'm fascinated with that.
Oat tortillas are so easy. It's amazing. All you have to do is combine oats and water. You can let them soak. I've done it both ways and it works, but I find if you let them soak, it just makes them a little more fibrous. So you let them soak, then you blend them, and then you literally make tortillas in a pan, and they come out fabulous. It's like almost feels like a fresh wrap. If you've ever had like a fresh tortilla, they're just nothing like it. So they're great wraps. And they're also, one thing I've seen a couple of people who've been making them do is they'll make them like sweet, like crepes. So they'll add like cinnamon and then they'll put peanut butter and banana in them. So they're very versatile as well.
I will be making those. We go through tortillas like nobody's business. So yummy, yummy. Now, before I let you get into the second dish, I need to ask you another question. So you and I had a blast talking about this on the podcast, and that was puffballs. and you talked about how you were so determined with your dad to go out and find a puffball because you wanted to, use it and get scrappy with it and do your Carleigh thing with it. And you couldn't find one for like 3 hours. You guys are on this hunt. And then all of a sudden, it's like this ray of sunshine came down from the gods through the heavens and was shining on a perfect puffball.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite memories ever. So for those who are watching, if you live in North America, chances are you have puffball mushrooms around you. And what puffball mushrooms are these huge round mushrooms. They look like an alien, like something that would not be on this earth. Oftentimes you'll look at it and you think it's like a boulder, but it's a mushroom. They grow massive. And they often grow in golf courses. You're not going to want to eat a puffball mushroom that grew in a golf course, obviously, because of the pesticides and whatever they're using on there. But sometimes you can find them in forested areas and trails and stuff like that. So I had heard about puffball mushrooms. I had never seen one before. And I saw, I think, somebody on Instagram or TikTok sharing about it. And I'm like, I need to find one of these. So my dad and I went hunting for one. And we went all across the area that we live in, looking around for 3 hours. We found all different types of mushrooms, no puffballs. And I kept saying to myself, we're going to find a puffball. We're going to find a puffball. We give up. We're going to leave. And then I just look out of the corner of my eye. We're like 10 feet from the car to leave. And there's these two huge, massive, perfect puffballs with light shining down. And it was like just the best. And the coolest thing about puffballs is, I'm no kidding, they're like this size. And you cut into it and the center is like perfectly opaque. It's the weirdest thing. And if you cook them up right, so we ended up breading them in some breadcrumbs and aquafaba, actually. I love using chickpea water as a egg replacement when I'm breading things. And it ended up tasting so much like what would be like a fried or crispy chicken. It's incredible. So I love foraging, but you have to be careful because you never know.
Well, that really resonated with me because I know growing up, we used to go puffball hunting and we would then, cook them up. And the fact that you got into puffballs, I haven't had anybody else talk about puffballs or cooking them in 30 years. So that was a lot of fun to see that on your Instagram channel. Another thing you have on your Instagram channel is, you've become known as this scrappy Carleigh. And you started your Scrappy series, to reduce food waste, right?
Yeah, more so because I was just doing these things in my home anyways. Grocery prices, I'm sure where you are, but in Ontario, Canada especially, have just skyrocketed. And as a food blogger, it's just so important that we're being mindful of not only from an environmental perspective, the food we're using, but also from a financial perspective. And it actually, the statistics are quite staggering. Something like 50% of edible food in the United States ends up in the trash. And the majority of that is from households. And it's typically because people overbuy, or they don't know how to use up their food, or they're worried about like expiration. So in order to just kind of ignite this trend to be more mindful of the food that we're eating and buying, I just threw up like an orange peel candy recipe one day, and people went nuts. I had no idea that it would resonate so much. And since then, I think we've done 56 scrappy cooking episodes, just using common food scraps or commonly wasted foods in kind of different ways.
Well, when we had our podcast, little talk, you were at 38. So now you're up to 56.
Yeah. Constantly looking at ways to reduce waste.
Yeah. And what I love is how you have taken all of your gifts, your creativeness, the fact that, weren't you like in TV journalism or something?
Yeah. So I went to school for broadcast journalism and was a radio host for a couple of years.
Yeah. So that, and now your love of cooking, your creativity. And as we talked about in the podcast, you now get to scratch all your itches, and you get to do this for a living. And you even said, you know what, I love doing this so much that, I just do it for free. But it's fantastic what you've been able to put together here.
I feel so grateful and blessed. And to be on here is awesome. Like a dream come true. So thank you.
It was dreamy for us. So before you get on to the last one, I'm not going to let you go quite yet. I just want to give people a taste of you getting scrappy. And so the other day, my kids and I were watching your Instagram scrappy episode on mango fruit leather.
Yes.
Right? Can you talk just a little bit about that?
Yes. So fruit leather, for those who don't know, it's like almost like a fruit roll-up. So this amazing thing happens when you blend and dehydrate fruit. It becomes like the best snack ever. There's no need for any added sugar or literally any other ingredient other than the fruit. So I've done it 2 different ways on my Instagram channel. The first one was I took berries that were like going off. So if you ever have like any fruit in your fridge that you didn't get to, blend it up. Put it on a dehydrator sheet or a sheet pan. You can also do this in the oven, and you can either bake it on the lowest setting of your oven or put it outside in the sun, which is how it's like traditionally done. Or if you have a dehydrator, you can dehydrate it, and it makes the most amazing fruit leather. Taste like so sweet and sour at the same time. The mango one is incredible, and I know mango season is like coming to an end. So we had quite a few mangoes just in our grocery stores here. And I thought like this would be so good. And it turned out better than expected.
Yeah. No, when you're peeling that mango fruit leather off of that cookie sheet, all of our mouths just started to water.
I love it. I love it.
Now, before I let you go to the next recipe, I want to talk about one more thing, and that's banana peels, because we have so many banana peels, and I know you do banana bacon. Tell everybody that's listening about banana bacon and why we should do that.
So banana peels are actually completely edible, as like if you're like, they are. And there's a couple of different things that you can do with them. So one of them is like super cool. If you peel them off, scrape off like that kind of inner fiber, and then like you can mix them with soy sauce, maple syrup, liquid smoke is optional, and a little bit of sea salt, and then put them in the air fryer or the oven. They crisp up, and it makes this most incredible vegan bacon. You have to try it before you judge. If you're like someone who's like, I could never eat banana peels, well, first of all, you can compost them. But second of all, they actually make a great plant fertilizer. So you can grind them up in like a coffee grinder or anything like that and add them to your soil, and they make a wonderful plant fertilizer. Or you can put them in water and water your plants with like the banana peel water, and also another amazing plant fertilizer. I have also baked with banana peels. So when like a recipe calls for banana bread, I throw in like the whole banana in after scrubbing the outside, and it also works. So
Yeah, and tell me a second about banana boats instead of s'mores.
I love banana boats. Yes. So if you're at a fire and you're not eating s'mores because you're
Yeah.
vegan or you're on a plant-based journey, one thing you can do is take a banana. It works best if they're super ripe. Open them up and slice them, and then top them with your favorite toppings. You could add a little bit of dark chocolate, vegan marshmallows if you have them. Chocolate and peanut butter works amazing. Wrap them in foil and put them on the fire, just like where the little rocks are, the coals, and allow that to get all melty. It's like the best dessert ever, and it's so easy.
Have you ever heard of Nisha Melvani? She's cooking for peanuts.
Oh my gosh, I love Nisha. Yes.
Yeah.
Love Nisha.
So she actually is going to be joining us for PlantStock this year as well. And she told me that her father grew up dirt poor in India, and he would go and raid different farms, and he would eat anything and everything. And he would eat a whole banana, peel and everything.
She told me that. I know.
And so as part of my interview, I had a banana in front of me and I ate the peel just to try it out. And it was really difficult, to be quite honest. And she said, but the bananas in India were a little bit different type of bananas.
Oh my gosh, that's too funny.
But I love that we're talking about eating banana peels here. Okay, go ahead, jump in. What's the next recipe?
Yes, so we are going to be making a rainbow tahini noodle salad. And whenever you're making a big salad, you need a big bowl. And every time I put these on Instagram, people are like, are you eating that whole thing yourself? No, but I'm making it for multiple servings as I do most of my meals. So you need a big bowl, but we're going to start with what is my favorite dressing. And that is a tahini dressing. And it's super easy to make. Tahini just has this beautiful, nutty, sweet, savory flavor. So you're just going to start with about half a cup of drippy tahini, if you can find it.
Mm-hmm. And that's just ground sesame seeds.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's all that is. And you can even, for this recipe, you could use peanut butter as well to make a peanut sauce. So then we're just going to add a little bit of maple syrup. Lemon juice. Got the lemon there. I love this lemon squeezer. Just does such a good job. You can keep the rind. Actually, a really useful use for the rind that I was doing the other day is if you get like something that stains your cutting board, you can put a little baking soda and sit the rind on it, and it will suck up any stains on your cutting board.
Your tricks, no boundaries.
This is diced garlic and ginger.
Thank you, Jackie.
And a little bit of salt. And then just a little bit of water. So I always say like water to thin. It depends on the consistency that you want this dressing. Lemon juice does a good job as well.
And that right there is going to be enough for the whole monster salad.
Yeah, we're just going to add a little bit of water to it. So there's so much you can do with this. Like this is almost the base recipe. So you could make this almost taste like a Caesar dressing, add a little bit of Italian seasoning, more garlic, or you can go super savory with it. So there's tons of different options. Just gonna keep adding water until I get the lightness and the consistency that I want there.
You know, Carleigh, you have a post on your Instagram, I think it's just a day or two or three ago, vegan corn ribs that I totally want to try. Oh.
They're so good. So good. You have to be careful cutting corn ribs. It is not an easy feat. You need a really sharp knife, but they're super fun. Great way to eat corn.
Yeah. And how did you, so you cut it off from the cob, and then how do you make it? So
you have a corn cob, and then you slice it down the middle, and then you slice each end. So it's 4 long pieces, and they're like ribs. And there's 100 different ways you could make it. You could spice it from there. One way we really love it, I love using vegan yogurt. So either like a soy yogurt or an almond yogurt or a coconut yogurt as a sauce base. So I love doing that with a little bit of chipotle powder, a little bit of salt and seasoning, and mix that up, and then like add it to the corn, and then you can put it in the oven for about 15 minutes at 400 degrees, or the air fryer if you have one. And the corn ribs really just like kind of curl up.
Yeah.
And it makes for like such a nice bite. And I always love topping them with cilantro. Are you a cilantro fan? Are you someone
I don't mind it. It doesn't, I don't have the soap taste that a lot of people do, but I'm not like enamored with it, but I don't mind it. Yeah.
I love cilantro. And you know what's so interesting? Years ago, probably about 10 years ago now, prior to that, I had the soap taste. I don't know what happened, if I just started eating it in an abundance and it changed, but it doesn't taste like soap to me anymore.
Because I've always like heard it was kind of like a gene thing, you know, you have the gene where it tastes like soap or you don't.
Yeah.
You overpowered it with epigenetics from your plants.
I remember getting this burrito after the bar in college, which is terrible. And I went home and I had gotten cilantro on it, not really knowing what cilantro was. And I remember thinking to myself, this burrito tastes like soap, like it's awful. And I couldn't eat it. And then I figured out after trying cilantro, that's what it was. But for some reason, now I'm like obsessed with it. Yeah. I don't know what happened. It's the oddest thing. Okay.
So Carleigh, I need to show you a real bowl. That's a pretty good white bowl, but I need to show you a bowl that would go perfect in your house. Okay, you ready?
Oh, that's a big bowl. That's a great bowl. Yeah, I love it.
Look at that monster. That's got some character to it right there.
That's fabulous.
Yeah. You went the next time you're in Cleveland, you need to come and we'll make you a big salad out of that thing.
I would love that. Okay. So now we are going to assemble this huge salad. So the first things first is I like to add like a carb source to the salad, again, based on who I'm feeding and what I'm doing. And I was looking for buckwheat soba noodles, actually, and our grocery store was out of them. So we did settle on some whole grain spaghetti. You could use also rice vermicelli noodles. And we're just going to add those to our bowl in the base there. And to keep them from sticking, since they've been cooled, we just added a little cold water and rinsed them in cold water when they came out of the pot. So the next thing is I have beautiful chopped kale here, curly kale. And before I add curly kale to salads, I do like to give it like a little massage. Makes it more tender when you add it in. You can even add like a little bit of lemon juice to bring that along even further. But a lot of people don't love kale, and I think it's because they haven't like tenderized it before they've eaten it raw.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's so important. I find that if you can like chiffonade it, it makes it not so angry. And do what we're doing right now. But do you prefer curly kale or do you prefer dinosaur kale?
So honestly, we don't have a ton of dinosaur kale where I live in grocery stores. So kale, I didn't even know that there were other types until a couple of years ago. Yeah. And I recently, in the last year or two, tried dino kale. And I think for salads, I like the curly. And then for like soups and stir fries and stuff, the dino is amazing. They're both good. I'm a huge kale fan. Okay, so I'm just going to add that right in there. Speaking of greens, now we have a Napa cabbage. Napa cabbage is my favorite cabbage, especially when I'm making like raw salads. I find it just has a nice bite, and like look at that beautiful color. It's more tender to me than like a big red cabbage. I'm just going to add that in. I need that bowl, Rip. Like, we're overflowing here.
You are.
Got some red onion here. Gonna add spice.
No, this is all looking so nice. Did you, I had an Instagram post. It
I
might have been
saw it.
about a month and a half ago, and it was a big bowl that my sister Jane made at the family farm, and it was based on your inspiration, obviously, with the big bowls. Yeah.
I saw it, and somebody in those bowls used soba noodles, which gave me the idea for today because I was like, oh, that would be so good. But then I couldn't find them. And I think somebody also used the Napa cabbage, the raw Napa cabbage as well. And I thought it looked fabulous. So now we're duplicating each other on either end. This is bell pepper. I would have used red if I had it for more color, but I only had the orange today.
So where you live in Ontario, what grocery store do you frequent when you go shopping?
Yeah, so there's a few different ones. Being a foodie that I go around, the most common one we go to is called Zehrs. And if anybody's listening from Canada, that would be like under your Loblaws. Loblaws owns like Zehrs, and Loblaws is the name of another grocery store that they own. And then we have something called Farm Boy, which is comparable to like your Whole Foods, maybe one step down, comparable to Trader Joe's. So like very amazing organic produce and just super awesome. And then we also have an Asian grocery store called Centra, which is incredible. So much different vegetables that you can get from there. And we love like dumplings. So they have great veggie dumplings.
Is that carrot? What is that?
Yeah, so this is carrot. Whenever I'm making a salad like this, especially a noodle salad, I love to shave the carrot with a potato peeler so it's like this. And what happens when you do that is I find it kind of integrates with the noodles themselves and like becomes a noodle in and of itself. And then I just baked some tofu. I actually air fried it, but you could bake it. Literally did nothing to it. Chopped it up, extra firm tofu. I don't know about you, but I find these days the tofu brands seem to be firm enough when you buy extra firm that you don't really need to press it. So I didn't even press this, and I find it's like pretty good.
Yeah, well, I know whenever we get tofu, we always get the, super ultra firm tofu, as firm as you can get it.
Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, so now we have this, and we're about to do my favorite part, which is the dressing pour. So Jackie better be right on her game right now for this.
She is. And then you just stir it right up?
Yeah. And then we're really overflowing here, so I'm a bit afraid, but
that's okay.
Those
we're okay if you overflow.
So we're just gonna mix that up.
I need to get you a great pair of tongs.
I know I had tongs. Oh, we moved them. Here they are. So then you're just gonna fold everything in.
That's a fun term in food. Fold everything in. Fold
yeah.
it over each other.
AKA mix everything together.
Carleigh and Jackie, how far away are you guys from where you grew up, the hobby farm?
20 minutes. Not far at all.
Are your parents still there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you still have like all kinds of farm animals there?
No, we have. So my sister's a bit of a animal person. So she worked as a vet tech prior, and so she has 2 dogs and a rescue parrot. And my parents are currently animalists, which is shocking. That for the first time in probably, my dad's 70 now, so in 70 years, their dog passed away not too long ago. So I'm sure they'll be collecting something soon. And we just have a cat, which is enough for now.
Yeah. Well, nice. And Jackie, how in the world did you come across a rescue parrot? Where do you go to find a rescue parrot?
So working as a vet tech, I worked at the Windsor Humane Society in Windsor, Ontario here, and he came in through there. I was actually fostering another parrot as well.
Odie.
Yeah.
The African gray.
In another rescue situation. So but Rio, the one I kept, he just took a extreme liking to me. So couldn't let him go.
Wow.
Foster
Nice.
fail.
Nice. Is it a talking parrot or no?
He says like hello Rio and a couple of different things.
He doesn't say plant you.
Not yet.
Not yet.
We're working on it.
Well, Carleigh, that is looking absolutely divine.
Yeah, we should do a little zoom in here. It's so good. Like just the perfect meal. Again, if you're meal prepping, I think this is an amazing meal. And there's so much veg in there. Between the whole grain pasta, the tofu, and all those veggies, if you're worried about protein as well, this has got to have over 20 grams of protein per serving at least. And I mean, all of your fiber, so much good plants. One of the biggest keys to health, as we know from our friend Dr. Will Balsowitz, is eating a diversity of plants in your diet. I didn't count how many, but I'm guessing there's around 8 or 9 in here. So really great way to get in those plant points and eat some delicious plant-strong food.
Yeah. So, I mean, you said fiber. Who needs fiber? Come on. What's the importance of fiber?
Fiber is life. Like that also was one of the number one things I noticed when I went plant-based. I didn't realize that it would have an impact on my health, but fiber just completely cleaned up my digestion. From when I was a kid, I just had so many issues with constipation, and I didn't realize it came down to diet. I remember like everybody was like, oh, you have a slow digestive system. Well, no, it was like that my diet was completely devoid of fiber, which is true for around 95% of the population in the US. Like everybody talks all about protein. Meanwhile, almost none of us are not reaching the daily amount of protein, and all of us are not getting enough fiber. So the way to get fiber is in plants. Meat and cheese devoid of fiber, your carrots, your cabbage, your kale, your whole grains all have beautiful amounts of fiber that will help your digestion, help your gut microbiome, and then your gut microbiome in turn just impacts just about everything in your body.
It absolutely does. You know, I've done a lot of different pilot studies with my books, and a lot of different people have said that they have been diagnosed. Obviously, it's because of the standard American diet, and you know they're very severely constipated, but they've been diagnosed with something called lazy bowel syndrome, right?
Yeah.
But you know what happens once they start eating big salad bowls like that and sunshine scrambles is all of a sudden that lazy bowel syndrome goes away.
Yeah, I was actually like, I was 11 and I was prescribed laxatives. And I remember I would sit at a table and have to drink like this massive glass of water and take a laxative. And it was like, then all of this issue just vanished when I went plant-based. So what do you know? I'm not saying that that's the cure-all to absolutely every digestive issue, but it was pretty incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Got the beautiful food here.
beautiful food. And what are you going to do with all that food now that you've made it? You going to give it to Steve?
Yeah, Jesse will be home soon, and
yeah.
Jackie's gonna have some, and we're gonna have a plant party over here. I think. I wish I could share it with you all, but I guess we're a little bit far.
Do parrots
lost in the mail?
Do parrots eat plants?
Do my parents? Oh, my parents love plants.
No,
yes.
no, parrots.
Parrots. Yeah. Rio.
Yeah.
Would
He's been the biggest taste tester.
Biggest taste tester. Yeah.
That is so awesome. So, Carleigh, any sneak peeks into your next scrappy food idea? Do you have you keep a running list of them on a wall somewhere?
It's kind of like that. I have like in the notes app of my phone. I can't give anything away right now because I may or may not be working on a book. So then, you know, everything kind of gets locked down there. But we're working on lots. We're in the kitchen every day right now and having fun. One really fun one is if you're finishing up your watermelon season, watermelon rinds are beautiful pickled or even made into a candy. So if you pickle them just like you would pickles, they make a fabulous little snack and a great way to use up those rinds.
Tell me, before I let you go, you have a garlic hack that I think everybody would absolutely love to know about because it is so useful and practical.
Yeah, I think it's every time you're making a dish, it can be really intimidating to like get out the garlic, peel it, mince it. So instead of doing that, what we like to do is do it all at once. You can peel your garlic or you can buy it peeled organic and then just grind it up in a food processor or blender, put it in an ice cube tray, even better if the ice cube tray seals, keeping the scent, and freeze it. After it's frozen, you can even pop those out and then like put it in a resealable or a Ziploc bag. And all you have to do then when you're making a dish is take one of those pre-made garlic cubes, put it in a pan with a little bit of water, and it makes the most amazing start to any dish without any mincing involved. So it makes the whole garlic thing easy. And we eat garlic just about every day, every dinner in this household.
What did you have for breakfast today?
What did we have for breakfast today? Oatmeal. We had oatmeal today. So actually, I do have a recipe coming tomorrow, I think, or the next day, which will be, I guess, next week.
Yeah.
And it's blended oats. So if you've ever made overnight oats, but you don't like the consistency, we took overnight oats and actually blended them. So it's like an oat pudding. It's so good. And you can make them in chocolate flavor, berry flavor, or just plain. I'm like obsessed with this. This is like the best thing ever.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you remember or not, but on the podcast, we talked about how we were kind of obsessed with chocolate.
Yes.
That sounds divine.
It's like a chocolate pudding, but with oats. It's so good.
So if you're not putting chocolate on your oatmeal, what's your favorite thing to top your breakfast oatmeal bowl with?
I love berries. So raspberries are my favorite berry on earth. Blueberries are great as well. And whenever I'm making like overnight oats or stovetop oat, I actually love the taste of ground flaxseed, which happens to be so good for you, for your omegas. And I add that to just about every oat bowl that I'm having.
So you just mentioned berries and how you like having, fresh berries on your oatmeal. I can't stand buying fresh blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, because they go bad so fast. And you have a trick for cleaning berries so they last for weeks. Please share.
Yes. So if you rinse berries or soak them, first you're going to rinse and then soak them in water and vinegar. It cleans them like none other. And then you're just going to store them in a container flat with either a clean cloth or a paper towel, which absorbs the moisture, and they'll literally stay fresh for weeks. Either that, or I always say to people that are struggling with either the affordability of fresh food or trying to keep on top of eating things, frozen fruits and vegetables, even better if they're organic, are an amazing nutrient-dense way to get fruits and veggies in your diet. And often what we find, especially when you live somewhere like Ontario, where shipments of food are coming from faraway places, is that food that has been frozen is actually frozen right after harvest. So oftentimes it will be just as nutrient dense, if not more nutrient dense, than the fresh vegetables or fruit that you're buying from the store. So we encourage people to either freeze their stuff or buy frozen if they're feeling like they're not able to keep ahead of it.
Yeah. I'm going to be doing that. Water and vinegar.
Yes, water and vinegar. It's the greatest trick.
Well, I'm going to shut it down here. I want to thank you so much for the the sunshine scramble, for that huge monster salad with that tahini dressing. I want to thank your wonderful sister, Jackie, for the camera work.
She nailed it.
Jackie, all the best with Rio. Carleigh, please, all my best to your mother and your father and your fiance this weekend at is it a half Ironman?
Half Ironman, not the full yet.
Half Ironman. Make sure he paces himself and he's good on his nutrition. He doesn't want to bum.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Rip, you're the best, and I'm just so honored to be a part of this. And everybody have an amazing day. Stay plant strong. This was the best.
Woo! All right. Give me a fist bump. Yeah. Dr. Monica Aggarwal, welcome to PlantStock 2022. Incredible.
Wow. I know. Crazy. So great to be here. Thank you, Rib, for having me.
Oh, yeah. The 11th annual, and it wouldn't be the same without you.
Oh.
So for those that that don't know, Monica was on episode number 67 of the Plant Strong podcast, and we had a very delicious conversation all about inflammation and your book, Body on Fire, how inflammation triggers chronic illness and the tools that we have to fight it. For people that are not aware, will you please let people know a little bit about your career? Because you were, and maybe you can tell us what you're doing now, but you were a preventative cardiologist, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I like to consider myself like an onion, because all these like layers are, and I feel like I'm starting to figure out who I am in the inside. Maybe I haven't all, it's very interesting. I think that sometimes you think at least maybe a lot of doctors think that when you start out this process, from the time you start college, you're going to go to medical school, then you're going to go to residency, and it's going to all sort of make itself, it's just going to follow this path. And it's so interesting because when you talk to people who've sort of gone, 20 years out, they'll say, don't predict, try to plan your future because it's never going to come out the way you want it to. And I was like, but I have a plan, because I'm such an OCD kind of compulsive person. I always thought, well, I have a plan, like it's just going to work that way. And, the laugh is always on you last. And the way I am and where I am in my life now is completely different than I thought that I would be, 20 years ago, and all the sweeter for it. So maybe that's a lesson that I've actually been telling my kids more and more lately, that sometimes maybe you don't need to know what the whole staircase looks like. You just need to know what the first step looks like, right? Yeah. That's an old Martin Luther King saying, so just have faith in the first step. So what do I do? So I am a preventive cardiologist. So I am board certified in 4 specialties of cardiology. That's a little embarrassing because that means I went to school for a really long time, and I'm not 100% sure what I do with all of it. I'm just joking. So I basically take care of patients who have advanced heart disease. So if you had bypass surgery and you were told that you have advanced disease and you're young and you want to find an alternate way to heal your body, or somebody said to you that you needed stents or you needed a bypass surgery, and people don't want to go through that, or they want to know, or is that the best option, or are there other options out there? Is there a lifestyle based approach? Are there medications? So people often come to me for that. I also see patients who have really bad or advanced lipids, bad lipids, or that's cholesterol, another word for cholesterol. And I see patients who have a lot of sort of, my dad died of a heart attack at 45. What is my risk? So that's the classic patient that I see. And I still do that. That's always going to be that sort of the spin in the spindle in the middle that continues to, that I do, see patients. I do research in that space as well. So I specifically look at, on my hat that I wear for the University of Florida, I do research where I focus on understanding the role of nutrition in chronic illness. So for instance, I'm just finishing up a story on a research study on olive oil, where I put patients who have risk factors for heart disease. I put them on 100% plant-based diet, and I randomized them to high olive oil, like in a Mediterranean diet study, and then to a low olive oil, the same people, and then I crossed them over. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing the data from that. Because
Wow,
yeah.
That sounds really exciting. And Essie will be first in line to see the data from that one.
Yeah, I know Essie will be. So the reason I did that study, and it's a small study, so it'll only be there to sort of become the basis for a larger study. But I think that the big question that continues to become the source of argument about many things in terms of plant-based nutrition is oil. So if you remember that in the Mediterranean diet, Mediterranean diet is a plant-based diet, but adds in so the foundation of the Mediterranean diet is plant-based. But then on top of that, you have, some of these animal products like fish, and there's a lot of olive oil. And a lot of the Mediterranean diet data has shown that there's a reduction in all-cause mortality or total event rates. Different studies have shown different things. And so the Mediterranean diet, people say, well, gosh, it's a Mediterranean diet all the way. That's how you should be eating. Eat olive oil, eat olive oil. But then there's the whole plant-based team that says, well, actually, 30% fat in the Mediterranean diet, but, there's only about 10% fat in a plant-based diet. Do you think that maybe that the Mediterranean diet is just better than the standard American diet? Or is it that the Mediterranean diet is actually good for you, or is it just better than the standard diet, right? And then could the plant-based diet just be so much better because it's so much less fat? So I really wanted to kind of put that question into, I wanted to throw it out there and say, okay, well, what if I put everybody on 100% plant-based diet? So I've taken out the fat question and sort of said, we're just going to, we know that the optimal diet is plant-based, whether, you could argue and a debate for another day, whether you add a little bit of animal product or not is not of interest to me. We know that a plant-based diet is the optimal diet. So I sort of took out the question about that and sort of made it 100% plant-based and just played with the oil because I wanted to see what would happen. So to be continued on that.
Yeah.
So that's fun. So I do that. I do research. I see patients clinically. I have a telemedicine practice. So I got a lot of people interested in a nutrition and lifestyle approach that weren't living in Florida. And as a doctor, that's really tricky because we're not really technically allowed to see patients outside of our state unless we're licensed in that state. During COVID, there was some flexibility, but I decided to license myself in multiple states so that I could help do more coaching and nutritional lifestyle education and help people with their heart disease in different states, especially since there's so many places where patients are not offered an alternate approach. And I think that that's what's really tricky about cardiology and such a serious and important problem like heart disease is that if you're only provided one option, then what can you do but take that option? And sometimes there is only one option for patients, but more than there are more than one option of ways that you can heal or treat heart disease. And it makes me sad to see that there's so many patients in many states that really are only offered one option. And that option is usually stenting, bypass surgery, and procedures are not the optimal choice. And there's data that shows that, but there's so many physicians and cardiologists for many different reasons who only can see that approach, which is go in, cath, stent, or go in, cath, bypass. And unfortunately, that's the reality and it shouldn't be. Yeah. So that's the second hat.
Yeah. So that's kind of the surgical whack-a-mole.
It is, it's that we have a saying in medicine, if you have a hammer, I mean, if you're a surgeon, you always want to do surgery, right? If you have a hammer, you always want to hit the nail. And so it's very hard as a surgeon or as an interventionalist or a proceduralist to walk away from abnormal lesions. And that's a problem and a weakness in us and not, it's actually a really big problem.
Now, Monica, I know you also told me that you're also like the medical director of a farm, which sounds so down to earth.
That's funny.
Yeah, very pun intended. But
pun intended.
Like, what does that mean? You're a medical director of the farm. You taking care of the animals or the humans or the soil? Right. What are you doing?
Yeah, so a little of everything. So I'm the medical director of a farm that's a nonprofit farm in Orlando called Four Roots. And our goal and mission is to provide healthy food to communities in Orlando and then beyond. And it's a piece of property that was donated by a generous organization here in Orlando called the Dr. Phillips Center. And it's 18 acres in the middle of downtown. And what's neat about it is it's right next to sort of low socioeconomic areas, but also next to these really high socioeconomic areas. So it's really this interesting location. But we're really focused in the farm is to work on food quality. So I think we want people to eat more plants. That's definite. But then on top of that, we really want people to focus on improving their microbial diversity. So what that means is improving their gut flora. And that comes from eating multiple different plants. But what if, there's another sort of step with that, which is the way food is created. And so unfortunately, what people don't know is that much of the soil in the United States now, for instance, is not actually soil, it's just dirt. And what that means is, and that distinction is interesting because we don't actually have a lot of microbes in our dirt. but where soil is healthy, which has lots of bugs in it. And remember, the bugs are good because if you have healthy bugs in your soil, then you have healthy plants. And if you have healthy plants, and when you eat those plants, then they're healthy and they're better for you. But unfortunately, there's so many issues where we actually make our food quality is really poor. Most or over 50% of the food that we eat in America is actually coming not from your state, not coming from your state, and often it's not even coming from your country. So it's not even coming from America. So we're really focused on improving food quality, making more local food quality. So we want to teach farmers how to grow healthy foods. We're doing research to understand how to improve food quality. And that has to do with, and that's sort of a whole conversation about phytonutrients that I won't jibber jabber along about, but we're talking about food quality and sort of manipulating the environment that the food is grown in, and then to maximize the phytonutrient, so the plant nutrient. So then consider, say if you have prostate cancer or high blood pressure, and you know that patients who have high blood pressure or prostate, they need to eat more lycopene. Well, lycopene is found in a tomato. What if you were able to manipulate the food environment by changing the stressors, regenerative soil, the amount of water, hydroponic versus aquaponic, the different method that you grow it, that you're able to show that you could maximize the plant quality in that plant? And what if you were then able to show that the amount of lycopene that you grow in that tomato is actually higher, and that if people eat that, then they can decrease their inflammatory markers or decrease their prostate specific antigen. So it's that whole spectrum of trying to understand how to improve food quality. What does it mean? How do you standardize food quality? How do you then get it to patients? Does it matter if they eat a higher food quality food? Does it become more bioavailable? Meaning, can we actually use that higher food quality? And then can we then affect chronic illness? So it's that whole spectrum we're working on the farm.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for getting us caught up to speed with all that.
That was a lot. You can edit as much as you need of that.
No. So I want to get back to the basics for a second, because you're all about, I think in America, we have all these bodies that are on fire. We're inflamed, and this is contributing to chronic Western disease. But my question to you is, what is inflammation, and how does the standard American diet promote inflammation in us? Because, for example, I'll just throw out something. We know, like from the PDA study, which is the pathobiological determinants of atherosclerosis in the young, that children that unfortunately have died in automobile accidents and whatnot, they're showing fatty lesions in their arteries as early as age, 2, 3, 4, right? We were starting to lay down these the foundation for heart disease. So what is inflammation, and what are the foods that promote it?
So going back to the kids. So first, when you think about kids, and part of heart disease is genetic. There is this component that is always genetic. So in other words, if your parents had heart disease at a young age, then you're at higher risk. That is true. You can't change your parents, but you can change the lifestyle around it. So there's this great study that was done by Amit Khera, Khera, in the New England Journal of Medicine, 2016. And what he was able to show in that study was a comparison of genetics versus lifestyle. So, and what he was able to show was, so if the x-axis was your risk factors, and if the y-axis was calcium in the heart, so plaque in the heart, which we measure by checking something called a calcium score. And what he was able to do was he was able to show that when people who had a low genetic risk, in other words, their parents lived till they were 450, and they had a healthy lifestyle, when they had a calcium score of about 15. But then if that same group of people had a good genetic or low genetic risk, and then they had an unhealthy lifestyle, they would double their risk. So in other words, their calcium score would be up to 30. So that's really important to see. And similarly, if people had a high genetic risk, meaning their father had a heart attack at 45 and they're worried about their risk, does that mean that they are doomed to have a heart attack at 45 as well? Well, in Khera's study, he was able to show that if you have a favorable lifestyle versus unfavorable lifestyle and that high genetic risk, if you have an unfavorable lifestyle, then your calcium score would be like 64. Whereas if you had a high genetic risk and a favorable lifestyle, you could reduce your risk by 50%, meaning that your number would not be 64, it would be closer to 32. So just to sort of stay first and foremost, yes, that genetics plays a role in building heart disease and heart disease risk factors, but that lifestyle absolutely 100% can make an impact on top of genetic risk in terms of decreasing your risk of heart disease.
But I feel like genes are maybe, yes, it's the foundation, but if we have a society where it seems like everyone in America has heart disease, it's just a matter of, to what degree, that there's something that's ubiquitous in the water. And in this case, I think it's the food. So my question to you is, what are the foods that are like delivering this inflammation and doing this to us?
So lots of things. So inflammation, as you pointed out, and use the word body on fire. That's why we called the book that we wrote Body on Fire, because I always like to describe to people that inflammation is your body's mad at you. It's what you're doing to your body to make it mad and irritated. And it's typically an imbalance between the supply, the things you have in your body, your resources, and the demands on your body. Well, we're not going to talk about the significant demands like poor sleep, lack of activity, high levels of stress, which are all demands on your body. But one of the biggest demands on your body is what you put in your body. And so the foods that we eat are a significant source of demand and stress on our body, and then are a direct cause of inflammation. So what are those foods? Well, those foods are things like processed foods. Processed foods is a huge negative. You should not eat foods that are instant, refined, or processed. If you don't know what the ingredients are in the food, do not eat them, because that's not food. The second thing that I always tell people, and not necessarily in any order, is that you should cut out animal products. Which animal products? Preferably all of them. What should you start with? Absolutely, first and foremost, you should cut out all red meat, first and foremost. But I really want everybody to cut out all their red meat for many reasons, because like if you look at red meat, for instance, it's loaded in saturated fat. Saturated fat triggers your LDL, or the bad cholesterol, to go up. Saturated fat is atherogenic, so it creates plaque. All of these animal products are loaded in sodium, which makes your blood pressure go up. The eating of all of these animal products that are high in phosphatidylcholine will actually create this metabolite in your gut called TMAO, which has been associated with higher rates of heart disease. So we need to cut out all processed foods, all animal products, and we need to add back, and we got to cut out all our simple sugars. And that's another big one that people don't realize, is that simple sugars are arguably as bad, if not worse, than even our saturated fat intake. So cutting out those simple sugars is very important. And we need to add back in foods that are natural, that are whole. We've forgotten in America what food is, because we've gone to the society since the 1970s, really shifted towards a society of fast foods. Women went back to work, which I'm all a supporter of course. But what happened is that the food became not sort of a whole day production. It was like, how could we make food quick? How could we get food to our families quick? And as a mother of 3 kids, I get that. But we can't lose food quality in the process. And that's what's happened. Everything's instant. Everything's from the freezer. We've forgotten what whole foods are. And whole foods like fruits and vegetables, whole grains, beans, nuts and seeds, these are the foods that are very anti-inflammatory, very high in fiber, very anti-atherogenic, meaning they won't cause plaque, and are in the food, and anti-inflammatory. These are the foods we should be eating.
Yes, beautiful. And you went from being a doctor to a patient yourself when your body caught on fire. And I think that was kind of your wake-up call to make a pivot in your life. So can you tell us just a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So again, the path that you think you're going to have isn't always necessarily the path that you do. And makes it bumpy, but all the sweeter, I guess, when you rise. So I think when about 11 years ago, after I had my 3rd child, I developed migratory joint pain, and I was diagnosed with a advanced form of rheumatoid arthritis. I was told that I had an incurable illness and I would be on medications for the rest of my life. I remember so many small moments, or moments of feeling small rather, where you sit in this big wheelchair and they tell you there's nothing they can do for you, or you just have to get used to your illness, or when they told me I had to stop nursing my kid after a week of my diagnosis, I had to stop nursing her. And these moments where people make you feel small and they make you feel like there's no hope. And that's one thing as a doctor I try never to do. So I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. I did everything they told me to do. I went on the medications. After a week of my diagnosis, I stopped nursing my kid and had to watch my baby be taken away from me so she wouldn't ask for milk. And I did it and I got better, but I had loads of side effects from the medicines. And when I asked for options, something I can do to heal my body outside of the medicines, I was told there's nothing I could do. So it really sent me on this path to say, you know what, there's got to be another way. There's just got to be a way, because if I'm able to activate my genes, so if genes are there and you have them your whole life, why did I activate after my third child? Well, people say, well, it's the hormonal changes after pregnancy, the high levels of stress on your body and the hormonal changes that activate the gene. But if that's the case, then is there a way to switch it off? So I went on this research to sort of understand genes versus epigenetics, right? And so that's sort of a hot term right now, is epigenetics, which is kind of the milieu around the gene, what activates the gene, what actually triggers that gene to become important. And so I spent a lot of time learning about the gut and about diet. That's when I first met Essie, and it changed everything. It changed my whole life, and it really made me start understanding that there's so much you can do with your lifestyle to heal your body. And I think that that's really what, if anything, people should take away from this. It's that, because, I think when you're sick, it's hard to sort of see clearly the options in front of you. And if you're only presented one option, then you're going to take it. Well, I did. I certainly did. I had one option and I took it, and I'm glad I did, because it helped me get better enough to think about other options. But I think that, we need to be better as physicians and as a community to teach ourselves about how to heal ourselves with natural methods. And it's not that medications are bad or that they should be shunned. It's just that they should be used after we've considered all the other really options that you can do by changing your lifestyle. Yeah.
So when you're on the podcast, you talked about how in the last chapter of Body on Fire, it's all about optimism, and you mentioned hope and optimism. And I'm a big fan of that as well. And you say that with every new patient you have, they fill out a survey. And the last question that you ask is, are you happy? And I'd love for you to share with everyone what most people's answer is, and then what your recommendation or your advice is for them.
Sure. So that's exactly right. And good memory, Rip. My last question on my survey is, are you happy with your life right now? Are you happy? And sadly, almost 9 out of 10 people tell me they are not happy. Most people say they're unhappy, and the follow-up question is, what are the things that they're unhappy about? And most people say things, and there's a lot of sadness sometimes, but I think sometimes in the sadness, you have to go through you have to sort of unfold all the sadness to appreciate how you can rise from it. And some people, I have them look in the mirror when they come in the clinic, and they won't want to look at themselves because they're so disgusted with themselves. So some people will say they don't like the way they look. They just hate the way they feel. So many people are so unhappy with their bodies when they come and see me. And I think that that's really sad. So one of the things that I try to teach in my clinic is self-love. You need to sort of learn to love yourself, and also to appreciate and be thankful for the good things in your life. So sometimes my daughter comes to me and she says, "Mama, you love my other daughter more. You take care of her more. And, you know, I have these young kids, and so they love to say that. And I say, okay, yeah, you're right. I love them more. Right. And then I'll say, well, that makes sense, right? That makes sense that I love them more. And then she starts laughing, and there's giggles, right? And so, you know, we forget, like, we're all sort of looking for to love, and we forget the things that give us joy, and the things that we should be happy about. And so what we do when that younger daughter comes to me, I say, okay, let's think about the good things in our life right now. And this is the same thing I do with my patients. What are the good things in our life? And a lot of times people pause, like patients, my daughter, they pause because they can't remember what's good in their life. Well, okay, well, what about the fact that your joints didn't hurt today, or that you slept really well, or that you looked at like the way your eyes looked, or the fact that you were able to go to work today and that you make a lot of money, or that you worked hard and you got an A on a test. I mean, these are all things that we should be appreciative of, and we've forgotten to appreciate those things. So I tell my patients, number one, to journal. And I ask all of my patients to write 3 things in their journal every single night that they're thankful for. And I always tell them it can't be a negative positive. I didn't do that bad today is a negative positive. It has to be a positive. And that's hard for people. But studies have shown that just sort of thinking about the good things in your life and being positive about your life and the things that you have absolutely impacts how you're going to do overall.
Yeah. Let's talk about some food, some recipes. And I want to start with your cookbook. Came out not too long ago, Body on Fire, Anti-Inflammatory Cookbook. Do you have it there? Can you hold it up?
I do. There
it is, looking gorgeous. Plant-based foods that fight disease. Yes. Speaking of which, am I correct in that you have 50 turmeric plants in your yard?
Well, I don't like to advertise that too much. No, I'm just kidding. I know people think I'm a little bit crazy. Like, I'm not the crazy cat lady. I'm the crazy turmeric lady. So I really do have about that many. I'm a compulsive turmeric grower. I do have the benefit of living in Florida, where people ask me all the time, how do you grow turmeric? Well, you really do need over 80 degrees to grow a turmeric plant. So you can grow in the north, you can grow them in a greenhouse. Absolutely. So yes, I grow loads of turmeric because I always call that my gold because it's a potent anti-inflammatory spice. I also tell people, please eat it with caution, because if you start adding it in as a pill form, then you can create abnormal liver enzymes, and you can cause gallstones. So there's always a point that there's too much. And that's important to note, is that if you eat it in your food, you're not going to eat too much because it's very bitter, and you get to a point where your body will tell you it's too much. Yeah. And so, but if you take it as a pill, that you've missed that sort of regulation component. So you got to eat the food. So yes, so Body on Fire cookbook came out. It was a response to people saying that Body on Fire, the book, well, where are the recipes, or like, how do I get started? Which was interesting, because I thought that, and this is my mistake, is that I thought I'd provided people in the first book the tools to sort of changing people's lives. But then I missed the point that people wanted day 1, do this, day 2, do this. And that's what we did with the cookbook. So at the beginning, there's like the 6 weeks starting, like, do this on the first couple of weeks. This is how I want you to eat. This is what I want you to do for walking. This is what I want you to focus on. And then after the 6 weeks, we expanded open a little bit more, because I do believe that you have to be very restrictive at the beginning, because in order to sort of calm the inflammation. And I'm a huge believer that if you still have some level of inflammation in your body, then it's going to be very hard to heal it. Like, you have to first, by cutting the inflammation, and then you can think about flexibility. Whereas people who want this sort of loose regimen early on, but they'll never calm their inflammation. Yeah. Like, you have to calm the inflammation first.
That's really interesting. And the analogy that I'll make is, as a firefighter, yes, we used to try and put all the flames out, but you always have these little spot fires that could ignite and start the whole thing over again. And it usually would take literally like a 24-hour watch of firefighters putting out all these little hot spots before the fire is completely out. Sounds very, very similar
Perfect analogy. I'm gonna remember that and remind people of that, because I really like that analogy and it helps people understand, because I do feel like a lot of people are looking for the middle, and there's no shame in looking for the middle. We're all, want to make things easier for ourselves, but sometimes things have to be a little bit hard. And if you don't calm that inflammation, it's almost like, just like you point out, it's like the fires constantly get started. And I like your analogy, because I can even visualize all of these little embers kind of building up little small fires all over, and you just can't get them all right at the same time. So it's super important.
I want you to share with us a recipe or two from your cookbook that really helps fight inflammation and that you're fond of.
Sure. So one of the things, so we did a nice big section on salads, because I'm a big salad believer, but people think that salad is like just put some greens together in a salad and that's a salad. But yes, that's true. But sort of having some creativity on a salad is really important, because I think that everybody should eat a salad every single day. And that seems almost too little to me. Like, you should be having fruits and vegetables throughout your day, but I always tell people to eat a salad bigger than your head. So that's sort of always, people are like, that's the Aggarwal salad. I remember, bigger than my head. And so we put a big section on how to prepare salads, and we did a load of kale. We did a corn, red pepper, avocado salad, which I love. We did a black bean and corn salad. We also did a kale Caesar salad, and that I really like, because I love kale. I think that kale should be, like literally added to the water, so to speak. I think you should eat so much kale. I mean, it's just not to say that you should only eat kale, because remember, we want to promote microbial diversity. But I just love kale because it's loaded in calcium and so many nutrients and high amounts of fiber and so much potassium and vitamin A. I mean, there's like nothing bad in kale.
Yeah.
So what my favorite thing must be the tofu Caesar dressing that we make. And I like that a lot. And it's in the cookbook, because it's a no oil salad dressing. And so that is a concept that is hard for people. Like, how can you not have an oil in dressing? And I know you, Rip, and Jane and Essie, I mean, you guys are all very pro and savvy with no oil dressings, but I think most of the community is not. And right. I'm doing this chef certification right now, and they talk about how you need to add the fat and the acid and the salt to make these marinades. And so this is what I'm learning in my chef certification. But the fat is typically, people say, well, that's why we add olive oil, right? But people don't realize that it's not that you need to add an oil. You just have to add a little bit of fat. And the fat in these recipes can come from silken tofu. It can come from avocado. And that's something that people don't realize, is that when you have to add a fat sometimes to a marinade, there's so many plant-based choices like avocado and tofu. So that's one of my favorites, is the vegan salad dressing that's with silken tofu. There's loads of hummus recipes, because I'm addicted to the chickpea. I can tell you that all of these are very anti-inflammatory. I think that people need to remember that anti-inflammatory is so many things. It's not just adding back in foods that are anti-inflammatory, but it's taking out the things that are inflammatory, right? So it's that balance. And just like that fire analogy, is that you got to take out the bad wood or the very dry wood first, if you want to use that, before right. You can, because more fires will continue to start. So you got to take out the bad, dirty wood or dried wood. I'm sorry if I messed that up. The dried woods, and then you can put out the fires better with these anti-inflammatory foods.
No, that's perfect. You tell your patients, if I'm correct, if I remember our interview correctly, that you want them to pea green. Is it pea green or poo green?
I tell them the poo green. I said, don't be afraid if you're, it's like when your kid, I remember my kid once ate too many blueberries and he had blue poop. And that's like, we were like, yes, that means that we want them to, that have eaten so many blueberries. So, we're not really looking for blue poo or green poo, but it's okay. We want people to eat so much fiber and so many greens that they poo green. Again, not literally, but kind of. Yeah.
Well, and I know at our immersion programs where we're serving, leafy greens, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, people are like, wow, I'm pooping green. And like, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
You know, and I always tell people, just lean into it and make a lot of jokes about, you know, laugh about the farting and laugh about the bloating, and that you're not 100% sure if that was a fart, you know, because like you just got to laugh about it, because the first couple of weeks when you're changing your flora of your gut and you're not used to all that fiber, your body will be confused. But that's okay. That confusion is good for you, because that's just a reminder to you that your gut is changing, and the flora will change when you start adding in all that fiber, and the bugs will change. And then they'll be like, oh God, this is great. This is what I love, because your gut bugs love fiber.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's a transition that takes place. So speaking of transitions, we're transitioning out. I want to ask you this. Have you transitioned back to hugging your patients? Because I know you used to love to hug your patients, and during COVID, you didn't get that opportunity. You had to do the virtual hug. So has that happened yet again?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know, I'm such a touchy person, that as I always ask though, before I give anybody a hug. It's just, you know, the world has changed, but everybody, I will tell you, almost, I don't think in the year that I've been in Orlando, or so in the last year, I would say that I'm back to my old ways. And I always ask if people are comfortable with me giving them a hug. And maybe one time in the last year, somebody said, you know, I'm a little bit worried about COVID. No, thank you. Everyone else is like, yes, please, you know, because I think we're all looking for connection and love. And if COVID has taught us anything, is that social connection is so, so important. And, you know, the mental health rates among children, the obesity rates in kids, the type 2 diabetes rates, the depression rates, the suicide rates in COVID, you know, everything has risen. And if anything we should have learned is that we are humans, we are social creatures. We need love and joy, and we need touch, and we need each other.
Yeah. I get a hug.
I love it.
So if people want to get in touch with you for a telemedicine appointment or something like that, how can they do that?
So just drmonicaagarwal.com is the best way to reach out and connect in any way. So all the telemedicine options are available on there as well.
Got it. Monica, thank you so much for joining us for PlantStock, the 11th annual. We really appreciate everything you're doing, and love the fact that you're wearing so many wonderful hats and just kind of spinning out of control. We love it.
Yeah. I love it too. I always love seeing you. The worst part of not being in person is that we're not dancing. The music's not on, all the good stuff that comes from that joy. And so you're going to have to make sure you put lots of music in this video.
We will. All right. Bye-bye.
Great to see you.
And we are back. Did you like that dance break slide there? How about Ann and Essie kicking it? Jane. Woo! All right.
Love my yellow dress.
I loved your yellow dress too. When did you get that? All right.
1910.
I hope you guys love the label reading. That's going to be so important when you go grocery shopping. Isn't Carleigh just an absolute dream? Monica Aggarwal, so fantastic. And next up, we got Ann and Jane doing a couple more demos. But before we do that, I want to do a little stretch break with you. So why don't we all stretch? I was informed when I was just raising my arms up that I've got a hole. There it is. Oh my gosh, look at that. Isn't that embarrassing? And I'm also pitting out a little bit. But anyway, let's stretch, all right? So let's raise our hands and let's stretch to the right. There we go. Yeah. And I love it. Jane, I don't see you anywhere.
You told me over here.
All right, and to the left. Look at me, my belly's showing. I got armpit hair. God, this is really attractive. All right, there we go. Whoa. Now, right shoulder across the chest. Oh man, that feels really nice. There we go. Let's hold it for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's go to the left side. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we're just going to do some circles, okay? So, like so. Nice and, look at that. Nice and tight. I got to hold this right. There we go. Keep it up. Now let's go in reverse, backwards. Ann and Jane, thank you. All right. Now let's get a little bit bigger and go forward. A little bigger. We'll do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and backwards. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and now we're flapping. We're flapping like Rio, the parrot, all right? Flapping. PlantYou! PlantYou! Keep going. Now, did you guys, I don't know if you saw it or not, but I posted it on Instagram. Ann and Jane were running this morning with tires behind them. It's a great little invention that Brian Hart came up with. And they were wearing the same outfits as when they were dragging the tire this morning. Is that correct, Jane?
Well, it's just underneath.
Yes.
Well,
Base
yes.
layers, yes.
Okay, my arm is now starting to wear out,
Oh,
so I'm going
well,
to switch. There we go. Woo! All right, now let's see. Ann, Jane, what's another nice little stretch we can do to our upper bodies?
How about doing some giveaways?
Oh, giveaways. Okay, we'll do some giveaways here. These are giveaways of the PlantStrong food line. Very proud of these little specimens here. We have our chilies and stews. These are one meal wonders. You literally, can you hold this? You literally just have to bring the flaps up like so. And then, if you can see that, there's a perforated line here in the top. And you just bend it, tear it, put it in the microwavable bowl, and it's ready in a minute and a half. If you're freaked out for whatever reason because of the microwave, you can put it in a stovetop dish, and it's ready in about 2 minutes. So these are fantastic. I would love putting these over rice, over a bed of green leafies for a quick lunch or a quick dinner. We have our Thai carrot chickpea stew. We have our firehouse chili that's very iconic. We have a white creamy bean chili, and we have our khichdi, or our Indian lentil stew. They're all fabulous. And so I am going to draw a name. We drew this earlier. Here it is. This is for the 4-pack of the chilies and stews, and it is Dan Beard, B-Y-R-D. Dan Beard, there you are.
Beard Award.
Dan, all
Isn't that
right.
the big restaurant could say?
Oh. Oh, there. There, you got it? There you go. All right, Dan. Now, we have our guilt-free granolas. No added oil, no added sugars. We have our classic oatmeal raisin cookie. We have our all-American apple pie. We have our tahini chocolate chip cookie. And we have our crisp mixed berry crumble. I find these are fantastic. A little bit on top of the Rips Big Bowl cereal, a little bit on top of your oatmeal, and it just gives it a nice little added crunch and a little bit a great kick of taste. So these are fantastic as well. Let me see who we drew earlier, and it is Linda Leamer. Linda Leamer. You got that right there? There it is, Linda Leamer. Congratulations to Dan and to Linda. And I want you all to know that this weekend, I believe it's this weekend, right, Lori? We are giving everybody $15 off when you order, I believe it's $100 or more. But anyway, hope you take advantage of that great opportunity. So at this point, I am going to bring up Brian Hart. You remember Brian from last night with the Esselstyn Foundation. Brian, come here. So tell me, my man, and that COVID's gone, right? Don't come here. Put your arm around me. I feel, there you go. So here, give me your hand, and you're going to take the mic and let us know how it's going.
All right. So we are so excited. We are halfway in our campaign. You have raised $25,000 for us already. It's incredible. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are trying to get to 50K by the end of the weekend. So if you can, please, please, please give. John will drop this into the chat box, but you can text the word GIVE to 216-208-6641. You can go to our website. There'll be a link in the chat. Please, please, please give to the Esselstyn Foundation. Let's make sure that... it's the general campaign. People have been asking that in the chat. It's just general campaign. Just give to the general campaign. We are trying to raise another $25,000 by the end of the month, and I would love it if we could actually make up most of that during this weekend. $5, $10, $20. The most common gift we get is probably $25. So again, this is to the Esselstyn Foundation. We're a 501c3 public charity. We do plant-based programming free of charge. We give it away to partnering nonprofits around the country and the world, for that matter. And it is just so exciting that we've made up this much money already. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you haven't given, please consider a gift. Of course, it's completely tax deductible because we are a 501c3. So check in the chat box for information about how to give. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, with that, I am going to turn it over to Jane and Ann. Let's get cooking at the knob.
Hooray! Are we on, Wade and Josh? You're good. We're good? Okay. We have 3 recipes, but actually 4 because the cake has a frosting. So we're going to go ping pong, ping pong. We're going to go corn gazpacho, spice box cake, and then we're going to go... Hi. And then after the...
Where's the book? Go ahead.
After the spice box cake, we're going to go back to my mom for these great potatoes and then to frosting. Ready, go.
All from this book. Be a plant-based woman warrior.
Live fierce.
Stay bold.
Eat delicious.
All right. Corn gazpacho. I got this recipe from Elizabeth Thornton, a long, long time, lifelong friend, sort of was a barter. And this right here, look, I mean, I'm so pleased with this. Here are the ingredients for this corn gazpacho.
They couldn't be better.
I mean, it's amazing. And what's so cool, the only thing you have to do is get the yellow pepper and the yellow tomato. And then all you do is chop them up, and I happen to...
corn?
Oh yes, Jane, here. You have a bowl. And we can start with cutting the corn off and take a bowl and just cut this corn off like this, thick, and get that done. And I tell you, it is just such a, I don't know, something satisfying about doing this. And then once you let Jane do 2 of them, and then once you've got all 3 corns, and you can use frozen sweet. And if you don't use sweet, don't even bother to do this. If the corn isn't sweet, forget it. So I took about half of an English cucumber or half of any kind of cucumber, and just chop it up big and thick and put it in here. And actually, then I'm going to take half of a sweet onion and just chop it up like a little, just to give it a head start in here.
Cuisinart does a
And
good job.
then,
Or it's food
here is this
processor.
nice yellow tomato, and I'm just going to chop it up nice and big chunks, put it in here. I mean, really. And I tell you, this is so
So these
good.
ears of corn are pre-cooked, right, Mommy?
Yes, the
You-
corn.
you cooked them?
The corn was cooked. I got 12 ears of corn, and we have devoured it all. And then all of this just roughly chopped.
Okay,
Stick it all in.
here are my 2 ears.
Holy crow, Jane! We
It may
need
not
the,
fit.
the bigger. We may need the bigger.
This is smaller. We'll give
All
it a
right.
head start. We'll give it a head
Give
start.
it a head start.
This Cuisinart is smaller than the one that we have at home.
We have a bigger one. And here, this is a jalapeno, and you can either use red pepper or the part of the jalapeno, and do it to taste. Should we put some corn in?
Let's just go for it. All right, this Cuisinart is a little bit above the do not fill line. So-
Oh, my favorite thing is to eat that. And you can just do this until it looks good. If you like it runnier, then
And gazpacho is a cold soup for some of our kids didn't know what Ann was doing, and a gazpacho is a cold soup. Usually, the base is tomato, but here it goes. That is the easiest thing on earth, and it is so good, flavorful. I think that the jalapeno.
I want to lick my hands actually, but I won't.
You've got some
Then-
more in here. Where's your tovolo? Your tool of choice.
Okay, now it would taste a little. You want to do that, please?
How much? Fee, fi, fo, fum. How much do we do?
Half a teaspoon.
That's
Good.
probably half a teaspoon.
All right, and then this is what kind of makes it right. In the recipe, in the book, it says red wine vinegar. And I realized later, when I used just a cheap red wine vinegar, that it was too dominating. And so I have, instead, there is a really good Gardenia's, anyway, can you read that instructions? This is a red wine vinegar that's really good.
Cardenas.
And I like it.
Car-
But I
this is-
also really like.
I don't know
to
what
use-
instructions are on a vinegar bottle, so I don't know what do you want
Can't
me to read?
anything. I like balsamic vinegar in here, and so I am going to put in a tablespoon or 2 or more, depending, and really try it to your taste. But I like the balsamic vinegar, I've decided, better than the rice wine, although this good rice wine is
The
good.
recipe we gave you guys has rice wine vinegar, and it works beautifully. She just will always, her true north is balsamic vinegar. So there you go. Look at that, yummy. All right, I'm going to
Now,
help.
wait. I want to show you something, even so that it's
I will
so
wait.
gorgeous.
I will wait.
So just wait. So here, I'm going to put a little in here, and then
What's that?
chives, chopped chives, and then on top of that, I just
A little
Rip-
nod to
Rip was in
gazpacho.
such a hurry this morning, and I ran into the garden to get.
Let's go, Amy. I've got.
I want the right one, but I didn't. And like a little tomato. And isn't
That is gorgeous.
beautiful?
That is gorgeous. So corn gazpacho with fresh chives and cherry tomatoes. I think I want to eat that before we proceed. But the next thing we're going to go with, we're going to jump oddly to dessert, only because she needs to clean up that zone while I do this one. And this is called a spice box cake. Growing up, we used to love these little like ice box little cakes we'd get here and there. And we just use a cup and a half of flour. You can, we prefer to use oat flour sometimes. If you have whole wheat flour, great, or whatever combination you like if you prefer a gluten-free approach. And then there's a whole bunch of spices. And I'm taking my mom's vinegar-filled spoons here to figure this all out. Okay, so we're going to put in a teaspoon of the stuff that we kind of are okay with. And that's the cinnamon. Like, you can take a lot of cinnamon. And this is buffalo ginger. And it's my burlap and barrel. And Carl, maybe you can send John the burlap and barrel link. Burlap and barrel is this amazing spice company that gets these single source spices. And this buffalo ginger, they take this ginger from Vietnam and they grind it down with the skin on it, which I think is so cool. Extra fiber. All right. And speaking of burlap and barrel, this is a cloud forest cardamom. And this, you can still see like the plant. Can you look in there, Josh? See, like you can see like the bark and the skin. It's just so rough. I love it. So there's cardamom in here. There's allspice. This allspice container has been with me since 1902. It doesn't have a .com, doesn't have a phone number. This thing is so like predates humanity. I know we should get fresh spices like these, but sometimes you just, I mean, here is a gallon of cloves. I'm going to be working my way through this thing forever. So get some cloves in there, allspice, cinnamon, ginger, and nutmeg. Spice cake, whatever spices you like. There's probably other things in there that I haven't used that you love. Okay, we're going to use those. And then we're going to put in a teaspoon of baking powder and a teaspoon of baking soda. I think I have written down here different amounts, but I'm just going to do a teaspoon of each because I can't be stopped. And when I use oat flour, I find sometimes it's a little bit heavier when it's wet, so I like to give it a little extra lift. All right, I'm just going to stir these together a little bit. Get all these dry ingredients ready to go, and then we're going to add the wet ingredients. And the wet ingredients are the usual suspects. We have some applesauce, and we have a tablespoon of white vinegar. I suppose we could use any kind of vinegar, red wine vinegar, balsamic vinegar. Tablespoon of this, 2/3 cup of water, and 2/3 maple syrup. This is 1/3 cup, so I'm going to do it twice. 1 and 2. Oh my gosh, right to the end of the bottle. I love it when it works out perfectly like that. Ha ha. Okay. And we're going to get any little extra drops. Oh, that was a perfect kick in the goal for that bottle. So we have our flour, all these spices, 4 different spices, 2 different rising agents, and then the rising agents combined with that vinegar, and you can see it bubbling. See that bubbling, Josh? See that bubble action? That means that the rising agents are doing their thing. And then we have the sweetener of the maple syrup and the applesauce. I want to make sure I want to miss anything. Oh, vanilla. Did I get vanilla in there yet? I don't think so. 1 teaspoon of vanilla. I'm going to go with a cap of it here. Call that good. Oop, you got it. And I use this. This is a silicone pan. I love it. Nothing sticks to it. I don't have to think about anything. I don't have to think about parchment paper. Nothing. So this is all stirred up. And I love seeing the bubbles do their thing. Sometimes I forget to add the vinegar at the right time. And we have a video coming out of this. And I usually make one ahead of time because you're not going to wait for half an hour to film the finish. So you have to cook one ahead of time. And the first time I cooked this, it came out and it looked like a doormat. It was flat. There was not one little bit of airspace in there. It was rubbery. You could have stomped on it. It was so not a spice cake. It was spice doormat. Hello, welcome to our spicy home. So I made it again, and I waited a little longer, let the vinegar do its thing, do its action, and it got a little bigger. And then the last time we did it, I did it right, and it rose. So you guys have the right recipe. Okay, so in this goes, and we're going to cook this at 350 for a half an hour. And hopefully, we'll be here all day, so we'll give you a little shot of how well we did today as far as the rising agents and the timing. So in it all goes. We're going to pop it in the oven. All right, Anne, are you ready with your potatoes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to tip this to you, and if you double this, just have two 9x9 things ready to go. All right, Anne, you are up.
On. These are just amazing, I think. So I have started with
These, what's amazing?
what I'm making.
What do you call it?
What is it titled in the book?
Well, I want to ask you, what do you call it
Jane,
first?
don't ask me.
No, because you call it something else. Because we call it Anne's open-faced twice-baked potatoes. Because she called them twice-baked.
Twice-baked.
But our kids would come over and they would love these. They're like, oh, Anne made her open-faced potatoes. And I think they're so used to our open-faced sandwiches, they thought we had open-faced potatoes.
All right. The key thing is to start with Yukon Gold potatoes. The other, about a couple weeks ago, I made it with white potatoes, and it just wasn't so good. In fact, I noticed that 2 of our grandchildren didn't eat theirs, and I thought, what's going on? And it was the wrong potato. So I have cooked these until they're soft.
Set
And-
timer for 30 minutes.
They're sitting here and they're all flat. So I'm going to take them and on sideways so that when I cut them in half, they will lie flat like that. And Jane, I'm going to need you to help me take the insides out, but you're going to have a trouble holding these because they're hot.
I got an insulation pad.
Okay, thank you.
In here? I put them in here?
Yep.
Just scoop them out, the whole thing, destroy the skin or no?
Jane, if you destroy the skin, then you can't do it.
Okay, well, I didn't know what
So
you...
just carefully,
I need my marching orders.
carefully
Okay, there we go.
remove them from their skin, and then I will put them in here. And when there's a little something like you don't like on that end, just cut it off. And this can be a semi-skinned potato. All right?
Okay, I'm hollowing these out because these are where we're going to be the twice-baked, refilled, open-faced cha-cha.
All right. Now they're cooling off, so they're going to be pretty easy to do in a minute.
Okay.
Now, this is the thing that makes this unbelievably good, because I have here, and I wrap them in tin foil, and this is Japanese sweet potatoes. And the combination of the two is amazing, but what's so great about Japanese sweet potatoes is Japanese sweet potatoes are also, they look just the same as the Yukon Gold.
Oh, they're white on the inside.
They're white on the inside. And I find that the Japanese, these potatoes, need to cook a little longer. And you will find that these potatoes are dry. And I'm not having any luck this time.
Wait, a good thing that they're dry?
No, they're dry compared to the Yukon Gold. Doesn't matter, I mean, because we're gonna make them not dry. So,
Okay, so I'm almost done with I'm reaching all over the place. I know I'm violating your space nonstop.
no, I need to have you.
Okay.
So sometimes I try
Is it
and
important to
save-
have these be warm like this, to be hot when you do this?
I think you have to.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of moisture in all this heat. You're talking about things being dry.
I feel that I am usually very careful. This is one more,
Okay.
Jane, and sometimes I like to do extra. In fact, I did an extra just potato here, just in case I wanted to use it.
I do extra so I can always do my own little
Oh.
secret serving.
But I'm hoping I can preserve this skin. Yes, I can. This is a good one. So I can use this skin. See, this one is a little wetter. And this is a little more, it doesn't matter. You can have more of the Japanese than the others.
Yukon?
You can have any size. All right, now I'm simply going to take a fork or a potato masher and mash this up. Then I've got the 2 kinds of potatoes in here. Then I am going to add per potato, where's my tablespoon, Jane? Per potato, a tablespoon of nutritional yeast. This happens to be
How many did you have? Do you remember?
6, 7, yeah. So I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.
7. That's the way you count to 7.
And then this is the exciting thing. So look at, that's looking kind of dry. Well, this is the magic. This is the magic. In Here, hiding, is 1 large sweet onion and 6, can you see those? 6 cloves of garlic that have been cooking, and I am going to put them in the blender. Jane, can I use this blender?
No.
Okay, pick up my other blender. And I don't care if there's a little.
There's got some corn gazpacho.
Corn gazpacho
Because
in
we're
it.
making frosting in this one. I just don't want onions in a frosting.
I think corn gazpacho will be a good base for this.
I thought you were going to clean this one out.
Thank you.
You press go?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Hold on. We did what we all do sometimes. We have the blade higher than the food. Okay, let's solve this problem. There we go. Ooh, squishing it down in. How long do you want this to go on?
Just until it's mushed. That's good. Perfect. Now,
was a quick mush.
Now put this in here.
Where's your tovolo? I can't believe you don't have your tovolo.
Well, I do, but it's here. I don't know.
We need a tovolo. We need a tovolo. How do we not have our tovolo? Here's one that's seen better days, but it'll do.
All right. Now this is still not. This needs to be really nice and runny. And the cool thing is, nutritional yeast absorbs moisture, so it's going to get drier. And you really want these to be nice and moist. And so you can add a little of any alternative milk you choose. This happens to be oat milk because it's available. And the other thing I am going to put in here is some pepper, which Jane will put in with her big pepper shaker.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. How much do you want?
Keep going. And then I am putting in kale.
Are you going to tell me when?
That's good. That's good.
All right.
That's good.
Thanks.
And this is kale. This is nice kale, a whole bunch. And just mix this up. And then we're going to fill these little babies with this amazing mixture. It's just so delicious and so good for you. Here's a spoon, Jane.
Yeah?
Do you have a spoon?
I do.
Here. Okay.
What do you want to do?
And I want to fill these.
Oh, perfect. So we just pick up each of these like little boats and fill
Pick
them up?
each of these little
And
boats.
send them on their way?
And you
Is
can
there-
fill them nice and full. The reason why you can make them so full is that you've used the extra sweet potato. And if you don't, sometimes sweet potato skins fall apart like this one. And some they stick nice like this. And it just, but because I usually have extra potato.
Gosh, it smells so good.
I usually have extra potato, so I usually use the skin, but if I don't, I have a little dish that I just put it in and bake it separately.
I just want to take a scoop of this and go right in my
While Jane is
mouth.
doing that, I want to put a little bit of paprika on the top of each of these.
Does paprika have a lot of flavor, or is it sort of a visual?
It's such a good visual. I mean, don't you think that, doesn't that make it look nice?
It does, but I wonder what our association with, because we don't really taste it very much. Like cinnamon we taste, but
Well, you could choose to do smoked paprika.
smoked paprika would be that would be a yummy one. And there's an amazing smoked paprika by Burlap and Barrel. They have, what is it? It's called smoked pina. How do they say it, Bri? Smoked pina. It's a good one. All right, well, there's the last. That's the last two. We have extra. We can do mouthfuls of this at the end.
Well, then you could just go back and refill things fuller.
Okay.
So here we are. Wait, because one more thing. Oop, that came all out. Doesn't matter. It's good. That goes in the oven. But, Jane, you take that
Yeah.
out of the oven.
Oh, look at that.
Is coming hot potatoes.
Those are gorgeous.
So nice.
Look at that. Are those ready to go?
Ready to go. Oof. The other ones need to cook for about half an hour in the 350 oven. So This is my favorite meal for guests. To have with it asparagus, a salad,
And a spice cake.
And
which
a spice cake.
Which
Woo!
here's the, like I was talking about the like baby bear, mama bear, and papa bear rising. This is sort of a mama bear rise. The other one is in the oven. The baby bear one I made a few days ago is the doormat. I mean, is that doormat size or what? Josh, could you get up close? Like, look, size of my nail. Doormat, bow, bow, bow. Yeah, it's just.
Jane, why was it so bad?
You know, there's a science to all this that we don't yet know. Okay, so we're gonna frost this yummy thing, and we're gonna do that with, can you reach here, Josh? With the tofu I had you guys yesterday, open your tofu, wrap it in a number of dish towels and leave it overnight. It's just like a little baby in the fridge. Don't ever put babies in the fridge. This, when you unwrap it, it has lost so much fluid. Like I said, they come out like the texture of, check this out. It's like Philadelphia cream cheese. It's just so thick and, can you see that? So thick and ready to go. So when you add, because we don't use sugar, we use liquid sweetener, so we like to have this be really thick. Okay, so in these two go, and the next thing we're gonna add, I'm gonna make sure I'm talking about the right recipe with all of you, is we're gonna add the maple syrup, the liquid sweetener, and what's gonna be delicious with this spice cake is the lemony lemon flavor. So we're gonna zest a lemon, and we're gonna juice 2 lemons. Anne, can I get you to chew lemons open? Or just one, and then we'll do this one? With just with a knife. And we forgot our lemon citrus press, which we love. I love that you've come over, by the way, from the citrus ring neck of the woods to the press, because here you can, if you want to push it in, you can do that. Or I'll do it if you don't want to get all sticky with it. It is like
This works. Oh, I'm working it the wrong way. I worked it the wrong way, so that the seeds will have
She
a
was
few
filtering the seeds into it versus out of it.
This is kind of clever, this.
Okay, so once you get the hang of it.
No, I was just,
So we've got a big lemon, and ooh, you're dripping.
well, I got a seed here.
It's
I
okay.
got it out.
We'll blend it in. And do you have the other half?
Oh, yeah.
I'll get that. Okay, one, and can you cut this one open? So we're gonna get the zest of a lemon, and I chose a big one, and then we're gonna get juice of 2 lemons. And when you make your frosting, everybody's is different
This much
because,
lemon, wow.
well, everyone's different because sometimes you need more sweet because you have a little extra water in your tofu. Sometimes you need a little extra lemon because your lemons were small, or they were dry, or they weren't. I mean, not all lemons the same sweetness, you know? And so it really is kind of customizable, and you must do so when it gets to this part. All right, these have been juicy lemons, so I think I'm going to go with 1.5 and see how that goes. Or should I just go for it with the other one? It's here. Let's
can
do it.
always add more
What's the
sweet.
vote? Should we go for it? Should we add the lemon? Oh, and the lemon stem and the lemon seeds.
Let's stop.
Stop what?
Let's stop and see what it's like.
Well, what's the vote? Are we live?
Here.
Are we? All right, we're gonna go for it because we got some thumbs up. Acid Queen, can't believe you were even hesitant. It was sort of challenge you to see if your superpowers were still in play. Acid Queen. Okay. Fridge is open, Mom.
This refrigerator talks all the time.
Okay, so now we're gonna let it whip. No, do we have everything in? Zeus. Zest and juice. I think we should call it lemon Zeus. The lemon has been Zeused, maple syrup, and this, I need the top. Is this my top? This is my top.
How about a little corn in there?
Or onions. My God. Oh, I hear the seed. Where's the provolone? That was Anne's Cuisinart bouncing on the floor.
Jane, where'd you get the citrus reamer or zester, juicer?
Char Nolan
What do you
gave
want to
it-
know about?
Char Nolan gave it to
No,
us.
is this a
and
Tovolo?
I don't know.
I
No.
think it's a Tovolo. It's a Joseph
Joseph.
Johnson.
Oh,
Joseph Jensen? Joseph. The name Joseph is first. I see some extra syrup. So, once this is all sort of uniform and smooth, it's ready to go on our cake. How's our time, you guys? Say it again? 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes. Perfect, because we are going to quickly frost this cake and decorate it. Let's see, are we smooth? Oh, we're almost smooth. Make sure that you just run this until it's really smooth. And speaking of smooth, let me just say that if you have inclination to make this and you don't have silken tofu, you are not going to make frosting. You're going to make cat litter. You need to have it be silken or it won't work. Sorry. Oh, you found it. The tovolo arrives. Okay. The cake is in there, so can you close that? We're trying to bake a cake with an oven that keeps being opened. All right, here we go. Smooth, smooth, smooth. I actually would have run this a little bit longer, but I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me blur it. So on this goes, on this goes. I could put an extra layer of the doormat next to it, but I think I'll save all the staff here who will be eating this from having to have a doormat. Ooh, doesn't that look lovely?
there's a lot of frosting left.
I know. I knew I was going to make 2 layers because we have one in the oven right now. So we could do, this could be the top layer, the bottom layer, whatever. And I also love to have a little bit of leftovers because this is also lemon pudding or lemon frosting or lemon mousse. So you have extra, and there's no problem having extras. It's just a delight. So on here, because this is so pretty, I wanted to put a decorative top. And I'm going to put a little path of strawberries. If you could get some out of there too, Mommy. Path of strawberries around our little box cake, emphasizing the way that it's a box. And these strawberries were so red and just delicious looking that I wanted to do that. But the thing that makes my mom, like her kryptonite,
Huh. I see it.
her kryptonite,
Pecans.
her kryptonite is toasted pecans. And this morning when we were out running with dragging the tire, I had to run home at one point because I was like, oh my gosh, I'm toasting pecans and I heard you dragging a tire and I had to come out. So we have this on the outside, and I was just going to put these toasted pecans, which are not.
She's not going to let me do it.
I know better. Uh-oh, the one that fell on the floor. You want to get it? You can eat it. These I'm going to put on like a turtle backs, because pecans always remind me of turtles, like with their rounded little backs. Are they good? Are they toasted well? Mm-hmm. The first batch was scorched, toasted black, carbonized. And
Oh, this looks so beautiful.
doesn't it look just luscious? And if you're plant strong, this is great, but if you're plant perfect, keep putting the strawberries on. Don't go with the pecans. It'll be a lovely dish no matter how you choose to have it. And thank you for waiting for me to do all this. And I do want to put a little happiness in the middle. Okay. All right.
Isn't Jane amazing?
Says her mother. Okay. I really want to have a bite of this now almost.
Let's get rid of those.
These are soaking wet from having the tofu in them, but it makes this pudding frosting so thick. I mean, look at that. It doesn't even fall off this. I should have tasted it first. I talked to you guys about tasting it. Shoot. It's so lemony. Try that. Oh, you know what's be really good? Try this. Dip your pecan. Oh, here you go. That's heavenly. Okay, well, here's our cake. Top shot, Jot, or Dwayne? Top shot? I got the spin action going too. Woo, woo, woo.
Jane, we had some questions about your spice cake. It's not in your book, so it's just a free recipe.
It's a free recipe. Because thank you for asking for that. It's because we can't stop creating recipes. Once you start, can't stop, kind of like eating pecans. So we made that recipe after the book came out, and we thought, oh, this would have been great in there. So when PlantStrong wanted to have PlantStock wanted recipes, we thought, let's get the spice cake in there. So here it is. And you got it in the handout. You got it in the information when you registered.
Sean asks, how long will the frosting keep in the fridge? Leftover frosting.
Sean, you will not have leftover frosting because they're going to eat it all.
It's not a problem.
Not a problem. It'll last for a couple days for sure. What happens is some of the water that didn't get out maybe will ooze
separates,
out,
so you
but
just
just
need
stir it
to-
up.
Francine and many people want to know, can you tell people how to make a tire pull?
Brian Hart made the tire poles, and he is going to start a business that Rip called this morning Burning Rubber.
Lots of people.
Contact Brian Hart at the Esselstyn Foundation about not just your donation, but your tire dragging mechanism. Okay?
And the shipping will be very, very affordable.
Because you have to supply your own tire.
Terry asks, and many people, about silken tofu. If you can't find it, it's really hard to find. Is there any other replacement for silken tofu in your recipe?
The internet.
Go to Amazon.
The internet. Go to Walmart. Go to, stores have it. It's available.
I personally like to get the silken light tofu.
Yeah. They have light.
Maury new.
The difference between Plant Strong and Plant Perfect. Can you give it a quick synopsis?
Everybody, Plant Strong and Plant Perfect, no meat, no dairy, no added oil, minimal salt, minimal sweet. Plant Perfect, there's no avocado or nuts. Plant Strong, we do use some nuts and some avocado, never coconut on anybody's plate, but we just
tofu.
and
And a little-
more uses of tofu. Definitely are Plant Strong, Plant Perfect. They don't use tofu. Maybe
No,
a
we
little bit.
do, but not
Not-
much. Not morning, noon, and night.
Yeah.
Jane
Because-
Candy Miles asks, what do you eat in a day? What's a day of eating look like for you and for Anne? Quickly.
Impossible to answer because I like to have dinner for breakfast. She has her savory oats. Lunch is kind of
Sandwiches,
tracing
soup.
all day long. She might have. She's organized, has sandwich and soup. My daughter was giving me grief last night because I just sort of, I'm graze all day. So dinner comes around. I've eaten half of the dinner when I was making it, and
To me, that is the worst way to eat, is to graze.
I do that. I'll get over that comment soon, but no,
As you grow older, Jane, it's.
Oh no, and I
it's-
eat more.
it's-
I'm eating more meals as like the kids are out of the house and it's just Brian and me. So we do eat grains, greens, and beans every day,
Amazing.
all day.
Yeah.
It's not
Do
organized.
either of you use an Instant Pot at all?
No.
No. People love them.
But I want to say why. I think they're awesome. I think they're the answer. I think they're so helpful and they're so clever and they're so capable. We do our cooking primarily around creating recipes, and we don't want to have people have to get a high-speed blender or food processor and a bread cooker and a smart cooker and a Ninja blender and a what's it called? Instapot. I mean, we just try to just go with not as many things.
And Kathy asks about if you don't have a food processor, would you replicate the frosting and the other things that you've made in a blender? Would that work just as well?
You can give it a go. You're gonna have to be like tamping it down a lot because it's gonna blow up in the sides, and you have to get all that stuff down. That's why I like the wide-bottomed Cuisinart or whatever food processors. We got our Cuisinart 25 and a half years ago at our wedding, and
You
it's
can
still
see
with
how
us today.
This one is turned.
Yeah, it's aged. We actually our mine's at home, but it's the same age and it's on life support. You have to hold the plug up to have the blood flow go into the power.
Susie Q wants to know, can you frost the cake ahead of time, or does that make the cake soggy?
These cakes are so moist, you could put this in the room as a humidifier. So the frosting will just, if it's If it's, I'm joking, because our oat flour cakes are so moist, you don't even have to store them with a top on overnight. But putting frosting on here, you do want to have it be around the time when you're going to serve it, especially if you haven't soaked your tofu overnight or whatever, wrapped your tofu overnight, because the moisture will get into the cake. Can we cut this open and see what it looks like? You guys want us to do that? Should we do that? Should we cut in?
Absolutely. And then, Jane, while you're doing that, are all the plant-based woman warrior recipes considered plant strong?
All plant
All
strong.
are plant strong.
Some are plant perfect.
And our editor had us go through the book and indicate which recipes are heart disease friendly. And if they weren't heart disease friendly, how can we make them heart disease friendly? And some of them that didn't fit in the category of being able to be made heart disease friendly, just don't say anything because they're plant strong. Okay, here we go, Josh. Cutting into the cake and the pecans. And
Is there a cake in the oven?
there's a cake in the oven too. All right. Ooh, give a bite. Give it a go. Rip, can you come have a bite?
I would love to have a bite.
I'm eating a bite that has
Make it a small
two
bite. Make it a small bite.
pecans.
Josh, you're gonna have a bite too. Josh is holding the camera. Can you do the camera? Is it too heavy?
Too heavy.
Too heavy. All right, Carleigh, you want to have a bite? Get over here.
So nice and lemony.
Wow.
Nutty?
Wow, it's really, really, really nice.
What's that? Is it okay?
It's like a pillow.
It's like a pillow. Okay, great.
Wow.
Rip, here we go.
Here we go.
Okay. Let me finish this bite. So, what we have next, thank you, Ann and Jane.
Thank you.
We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back, and I will be with Julieanna Hever, and she'll be making sriracha stuffed mushrooms and vegetarian Doritos.
Wow.
All right, try saying vegetarian 3 times.
Vegetarian, vegetarian, vegetarian.
Okay, we'll see you in a little bit. I've been leading 7-day PlantStrong challenges for over a decade with literally thousands of people that have gone through the program. And it is astonishing how many people go into this thinking that nothing's going to happen. 7 days, what can happen? And what they find is that, oh my God, I feel better than I've ever felt. I actually have shed 5 pounds. My cholesterol's come down 25%. My blood pressure's come down. I don't have to take meds anymore. And so what they discover, for some of these people for the first time in their life, is that their health is not driven by genetics. It's not driven by something that they feel is outside their control. They don't have an overactive thyroid. They're not hanging around with the wrong friends. This is purely a function of them realizing that they are in control of their health. And it starts with what's at the end of their fork, their spoon, and their knife.
I actually, I've had breast cancer and had a mastectomy.
At the age of 44, I had a quadruple bypass with a heart valve replacement.
When the pandemic hit, I really started to let my healthy lifestyle go, started eating a lot worse than I was, started eating a lot of junk food, fast food.
But I'm struggling to get my cholesterol down to even close to the point where I'm heart attack proof.
It's a 1-week thing, and we'll give it a shot and hope for the best and see what the results are, and who knows, this could be a lifelong thing for the rest of my days.
Everybody that's in this room tonight, we're alive, but many of us are dying way too prematurely from chronic Western diseases, cancer, heart disease, diabetes. This country is now the sickest, most overweight country on the planet. And it's because of 3 words. It's the food. It's the food, okay? This is where I'm going to say the truth lies. Figure this out. Figure this out. It's well worth it. You all, everybody in this room, you deserve to be the best, leanest version of yourselves. With all of our participants, we are going to do a full biometric screening, which means we're going to test before and after for weight loss, blood pressure loss, total lipid panel, which means total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, triglycerides, and also blood glucose, which is a function of if there's any diabetes lurking in our bodies.
And let's look at your cholesterol. You started at 203. That was just 7 days before. You came down to 170. That's heart attack proof, right? You are I'm staying on this. Oh my goodness. At the beginning of the challenge, your total cholesterol was 219. At the end of the challenge, it was 186. I can't believe that. Because you had such a phenomenal improvement between your triglycerides from 206 down to 95.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is phenomenal. In 1 week, you did that. So you started with a total cholesterol of 196.
Was this bad?
And it came down to 177. In
Whoa.
7 That's awesome.
There we go.
So as a group, what happened this week? Total pounds lost from everyone who participated, 334. That's 2 whole people. So 4.9 pounds is the average weight loss. I can say out of everyone in the group, there were 2 people who maintained their weight from start to finish. Nobody gained a pound. Nobody. The highest cholesterol drop, drum roll please, 69 points. Pretty amazing. LDL, which everyone knows is your lethal cholesterol, you want it at least below 100. The average drop on that was 13 points. The highest LDL drop with this group, 67 points, which is phenomenal. Good job. Triglycerides. On average, this group lost 9 points. The highest triglyceride change, 111 points.
I had like the bizarre experience, and it's hard to actually put into words, but it felt felt like I was clear, and I don't even mean like how I think. I just mean like my body felt more, I don't know, unclogged, like open, and I'm sure it was literally happening, but I could feel it, and it was almost freaky. I was like, wow, I feel like my arteries opening up or something. So it was really exciting.
My big change was just finding out that feeling better was really the whole, all of it here, you know, dropping some weight, but getting better numbers, impressing my doctor who said I probably was going to give up on me. I don't know.
Nobody in this room has some sort of a genetic malfunction that has you destined for heart disease or diabetes or cancer. And you can, just with the power of the foods that you decide to put into your mouth, can do everything in your power to make sure you don't have to go down this path. So here we are, Plant Stock. We got Julieanna is in the house with her Sriracha on everything shirt. Yes, indeed. Now, is it true that you're making Sriracha stuffed mushrooms today as one of your dishes?
Oh, it's true. Get ready.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Firing it up.
Wow. So you are literally one of the OGs in the plant-based movement. You know, you wrote your first book back in 2010, right?
Yeah, and I think it pubbed in 2011.
Okay. And that was the plant-based guide for idiots, right?
Yeah.
And anyone that's not an idiot, right? Anybody that just wants to know more about plant-based. You also are you're known as the plant-based dietitian in many circles. And you've written numerous books besides the plant-based guide for idiots. Can you share with our audience some of the other books you've written?
Yes, well, I've got them all here. My last book, of course, is the Choose You Now Diet. This is like close to my heart. We're going to make we have a recipe from there, the hummus that we're going to use. Little side note. We did Health Span Solution. That's where the Sriracha stuffed mushrooms originated. Did vegetarian diet. I literally have them always right by me because I always refer to them. The vegetarian diet, which is going to be apropos today as well. I did the Complete Idiot's Guide to Gluten-Free Vegan Cooking, and then a second edition of the Complete Idiot's Guide to Plant-Based Nutrition.
Yeah. And you are so experienced. You've got so much knowledge helping people figure out that they're not broken, right? That they don't have a bad thyroid or slow metabolism or bad genetics. You basically let them know that, hey, it's the food, right?
100%. I mean, now in 17 years of working with thousands of people directly, and I don't know how many in audiences and through my books, I can't believe the things that I've witnessed, the transformations that have occurred with the food. Now, if you do have something with your metabolism, that's definitely like you go to the doctor and there's medications for that. But the diet is so extraordinarily powerful that you can transform from whatever's going on with you. It can at the very least ameliorate whatever's happening or mitigate any progression of disease. But most of the time, I always say results are typical. People get off or reduce their medication requirements. They recover from chronic conditions. They get rid of all of these symptoms they've suffered with for years and years and years, lose weight easily, effortlessly. That's what I do a lot of with my clients, is this easy weight loss transformation where they predictably lose 0.4 to 0.8 pounds a day of body fat. I mean, it's mind-blowing because we are all so similar. I've worked with people around the world, and it's like, I can't believe how similar we all are in all these different cultures with all these different backgrounds. It's amazing how powerful food is in the human body.
Yeah. And your latest 2 books, right? Choose You Now and the Choose You Now cookbook. Or is it just, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, just one. Choose You Now cookbook. Explain to everybody that title, Choose You Now. Why that?
Yes, thank you, Rip. So the book is the Choose You Now diet. And the way this evolved, and this was also the name of my podcast, the Choose You Now podcast, because in all of these years working with clients, like I'm literally working one-on-one, we get very, very deep and intimate and connected. Like I have so much, I'm so vested in their success, and we go through it. Because I could give someone a meal plan. I refuse to give a meal plan, because what's the point? But instead, I want you to figure out what works for you. And then those decisions, like we set up a plan together, but then what comes out underneath, once you have the plan, that's where the magic happens. So like, we're dealing with, why are you eating when you're not supposed to be eating that? Or why are you eating that when that's not part of your plan? Or, what's happening in your life? But everything comes down to this moment and making those decisions one after another after another. So it's about choosing you to take care of you, to make you the best, strongest, most effective human in this world for everyone else, by starting with taking care of yourself. So it's choose you now, again and again and again. And that's where the magic happens. So it's a series of successive successes that leads to the ultimate triumph.
Yeah. And what I love about it, and we talked about this, so for anybody that's listening and you want a lot more Julieanna, she was on the PlantStrong podcast, episodes 102 and 146, riveting conversation that you want to go back and definitely listen to. But I really like the way you say, choose yourself in a society that opines for just this and this and this and that. And it can be very, very confusing. And so, yeah.
People feel like they're selfish if they make a decision to take care of themselves, they feel selfish, especially I'm a mom, I've got 2 teenagers. So, and Rip, you're a dad. It's like, you want to do everything for your children. You want to do everything for your loved ones, your friends, your family, your clients, your audiences. You just want to give everything to them. I mean, it's like what we're ingrained to do. It's like a good person. You do everything and you're selfless, but you can't be whole unless you are taking care of yourself first. And the more you take care of yourself, the more you can give to the world. So it's kind of like the opposite. It actually is selfless to choose you now.
Yeah. And in your book, you also talk about the modern day trifecta of abundance that's going on right now in this society that we live in. Can I tee you up on those 3 things, and then you could just talk for a sec about each one?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So the first one that you talk about is this, evolutionary psychology or psychological drive for us to eat enough, and how that is, actually a bit of a problem.
We're meant to survive. We are adapted for survival. That's a wonderful thing. It's a good thing. Our brain stems are survive, and you need food and you need to reproduce. Those are the 2 things, right? The pleasure trap is amazing description of all of this, explanation of all of this. And so we want to eat. The problem is that, we want to eat as much as we can, get as much calorie in as we possibly can for times of scarcity, right? Where we're not going to have food. So we have to store food and energy for later. The thing that's happened now is that we're living in this world where 24/7 you could have DoorDash, or there's Uber Eats, all those different things. Literally anything you want, high calorie, super calorically dense, hyper palatable, anything in the world delivered to your door 24/7. So we are living in this world. We want to survive. Things taste good and it lights up our brain and we want to eat more and more and more. And yet there's no ever a time of scarcity. We never have that opportunity for us to have that downtime. So we don't need all that stored energy. We don't need to grab onto as much calorie as possible. It's like this conflict of interest. It's a cognitive dissonance. It's like our bodies are doing something, our biological bodies are doing something, but the world around us is so different. And on top of that is everyone around us. We're all like this. And everyone loves to eat. And my TEDx talk is all about how food is so much more than just nourishment. It is culture and connection and relationships, and we break bread, and we are tribalists. We like to connect over food. We celebrate with food. We mourn over food. Everything is centered on food. So if you're the person that's saying, no, I'm not going to eat that, fill in the blank, or no, I'm not hungry anymore, people have a really hard time with that. That's what I navigate the most with my clients, is dealing with everyone around you. Because no matter how much you want it, even if you're so in it, you have your goals, you have your plan. When everyone is like saying, well, what about this? And what about protein? And what about, you don't want to lose too much weight, or all these things that people just plant these seeds, and it's insidious. And so you have to be so determined and have a lot of information and determination to power through all of that.
Yeah, very, very good point on all those things. I'll just say, choose you now. Okay. Number 2 is this ubiquitous temptation that we're surrounded by. And you kind of dove into that a little bit with your answer there, but ubiquitous temptation.
I mean, food is amazing. I literally made my whole life around food because I love food. I love to talk to you, Rip, about food because you make it even more like tempting and amazing sounding because you're so talented at that. But there's temptation everywhere. I know myself, and I know if I'm in front of a really good vegan pizza, I'm going to not want to stop eating that whole pizza. I'll eat the whole thing. Like I love French fries. Like I want that. So like there's temptation everywhere, no matter where you go, to the gas station, to my son's football game, everyone's eating at the football game. Wherever you're going, there is always things in your face. And a lot of times it's like, ooh, that smell, or ooh, that looks good, or everyone else is eating it. And it's just all the time. And so what do you do about that? Well, we rearrange our palate by eating a whole food plant-based diet. We eat as healthy as possible. And then our palate shifts, and like we love this stuff. Like I'm so excited about this food that I'm going to have for lunch after this.
Yeah.
And the palate shifts, and you have to stay determined and have your goals and checking in and use all the accountability tools in your armamentarium to keep you on course to say no, because you have to want it. You have to want the other side, the health and the feeling good and all of that, more than you want that temptation. And that's, again, back to choose you now, again and again and again. You have to remember why you want that.
So when you're working with your clients, I know you've worked with literally thousands and thousands of clients, and do you have like a way of testing them to find out how, like if they want it bad enough? Because you just said, you have to decide, do you want this or do you want that? And how bad do you want it? And what % do you find decide that they don't want it bad enough?
Well, I have a way of weeding people out before, because I don't want to work with someone that doesn't want it, because what's the point? I did that for the first 7 to 10 years in my career. I was like, no, you look at this study. Have you seen Dr. Esselstyn's work? Have you seen this? Have you seen that? Have you seen that? And I realized I was driving myself crazy, but banging my head against the wall, because if you don't want it, you're not going to succeed. And so I have a few questions that I ask when people reach out to me to see if they're really ready for change, because you have to be ready. It's not fun. It's hard at first. It's like a little hump that you have to go over. You have to like rethink the plate. We're used to seeing a certain way of eating, a big hunk of meat, and whatever we're raised with, we're used to seeing that. And we have to completely rethink how we eat. And we have to change. I always say it's like learning a new language. You learn a few new ingredients, like maybe you've never had a Brazil nut before, or you've never had hummus or cilantro or whatever. And so like that's a new word to add to your language. And then you start speaking in sentences and paragraphs and creating recipes or just following recipes. And all of a sudden, with time and practice and patience and desire, it becomes fluent, and it's easy. You don't have to think about it.
Parlez-vous français?
Maybe.
Oui. Give me one question that you ask, a potential client to see if they want it bad enough.
I'll say why now?
Yeah, and I'm sure by their answer, yeah.
Even when you say, what are your goals? Oh, I just want to eat healthier. That's not enough.
Yeah.
I'm ready to change. I have a new client. I'm morbidly obese. I don't want to be this way anymore. I want to feel good. Those.
Yeah. And do most of the people that you're working with, do they come to you because they want to lose weight? Is that the primary issue?
I mean, I work with so many different people. I work with, people that are transitioning their family to a plant-based diet. I work with people with a recent diagnosis or a chronic diagnosis with, because as a dietitian, you're taught all that medical nutrition therapy, which I love. But lately I've been doing this transformation, and that's what Choose You Now Diet is about. It's about taking someone on the journey to completely transform their diet. Most of the time weight is involved. That's usually an incentive for a lot of people, or it's a recent diagnosis. So, and I also work with athletes too. I do a lot of sports nutrition as well, especially for those that want to go plant-based. But if someone comes to me and says, I don't want to eat plant-based, will you work with me? I say, oh, there are plenty of dietitians out there that'll work with you. I'm going to tell you to eat more plants. And you don't have to be perfect, because I'm never about perfection, but I just want people to know that they need to make some changes that are significant. Like I have clients that are like, well, I won't eat vegetables. Like, well, okay, what do you do with that, So I meet people where they're at, but I know who I can, and I know people that I won't be able to help. And I only want to work with people at this stage of my life that I know I can help. Yeah.
Well, and I know that when we spoke in the podcast number 146, I believe it was, that you said, you want to give your clients a PhD in their body and weight loss, which I think is so fantastic. So we really have to dive into these recipes. So give me an overview. What do you got for us today?
Okay, so today I'm going to make two of my favorite go-to recipes. Now, I love to entertain. That's the one way I love to really inspire people to eat healthy, is I love to cook for them. And I show love. My love language is feeding people healthy food and making them similar to what you do, but making them really enjoy their food. So this is a big party pleaser. It's the sriracha stuffed mushrooms, and they're so easy to make. It's I think it's 5 or 6 ingredients. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ingredients. So easy, or 7 ingredients. And you throw them in the oven. So it's really easy. I'm going to show you that.
Can I stop you for a sec? So tell me the history of that recipe.
Oh, I was just trying to find ways to use sriracha. And so I made them, we kind of came up with this recipe and fell in love. And you can make the whole thing. It's I think it's 500 or 600 calories. It's all fiber, it's so healthy that you could eat the entire batch of them. So every time I make them every time. In fact, my friends will say, can I come over for mushrooms? It's a thing. Yeah. My friends literally know that they want to come over, and I know how to make them the sriracha stuffed mushrooms. So they've just been my fan favorite, my friend's favorite, and it's my favorite too sometimes.
Okay, what else?
Okay, so this one I have a longer history with. This is the Doritos. So this version today is the vegetarian Doritos, basically all of the vegetarian diet. But when I was gluten-free, I have a gluten intolerance. Sometimes it's weird, whatever, but I wrote that book. And so I used to use nori wraps as to wrap things in, because I love wraps and rolls and I love sushi. I took a sushi class in college, and it's really hard to wrap them perfectly and cut them perfectly. I would never master that. So I'm all about ease, keep it easy, simple. And so I started stuffing nori wrappers with whatever I was in the mood for. And it turned into Doritos, which was in my first book, The Complete Sketch of Plant-Based Nutrition. And then I did it on Dr. Oz, and then I've been doing different versions of them. And so they're so easy, and it's literally just a template. There's no right or wrong or good or bad. It's whatever you have in the kitchen.
I can't wait to see that. Have you ever put peanut butter and jelly and bananas in one?
No, but that sounds fun.
Oh, okay. All right. Can you show us some of the stuff you're going to be working on here?
I can. So I think we should start with the mushrooms, because we can get them in the oven.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So I can show you the finished version of them, or I could save that for later. It's up to you guys.
Yeah. So let's save that for later. Show us the prep.
Okay, cool. All right. So basically you go and get those big thing of mushrooms. I'm just going to put my camera down. So you just get those big old baby bellas. And I like the big ones. I usually try to get them at Costco, because they're the big, nice big ones. And you de-stem them carefully. And Hope you can see this.
Oh yeah, we can see great. Those almost look so big they look like portobellos. They look like fat portobellos.
I know, but they're babies. They're baby, big baby bellas. And so then you take out the stems, right? And so I saved a couple to show you. Basically, you chop it up. This is like the longest part of the process. So like last night, I was listening to podcasts and chopping meditatively.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit of time, but it's relaxing. And all I do is I basically take the stems. There's no right or wrong. It's just you're using this because you're going to substantiate the filling and it absorbs in a really good way. So I just kind of cut them, chop them into little like dice, like a rough dice.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're also, I like this because you're not wasting. Like this is delicious mushroom meat. Like why waste it? And so we add all of that into, we do all the mushrooms. So for all the cats, I usually use a 24-ounce package, the big one, and it ends up with a lot more. This is just a little sampler. The rest are already made. And that's the chop of that. And then you're going to make the sauce that we're going to add into it. So here's the magic sauce. And by the way, I've used this sauce on cauliflower rice. I've used it for all sorts of different things. You take your little blender and you put in, so this is a good opportunity to talk about nuts and seeds. So in the recipe, I have cashews. The recipe calls for cashews. But lately, so I'm going to come back up here for a second.
Yeah.
Lately, I like the whole idea of variety and getting different nutrients is always important, right? That's what they teach us in grad school about nutrition: variety, moderation, and balance. I don't really talk about the other two, but variety. So cashews are great because they make that really super creamy sauce. But I like to get other nutrients, like for instance, Brazil nuts are very high in selenium. So I added a few Brazil nuts. I've got some pumpkin seeds because they're high in other minerals and vitamin E and all that stuff. And then almonds, really good. Those are one of the portfolio diet foods that are supposed to be really good for lowering LDL cholesterol. So basically I ended up with kind of like a mixture of nuts. So I'll get the base is cashew, so I'll get that creaminess, but then I'm also gonna get more nutrition. So that's that. And then the beloved nooch. By the way, I also have a nooch shirt. But today I chose a sriracha because I love nutritional yeast so much. So this is nutritional yeast. It adds that cheesy flavor.
So does your nutritional yeast shirt say nutritional yeast on everything?
It just says nooch.
Okay, nooch.
But yes, same idea for sure. Okay, now we've got 2 tablespoons of fresh lemon juice. I just use the one that's like pure lemon juice, so just organic lemon juice. 2 tablespoons of that. And garlic. Have you guys heard about this? Okay, so I bought my garlic at Trader Joe's, like those big packets that they're already cloved. And when I was checking out, the lady said to me, she's like, oh, because there's a bunch of packets in there. She's like, you could freeze them and then they last longer. I was like, that's a great idea because sometimes I don't go through it all. So I stuck them in the freezer. Have you ever done that, Rip? It looked a little funky.
No, I'm still not actually catching your drift here on the garlic. So this was actually garlic, or what is it?
I'm going to show you.
Okay.
So basically, I buy these cloved of garlics just because it's quicker.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they sell these everywhere now, and I just love it because I can grab it because I'm always using garlic. And so the woman at Trader Joe's that was checking me out says you could stick these little packets directly in the freezer and they last longer. So I thawed it out yesterday and it got a little like, look, it's a little shiny. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
So, to be determined. All right. And then we go to the sriracha. So I wanted to talk about sriracha a little bit. So there's a lot of sriracha. There's the OG sriracha from Hui Fong. I think that's pronounced right. But I kind of go through different cycles, and I have so much hot sauce, you guys, in there. It's embarrassing. Free hot sauce. I'm a hot sauce queen. I'm so in love with this one right now. If you guys have Sprouts near you, this is my new favorite. So it's 3 tablespoons. And do you know how many people have written to me and said, are you sure you got that number right?
Yes, it's right.
3 tablespoons. And you don't have to. If you can't handle the hot, it's okay. We will love you anyway.
Yeah. It's funny. You say sriracha. I say sriracha. Wait, what do I say? No, sriracha.
Potato, potato.
Yeah.
Whatever. As long as it's going in, it's good. That's it, you guys. Oh, no, that's not it. I forgot an ingredient. Okay, so in the original recipe, you could just use a red bell pepper, but I like these, the roasted red bell peppers. And I rinsed these last night. It's about whatever the ingredient calls for. I think it's like about a cup. And you know what's so cool about this? It's the liquid in this sauce. It actually is, you don't even need to add liquid. I have some cashew milk on standby, but okay, I'm going to blend it so pardon the noise. Rip, do you do the dance when it's blending?
Yes, definitely going to do the blender dance.
Good. We did it on that, what's that TV show? Okay, it's going to be loud.
All right, go for it. Woo, look at those moves. You gotta move like Jagger. We give it a 10.
That was the most fun blending I've ever had. Thank you, Rip. You make everything so fun. Okay, so it's bright gorgeousness.
Yeah.
That's what those things do. It's like a natural food coloring. All right, so now we have our little bowl of mushrooms. We take off our lid. I hope that this works really smooth today. I'm gonna get one more thing.
Now, Julieanna, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am kind of neutral on mushrooms. I like them when they're really, really cooked, but if they're too juicy, it's too much like eggplant to me.
You don't like eggplant either?
I've got a hard time with the eggplant. Yeah.
I can't believe you're saying this to me. These are two of my favorite things.
Well, but I would be very excited to try these. And I can't imagine. So are you going to just smother that all over those mushrooms?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's a strategy here. But let me just say this. Mushrooms are so crazy healthy, right? You know that. They have like these incredible phytonutrients that you can't really get anywhere else. And they're amazing. I even added them to the 6 Daily Threes, my prioritized recommendations for nutritional optimacy.
Yeah.
For optimal. So they're so important and they're so good for immune function. So, you know, if you don't love them, there's other ways to get them. But I think, I wish I could give you one of these today. Like, I wish I could make this for you. Someday I have to make these for you.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you would like them. And then, what was I going to say about that? They're so, it depends. So if you don't love them, I know what I was going to say. They have things now, like I have a tea that's got mushroom powder in it. So you don't even taste it at all. But it's a way to get the nutrients in there if you really can't handle them. A lot of people just don't like the texture. But there's so many textures you can make with. Well, you make the grilled portobellas. Well, you did that on my TV show. Remember?
I do. I absolutely do. Yeah. Yeah. But again, I don't mind if I grill it and I just grill the dickens out of it. But okay. So you're just stuffing them, right?
Creatively, you delicately place them in to the little cups of the mushrooms, like so. Just, I like using this. I've got this great measuring spoon that serves as also a little serving spoon kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
You just stuff them in equally. I like them really full actually because then it overflows. But the mushrooms inside of this sauce like really help absorb the sauce. It gives it a really nice texture. Because I forgot that once I blended the mushrooms into the sauce on accident, and it was very liquidy. So this will help that liquid. Oops. So that's it. So you stuff them like this. You've preheated the oven at 350. Voila, it's ready.
Now, what are you going to do with all the extra filling?
I have more mushrooms. I'm going to make more. But I've taken this mixture before when I have extra that don't even, and I'm out of mushrooms. And I've cooked it with cauliflower rice because the sauce is so good. Okay, so we stick it in the oven for 30 minutes and then, I love this.
Yeah.
It's a little liquidy, so now I feel bad about the liquidy, but here, these are them done.
Yeah.
That's that. So easy. Is that easy?
So tell me this. Could that also be something that you could stuff bell peppers with or something else?
Absolutely. There's no right or wrong. You could stuff whatever you want to stuff.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and maybe if you did it with the bell peppers, you wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to try that. I have a different feeling for bell peppers, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so those are my famous sriracha stuffed mushrooms that everyone loves. And now I'm going to show you how to make the Doritos. Now here's the secret to the Doritos. This is my favorite Dorito, and I'm calling it vegetarian Dorito, but it's really a Choose You Now vegetarian Dorito because I use a harissa butternut squash hummus from Choose You Now Diet. So it's basically roasted butternut squash, chickpeas. I didn't use the tahini. I just stuck in lemon juice and a lot of harissa and chipotle powder because I like it spicy. So having whatever hummus you like on hand. Hopefully, we all know hummus should be a food group. So if you have hummus at home, you take your hummus. This is my favorite Dorito. Okay, so we take the nori, and I buy them in packs of 100. You could just order those online. You can get them at the store in the Asian section. And you take one sheet of, I got to show you what I'm doing. Okay, so you take a nori.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see, I love everything to be super easy. Okay, so here's my little plate of delicious options. Oh, that's what else we could do on the sriracha stuffed mushrooms. We could put a little basil on top of the sriracha stuffed mushrooms. But here we have, today I had some basil, I have some cilantro, and I decided to use some sun-dried tomatoes, which I haven't tried yet. I'm gonna try that today. I had some jicama, cucumbers, and bell peppers, and I feel like that's vegetarian-ish. You get that vibe from Mediterranean cuisine. You literally take some hummus, spread it on, I kind of do like this, the bottom or the middle third of it.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna laugh. This is so ridiculously easy. Of course I had to prep the hummus and cut stuff, but that's still easy.
But we like easy. Easy's good.
Right? Everything else is hard enough.
So while you're prepping that, unless you want to explain what you're doing, I just want to say or ask you, like, when did you really learn to cook in the kitchen? Because I know at one point in time you had a bunch of little kids running around and you also were writing a book and having to do recipes. Was that it?
Yeah, we had that conversation because I'm so mesmerized by your story and I'm envious of your story a little bit because like my mom never taught me how to cook and she was always she's still intimidated in the kitchen. She's like, I'll call her, how was your day? Oh, I had to make chocolate cake. It was all day. And I had to go get flour. I'm like, oh my gosh, mother. So I was like, I cooked, but I was a personal trainer. I was making 18 egg whites and chicken breasts and veggies, and that's what I ate. And actually, I recently had a conversation with my ex-husband about all the stuff we used to make because we had such a set thing and we'd eat out a lot. And then I had my kids and I was asked to write the complete Idiot's Guide to Plant-Based Nutrition. And I got the deal and I was all excited. I'm like, okay. And they're like, you have 6 weeks to write the whole book plus 50 recipes. And I was like, wait, what? 50 recipes? Wait a second. I'm a dietitian. I could tell you about medical nutrition therapy, physiology, statistics, all that stuff, food science, but cooking, I was never taught how to cook. And so, especially plant-based. And how many cookbooks were there in 2010?
Yeah,
there were some.
A handful.
And so I jumped in the kitchen. I mean, I barely slept for 6 weeks, but my toddlers were there and I was up at 4 a.m. typing and learning and I started cooking and I literally fell in love with it so much so that now, even if I don't want to eat or I'm here at night or whatever, I'm like, I'm going to cook because it feels so good. It's so relaxing. And it's become my favorite happy place. So
I love it. Yeah.
Okay. So I added some veggies. I added some hummus. I'm going to add some basil because that's very Mediterranean, vegetarian. And this is it, you guys. Literally, I'm going to turn it this way. You do the whole sushi thing that you would do. You grab it and then pull it in like that. And then you just roll it up. And so the reason it's called a Dorito is because you eat it like a burrito.
Yum.
No choppage involved. You don't have to be perfectly cutting it. You just eat it. And it's a little messy. So I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to do it when we hang up.
Yeah,
but they're so good. And you can put anything in there that you want.
Those are 2 perfect recipes for plant stock. Wow. So what do you got going on right now? Anything exciting in your horizon here?
Thank you for asking. I'm really working hard with my clients. I've got a lot of clients right now. I've filled up, I've moved a lot of people out. They finished and I've got some new ones. So I've been really doing that most of my time. I'm working on my 8th book proposal and getting ready there's that cruise coming up in the spring. I'm excited about that. And social media, all the other things. I'm just plugging along and trying to just help talk to people and help people eat more plants.
Fantastic. What are you gonna have to eat today besides sriracha stuffed mushrooms and vegetarian Noritos? Anything?
Want to see what else I made last night?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. It's not really a new recipe, but it kind of is. Okay, I'm such a creature of habit that I like all the same foods and I just kind of mix and match them. So I've been making this cream of mushroom cauliflower rice for 5 years obsessively. It's like I talk about it all the time and it's so ugly. This is also ugly. And I also like this nacho cheese that I've used in my last book. So I've combined it and I love cauliflower rice. So it's basically a fiesta cauliflower rice nacho style. So it's a nacho cheese sauce with also, it's like a cashew based cream. And I put, of course, kale. Yeah, I love your shirt.
Yeah.
There's some jalapenos and cauliflower rice and corn and a nacho cheese sauce. So
I love the size of that. I love it's in a Tupperware container, and you take it out, heat it up, put some little things on it, and your sriracha, and you're set.
Totally set. I've got so much food. I'm so happy right now. I don't have to cook for a couple days. So thank you for that.
You're welcome anytime. Well, please get in touch with me when that 8th book comes out. Let's get you back on the podcast. But until then, any last words that you want to say to the Plant Stock audience before you take a bite of your lunch or your breakfast here?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Rip, for everything you do and for including me this year. I'm so honored to be here. And to all of you out there that's either starting out or just plant curious, you're in the right place. You've got in really good hands, and just take it one step at a time. It's not about perfection ever. It's about eating more plants, learning how to do this, finding your favorite foods. I always say, find your people, find your repertoire of recipes that you love, because you have to love your food. That's so important. Learn as much as you can, absorb it, stay positive, and have a really good time. And just remember to choose you now.
Yes, choose you. All right, Julieanna, thank you so much. You are delicious.
Thank you so much. You are delicious too, and I'm so honored to be here.
All right, give me a bump. Dr. Columbus Batiste, thank you for joining us at PlantStock 2022. How are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, I'm great. I'm great. It's so good to see you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. So the last time that I saw you or spent any real time with you was when you were on the PlantStrong podcast. That was episode 115. If anybody's interested and wants to go back and listen to that fantastic conversation that we had. I love the fact that you are an interventional cardiologist and you are going to be cooking for us today. You're going to be making 3 insanely delicious dishes. What are they?
Oh boy. First I have to tell you, yes, I love every cardiologist needs to cook. All right. And that's why we're going to call this the cath lab. So any of you out there who know, that's where we do our handiwork, right? In the procedure lab. But the cath lab is cooking alternative to health. And that's what this is today. So I am so incredibly overwhelmed with the fact of bringing home a little taste of New Orleans. That's where my family's from. I was born and raised in California, but they were from New Orleans. And so we're going to make Cajun tofu crumbles. That's number 1. Number 2 is we're going to make some smothered okra, right? Some smothered okra. And then number 3 is we're going to make good old dirty rice. So if you've been down south to the Big Easy, you've had some of these recipes, but you may not have had it as healthy as what we're going to make it today.
Well, I challenge you to make okra that I will like. To me, okra is in the same family as eggplant. It's kind of slimy, and I'm like, so I'm excited to virtually try your smothered okra. One of the things that I remember, Columbus, in our conversation that I really liked is the way you told me you try and really connect with each patient, and you try and find, regarding the food, some sort of cultural anchors to get them to understand that this lifestyle can work for them. Would you just talk a little bit about your style and those cultural anchors? And to me, it's exactly why you're doing this food today, which appeals to a whole different demographic.
Yes. No, thank you for that. I'll tell you, it's important because not only is it important for people to understand that there's nothing wrong with your culture. There's nothing wrong with your family and who you are. What we have to do is we have to peer into it and take out all the healthy components, the things that have allowed your culture, your family to thrive throughout the years. So what I do is, whether or not I'm speaking to a Hispanic or Latino population, I speak to the power of the corn, the beans that are there, the squash. I talk about the spices that are there. If I'm speaking to someone who's of Filipino descent, I start speaking about some of the other avenues of how you can use tofu and tempeh and different things to season and maintain the culture. I'll tell you, there was an example of a patient who I saw. And this patient was inside their 60s, and he was of Filipino descent. And so he had pretty bad coronary disease. And I started speaking to him about what he eats and started talking to him about making changes. And at first he looked at me and he was just like, Doc, this is my culture. And his family was there. And so I went to my phone. I got out some pictures from Filipino chef. And I showed him, I said, listen, you can make change. You can keep your culture, who you are. His eyes lit up. They lit up, and he was excited by the fact that I can do this. I can do it. And that's the power of addressing culture with each person individually.
Yeah. And you grew up, you were the youngest of 6 children. And we talked about how your father had type 2 diabetes. And after he passed away, how you were just kind of, I think, riddled with guilt. And it was I think at that point, if I'm remembering correctly, and then some other information that you had gathered, that you made the pivot in your practice and your mindset to being more of a kind of, let's just say, preventative cardiologist. Is that correct or not?
Yeah, no, the only thing I would change to that, and that was a wonderful recollection, is that I would not call it prevention, I call it intervention. Because as we know, everyone has coronary disease from a young childhood, right? We all know that we're fighting disease. We're constantly in this battle of illness versus wellness. And so every action we're doing is either helping us aid in winning the battle or losing the battle. So it is truly intervention. Whether or not I'm intervening in a 6-year-old or I'm intervening in a 70-year-old, we have to be very intentional in our efforts and how we invest in our future. But that was my moment, my aha moment, when I saw really the lack of resources inside the medical community that led to my dad's demise and many others. And I see this on a regular basis. And so the key, the secret ingredient really is inside of being intentional every single day in terms of what we choose to eat.
Yeah. And I remember you saying, illness versus wellness, and every decision plays a role in that foundational future. And I love that. Also, I remember you said in 2010 was when you kind of made this pivot in your practice, and there were two people that really stood out as far as encouraging you, like, to move forward. Because I remember you saying that, here you were, you're an African-American cardiologist, and now do you want to go out and do something as drastic as also be this weirdo that's saying, hey, you know what? The food can be insanely powerful, and you really want to consider this. And you said that Hans Deal, I believe, and my father also were very supportive and called you and encouraged you to move forward with this path.
It was, and this speaks to the power of investing in people and really seeing the potential. And I didn't know your dad at that point. I had never met your father. I had never met Hans Deal in person. I knew of who both were. I read your dad's book, so I was shocked and surprised really at this call. And I'll tell you just the importance of investing in individuals for the change that they can make in other individuals' life. But here's the thing: the reason why I'm doing this is I tell patients all the time, most of us have to invest in our retirement, whether by force or by choice. Now, why do we invest in our retirement? We invest because we want to live life a particular way in the future. We want to enjoy life in the comforts. And that requires sacrifice. There's things you could use that money for right now. There's things that you have to give up and that you receive on the back end in more abundance. And so the same thing when it comes to your health. You have to choose to make changes that may be contradictory to those around you. You may have to choose to move more than sit. You may have to choose to go to sleep. You may have to choose to eat more fruits and vegetables. So you're investing in your health future so you can live the life you want to live at that time. And so this is a full circle. Your father invested in me. Hans Deal invested in me. My parents invested in me. My job, my edict, my purpose is to invest in others so that way they can live a life of purpose.
So speaking of purposeful, do you want to start getting into some delicious cooking?
Yes. So here's the thing, right? So I live a busy life, like all of us do. I'm no busier than anyone else, but so practically speaking, I have to prepare, plan. And I have to say, by the way, Rip, that your book was one of the first books too, as well, that I kind of took on and I started giving out to people because I was like, man, this is a wonderful book. It's very practical. It gets in it and dives in it. So kudos to you and all the work that you've done too as well. But when I'm out there and I'm busy and I'm bringing my lunch to work, I have to make sure I have something that's going to sustain me. So that's where the whole idea of the Cajun tofu crumbles came into place. I love spice. Spice is a way of life. And so first thing I do is I take out some tofu, right? That's the first thing. Some blocks of tofu. The light's a little bit bright here. That's what happens in the kitchen.
Let me ask you this. Columbus. Yeah. Is that extra firm? What kind of tofu do you like to use?
Oh my goodness. So I am a palate guy. I have to have super firm tofu. Super firm and sprouted tofu. Those are my go-to. And so once I get those, the first thing I'm doing is, you drain the water. I'm not going to show you how to drain the water. That's fairly easy. You just press it. You don't need a special gadget at all. You just put two chopping boards together and press down. That's simply it. Now, once you get that, now you have it in the bowl, you're going to take a masher and you just start to mash it. That's it, right? Once you start mashing this, you're getting it to the texture that you want. If you want it more crumbly, then you mash a bit more. If you want it more where it takes on more like shreds of meat, then you leave it a little bit thicker at that point in time. Now, here's the key about tofu, and I'll be honest. So can I be transparent here with you guys today?
We don't want it any other way.
I didn't love tofu at first. I did not like the taste of it. I'm a texture person. But what I found is that super firm tofu, it gives you a bit of chew, a bit of bite. And this recipe, I challenge you to try it. If you don't love tofu, you're going to love this. Next thing I'm doing is now I'm adding in the spices. I'm going through all the different spices. So when I talk about paprika and cayenne pepper, right, that's there. These are the things that I want to do. The garlic powder, the onion powder, all of these things. I'm putting in the parsley, the thyme, the oregano. All these mixtures come in. And so I've gone ahead and pre-sorted these in here. Next thing I do is I add these in. Just shake it in there.
And so
Now,
what's that? What's that you just put in?
So that's going to be a mixture of all of my spices. That's going to be some parsley. That's going to be the thyme, the garlic powder. That's going to be the onion powder. That's going to be cayenne. Now, I have to be honest. My family's from New Orleans. I love spice. I love the heat. Bring the heat, right? You're in the same thing. Next thing I'm doing, because I love the vegetables, right? And I want all of the bell peppers and the onions and the garlic. And here's the key as an interventional cardiologist. When we look at these things, especially the garlic and onions, these are part of the allium family. So we understand that they have antiplatelet effects, meaning similar to aspirin. That means they can help decrease the stickiness of the arteries as they're coursing through. That's where you get that power. The more color from your vegetables, the red onions as opposed to just the white onions, you're getting more of the beneficial effects that's there, more you add in. I have in here too as well. I have serrano peppers. Told you I love the heat. And I have bell peppers, which are going to give you rich vitamins too as well, that are going to help aid the body in terms of fighting cancer. So I'm adding all these in here too as well. Go ahead and put these in all at once. And then it's just easy. That's it. How long did that take? Besides me yapping at the mouth, didn't take very long. Now we just mix it up, right? We mix this up. Here's the key. Next key. If you do this, all you have to do is you let this sit overnight. The magic of tofu is the longer that you let it sit, it bathes, it absorbs the environment. You know, there's an old saying that my parents would always tell me, they say, birds of a feather flock together, which means that the friends, the people, the company that you keep, it ends up impacting how you respond and act in life. And so that's why these communities that you have, PlantStrong, all the others, are so important, because you create this community where people can begin to model activities and action. But same thing with tofu, right? So tofu does the same thing. Tofu is going to absorb all of these spices and ingredients if you let it sit and bathe inside of it. But once you've done that, next thing you're going to do is you're going to put this on your local cookie sheet right here. I have a slip pad that's here too as well, in order to keep it from sticking to the pan. And we're going to next layer this on the pan itself to make sure that nothing else transpires.
You're getting fancy with that. We usually just use parchment paper, but those pads are pretty.
No, parchment paper is great. I'm much better with my hands in the cath lab than I am with parchment paper, because they always seem to slip whenever I cut them off. So I said, let me get some slip pads, and we go from here. And I'll show you this in just a few moments. So once we get this on here, that's basically it. We're layering it out. Now you're going to have your oven set. You're going to prime your oven to turn on about 375, and you're going to get this to the crispiness that you prefer. So everyone's a little bit different. If you want a little bit chewier and where you have that texture, you have it. You're going to leave in there for less time. If you want it crispier, I like the crispiness that's there, and you do not have to add any oil. You don't have to add any additional spray. You just let it bake inside the oven, and you're good to go. So we're going to put this in the oven right now.
And that was that 2 blocks of tofu that you used there?
Yes, so I will go ahead. I'll be honest. So yes, that's 2 blocks of tofu is what I'll use. I tend to make batches. So I'll make a large amount all at once. And that way it keeps inside the refrigerator. But honestly, what I'm doing at this point is I'm taking it inside of a bowl, and we're going to show you this after I put it together at the end, after it cooks inside there. And then I will go ahead and bring that to work, and I'll have a great meal in between cases. So that's meal number 1. Very simple and quick.
Now, I could see that being utilized I put those crumbles on top of salads. I put it on top of rice and beans. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself, and I don't want to steal your thunder, but yeah, that looks great.
No. You know what? I'm going to tell you, that's precisely what I do too as well. And so I'll show you at the end. All I'll do is I'm real big into making cooking easy, right? It's wonderful to stand and cook because you're getting a lot. You actually start the digestive process when you're starting to chop, and you smell and you absorb everything. But people are busy, and I understand that. Those of you out there, you're busy, and you're like, I don't have time for all that, Doc. So that's fine. Get your bagged lettuce, right? Get your arugula. Get all those things. Package it up. You have this set. All you're doing is adding this crumbles to it. now you're having much more nutrients. You're having that staying power that people are going to say, wow, you're having, every time at work, the nurses will say, that smells pretty good, doc. I'm like, yeah, it does. I told you about the power of plants. It could change your life. So it's good stuff. That's good stuff. So that's recipe number one.
Good. Now next, are you really going to teach me how to like okra?
So I'm not going to teach you how to like okra, right? My mom is going to teach you how to like okra because this is like the recipe they did. But now, come on, Rip. You understand. You can't say you don't like something unless you've had it multiple times, right? So one of the key things that you have to do with okra is that with okra, we're going to get to that next, but we're going to do the seasoning that I'll use for both the okra and for the dirty rice. So with the okra, what you want to do is you can either freeze it, will help decrease the sliminess. You also want to have your pan extremely hot. So in that way, it helps decrease the amount of sliminess that's there. Now that sliminess is actually beneficial for your system and can help fight cancer, right? So okra is a staple. Okra really, how many of you guys have heard of gumbo in New Orleans? That's really a word for okra, all right? And so it is a base. Now my family tended to make what's called filet gumbo as opposed to okra gumbo. And slight difference between the two in terms of the thickness, and it allows that thickness of the stew-like component. But the okra is so powerful that's there. And so this stewed okra, once you can start to get through that sliminess, there's a lot of huge benefits that we'll begin to have for your taste. I don't love slimy okra either. That's why I could always eat it, because my mom made it phenomenally. So hopefully I can follow in her footsteps and do that for a little bit. But let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and go to the stove. What we're going to do is we're going to put some of the seasonings inside here and get going, at least with the seasonings, which is important in terms of getting everything together. All right.
All right. Hey, can you hear me talking right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So tell me this. I remember you telling me that you started cooking with your mother when you were a little kid. Who does most of the cooking in your house these days? Is it you or your wife or your kids?
Well, my mom lives with me. I don't live with my mom at my age anymore. And so my mom I will tell you, right? So I am her little boy. I am the pleasant surprise. And so she does for me what she does for all of her kids, but I happen to live with her, right? And so she will still cook. She'll make red beans and rice. She'll make my greens, and she'll call me up at work and say, hey, I'm going to the store. Did you want me to cook anything? It's like, sure, Mom. I don't want to take advantage of you, but sure. So she does a lot of it. My wife will do some too as well. I'll tell you, the biggest thing is I'm real big on making the no cooking class. So once again, that's about food combination, just making it quick and simple. And that's mainly how we go in the house majority of the time.
That's great. And so your mom's on board with the whole plant-based thing?
My mom has been, I'll tell you. So back in the 70s and 80s, my mom would make gluten from scratch and teach classes on it. She actually would host cooking classes. This is full circle. You know, my parents, one of the things I may not have mentioned is they actually owned a health food store with fresh juices and vegetarian meats and all those things of that sort that was there. They owned all of that stuff. They had to give it up when I was born because of just me being the pleasant surprise. And so, but this was part of their life and what they were doing. Now, and this is one of the things where your dad's book was so empowering to me, right? Is that Resonate was his chapter that says moderation kills.
Yeah.
And so it's really is how much of the unhealthy stuff is enough to lead to disease inside of you. Mm-hmm. Now in medicine, I understand that, because when I'm giving you a prescription, I can tell if you're having an adverse reaction to a small amount versus another person who needs a large amount. But with food, you don't know, because it's so subtle over time and it's such a norm. And so that's why it's powerful to go even further in being much more intentional. And that's what I've learned in this whole process, this journey over the years since my dad passed, and really embracing and acknowledging what my mom has helped in terms of shaping me. It's been powerful in terms of the example that they both set and the learnings that I've learned from them too as well. Because like I've said before, most people will say, man, your dad was pretty healthy. He ate pretty well. But the key is, how can you eat even better? What can we do to optimize things even further? And that's what I've learned over the years. So
hey, I'm not gonna let you cook yet. I'm not gonna let you cook yet, because I need to ask you another question. So first, let me say, I love that your mom is there She's living with you guys. She's going to the store. She's helping you guys, you know, do everything. This weekend, you before we came on here, you mentioned that you had kind of a tough weekend. And I'm wondering, like, can you give me an example? Like, you were working, how many different patients did you have to see that were dealing with, I don't know, heart pain, heart attacks, cardiovascular, something or other? Like, how often do you see stuff like that when you're on call?
Well,
if you were on call.
It truly does vary. But this weekend in particular, this Labor Day weekend was indeed a weekend of labor. I'll tell you needless to say. I actually opened up what's called the cardiac cath lab every single day this past weekend for patients who are suffering with the throes of an acute heart attack, all across all age groups. The youngest being that of 37.
Wow.
The youngest being that of 37. And so as I'm going in and I'm taking care of them at that point in time, I lead into every conversation with the fact of that something has to change. And insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. And so something has to change. I tell them that, yes, I can give you prescriptions. Yes, I am going to help change the tire that's blown out right now in terms of trying to open up the vessel in the setting of this acute heart attack. But we have to do something to keep you from having another blowout on that freeway. We have to do something to keep you from backing up over the nails. And so as I begin this whole soapbox moment, because I have them captive, I let them know that I'm here to help them, that we're here to help them, that we have resources that we can do it and help leading them, that they can keep who they are. And we're going to focus on what they are doing for their health, as opposed to solely what they're not doing for their health in terms of adding in the fruits, the vegetables, the whole grains. And so it was a challenging weekend. I'll be honest with you. I got a call last night that I thought might impede my ability to even join this morning. But fortunately, that patient was okay, and I'm able to be here this morning and talk a little bit. But yeah, this is real. And, you know, I think every single day I see individuals like that, it tells me that there's more of us are needed, right? The work of your dad and the Dr. Ornish and all the docs out there, right? They laid the foundation that all of us have to take the mantle and continue to run with this and deliver the message at the ground level as much as possible. Right on.
So speaking of the ground, show me some smothered okra.
All right. And so I have my mom here. You know, she's actually queuing me up in the back. I'm gonna tell you, right? So she's like that director in the back. She's like, over there. Come on, get this here right here.
Can we meet your mom? I want to meet your mom.
You want to meet my mom? I don't know. She might come and make a little cameo appearance as she's directing me. I'm gonna see if I can get her to come on camera. She told me that she'd only help me if I didn't try and call her out like I'm doing right now.
You're not. I am. I'm the one calling her out.
Yes. You ready, Mom, to come over now? You gonna come now? She's gonna look at her. She's ready to get mad at me. Rip, if I get a spanking, it's because of you, sir. Okay?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
She's still my mother. All right, come on over here, young lady. I'm gonna take these headphones off so that way you can see her.
Hi, Mrs. Batiste.
Yes,
Hi. Columbus, thank you so much for that little break and letting us meet your mother. What a wonderful looking woman. So smothered okra. Well, I think we're finally going to get to it.
Yes. And I do have to say, so since you've already got me in trouble with my mom, Rip, I'm going to go ahead and completely be in the doghouse.
Okay.
Right? Okay. That young lady is 87 years of age.
Whoa.
Yes.
That's phenomenal. That's the same age as my mother, Ann. Wow.
Oh, you see, I'm going to tell you that spunkiness and vitality it's so important. I'll tell you. Absolutely. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start in preparation. We're going to heat up the pan for the okra because we want that hot up front, right? So I'm doing it on the other side, and then we're going to start sauteing inside of this one here. So we're going to go ahead and start putting in some of our hard substances in terms of like the celery, and I'll go through the ingredients here. I'm not sure if you guys can kind of start to hear that sizzle. We're going to have a little water there because we're doing a little bit of the saute.
Yep.
Add in the onions, right? Oh yeah, you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yum.
All right, so then we're going to get into as well this garlic inside here, the cloves of garlic.
And you have this on high? What heat level?
I have it. So in my oven, I actually allows me to put it like up to about 375 is where I have it right now. And so kind of getting that saute to kind of soften these vegetables, these areas here. Now I'm gonna add these serranos. I may cough a little bit. I love them, but when I start cooking them, they get a little bit there inside my airways. But these are wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So put those in here. Let's add in the green peppers too as well. And we're gonna wait for the green onions, right? Because those are pretty soft. So we don't need to add those and soften those right now. We have a little water. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna just cover this for a little bit while this cooks down, and we'll come over and we'll stir it periodically. Yep. Nice. So we're gonna put a top on that. Let's put a little bit more just so it can help soften that. And so for those of you now growing up, a lot of times we would always use cook or roux and saute the vegetables in oil. There's no reason that you have to use oil. None whatsoever that you have to use the oil. You can soften the vegetables. You can go ahead and make all of your gravies and so forth without worrying about the use of oils at all. So we're gonna, as we're waiting for this to heat up. Now, one of the things, and we'll come back over here to the live camera for me, and I'll show you this momentarily. So this is my okra. So we got a little aggressive, right, with this. So I'll tell you. And so we started cutting the okra up. So I don't have it to demo, but one of the basic things with the okra is that you want to cut off the tip and cut off the backing. After that, you're just going to go ahead and you slice it and dice it. That's the way. Remember, if you freeze it or if you add a little apple cider vinegar to it in terms of like the wash that's there, it can help decrease that sliminess. You do that for about 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes will help decrease that sliminess that you're talking about. But you don't want all of it gone, because remember, that's empowering to your colon. That's empowering for fighting cancer and for the colon to, and for cholesterol too as well. So yeah, Rep, we're gonna definitely have you have some smothered okra for sure, right?
And we're gonna smother that in the mixture you're making right now, correct?
That's correct. So we're going to add tomatoes too, which is going to give it the lycopene.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead too as well, and we're going to add in some fresh corn too as well. So I was a bit lazy. I'll be honest. If I'm truthful, I want to be truthful at all times, and so I made sure that I did not go ahead and take the corn on the cob and shuck it, so to speak. I went ahead and had some organic corn that was there, and we put that. And we're going to add that to it too as well. So this is a mixture. We're going to use some of the seasoning for the okra. Some of the seasoning is going to be used for the mushrooms too as well. Now, here's another key as we come back over to this live camera here with me, is that when we're doing the mushrooms, and we're going to jump to, I realize we're jumping around here a little bit, but it'll make sense. So those of you who cook you multitask. You don't do one thing at a time. You're kind of doing the seasoning while you're preparing something else and preparing something else, so you can get everything together. But one of the things that we're going to do with the mushrooms, we all know the mushrooms are going to evaporate the liquid that's there. We can use that liquid into the mixture for the seasoning instead of water. That gives it even a little bit more flavor. We also can use vegetable broth too as well in order to kind of make that. So this pan is just about getting hot. We can test the pan, and many of us are aware. You're going to drop a little bit of water and see, is it really hot, right? Yeah. And so we start to see that this is pretty hot. It's starting to bubble, which is great. So we're about ready to go ahead and add in the okra. Now with the okra, we're going to come up. It's already chopped. It's ready to go. This is not the full amount. I cooked most of it because I'll be honest, I wanted to make sure I had something to eat after we were all done. But I figured I would just show you guys how it works here. So we're going to add this in. And we're just going to watch it. So remember, we're just going to try and get some of the sliminess out of it. Put that over. I don't know where my sous chef went. My sous chef, I think she's still thinking she's the lead chef, so she walked away when I needed help dropping off the pan there. So we're going to lower the fire a little bit.
Yeah, and so that's fresh okra. Do you ever do frozen okra, or do you find that that's not doesn't perform as well?
Yeah. No, frozen okra is great because once again, you're going to have a way in which you can go ahead and decrease that stickiness too as well when it's already frozen. Of course, we all love fresh. I prefer fresh. You can taste the difference. when it's fresh and so forth versus when it isn't. So if possible, that's why we made an effort to go ahead and make sure we have fresh okra for this cooking event here. So we continue to kind of just move this around. I'm gonna have the young lady come up because she's telling me, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not used to people telling me what to do in the cath lab. This is my cath lab, but she's still telling me what to do.
What does she want you to do right now?
Now, Mother Batiste. Oh, she wants me to put the green onions in because she says, listen, these are soft enough. She said, come on, I taught you this many times. So she said, put these green onions in, right? So add the green onions in there.
Nice. Columbus, there's no shame in having a sous chef join you if your mother wants to join you.
I know. So this is good. This is actually looking good. It's smelling really good too as well. I don't know if any of you guys have ever just sat and smelled spices as my earplug goes out, right? Smelled the spices. They're wonderful. They are truly wonderful when you start to smell the spices.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to be doing that okra for what, 3, 4, 5 minutes, and then you're going to throw it in.
Yeah. So the okra, you're doing to the sliminess. This is going to probably be about 10, 15 minutes or so with the okra, roughly. And then once you're done with this, then you're about ready to go ahead and begin the other process of adding in your spices, and then you're going to add in your tomatoes and the corn to kind of let it really cook and simmer down. So put that there, and then we'll turn to the others in just one moment. Here, let's put this here. Yes, this is looking good. This is, once again, the nonstick skillet makes it a little bit easier. That's here. So you can see, I don't know if you can notice here, there's just a little bit of sliminess that you see, but not much at all. And so what this does, it makes it a little bit kind of crispy and so forth. And so we see this all here. We're going to come back over to our seasoning. Yes.
Yeah. Columbus, do you have a particular type of cookware that you use or you like to use?
You know, no one is paying me to call out their names of their products at the moment. But I tend to, you know, I'll be honest, I have not been heavily invested outside of ensuring non-stick. My mom and my wife have been in charge of really purchasing a lot of the equipment that we use here in the house. So I can't really tell you that I have one. What's your favorite that you use?
Oh, I have a green pan that I like a lot. As far as a non-stick. Otherwise, we use a lot of cast iron. Yeah.
Yes, and we do too. We have the black skillet. I wanted non-stick for this in particular, especially because of here. Oh, now we have the sous chef coming over. She's coming over. She doesn't like what I'm doing, so she's here. She's here, adding to the mixture here too as well. How's that looking, Mom? Yeah, she says it looks good. I know you can't hear her real well. We're going to tag team. So this is one of the beauties. I'm going to tell you, folks, when it comes to cooking, this should be a family affair. This doesn't have to be in isolation. This is another thing. What studies have shown is that isolation, we've seen this during this thing called the pandemic, that it's almost nearly like smoking 15 cigarettes. So the more we can come together and do things together, it's empowering to our overall livelihood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're ready to go ahead and add some of this seasoning too.
Good. Now, Columbus.
Yes.
You've been with Kaiser Permanente literally your whole life. You were born there and you've been working there for a while. Are you 50 years old now?
I will be 50. Thank you for calling out my age, Rip. I'm happy to say I'm 50, but I will be 50 in 22 days.
Wow. Well,
but I was born there.
Well, very few people look as youthful at 50. Way to be.
I'll tell you, it's the power of plants. It's the power of fortune of good genes. We're going to add in some of the stewed tomatoes next.
So are those stewed tomatoes, are those from a can?
You can buy them from a can salt-free, which is what we did for this instance. I've also made them too as well. So you're adding stewed tomatoes, You're adding in a little bit of corn too as well. And once again, I prefer to get the corn from the corn on the cob and have it where it's as fresh as possible. But that doesn't always happen, especially on weekends like this past weekend.
Yeah. Well, we're huge fans of frozen corn, and you can get actually blackened corn or roasted corn that is really, really flavorful, frozen.
Yes.
And yeah, tastes just like it's right off the grill.
I love that. You're speaking my language. I love roasted corn. I think it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So this is virtually it, where we kind of get to this point here with the okra. And so I'm gonna go ahead and cover that right now. Lower the fire on it, and we're gonna move it to the back burner here, and we're going to move up to take care of our mushrooms, right? For the process, the same thing. Now, this is a little bit easier as we look at the process for the dirty rice. So we already have our seasoning made, and so this is one of the perks, right? So if you tag team and you do things at once, all together, you're able to kind of kill two birds with one stone and start that process of really making sure that your time is valuable, right? And so as we're here with the go ahead.
No, so let me just try and recap here for a sec, Columbus, so we're all on the same page. So you've got your Cajun style tofu that's in the oven cooking, right?
Yes.
You crumbled that up, 2 blocks of the extra firm with all the different spices, and now you've got your smothered okra and also your aromatics in a separate pan, and now you've got your dirty rice that you're getting into. And can you hold that up to the camera? I want to see what that looks like. Is that rice and mushrooms? What is that?
No, this is just mushrooms so far. This is just a mushroom mixture. Yeah, so now you can choose your favorite mushroom, whether or not it's your Bella, your Portobello, if you want your white button mushrooms, typically what you'll get from the local grocer that's there. You wash those up, and so mushrooms are so powerful. It's one of the few plant-rich sources that's going to give you vitamin D. We understand, too, as well, that's hugely beneficial in terms of cancer fighting, breast cancer, and many other cancers, too, as well. We understand the power in terms of some of the other nutrients of the vitamins, vitamin K and others that are inside of it as well. So as you cook this down, this doesn't take very long. And there's going to be a natural liquid. You can kind of see this liquid kind of bubbling up inside of here, too, as well as I cook this. And so once again, I told you, and you'll see, I got a little overzealous last night with cooking and preparing for the finished product for you all. And so we used the vast majority of the mushrooms in that mixture there, but you go ahead and you take your carton or your bag of mushrooms that you have. You want to as well, you're going to chop them up. Now you can chop or you can pulse. So I like mine, once again, another truth moment. I'm not a lover of mushrooms. Inherently, as bad as that sounds, but what ends up happening is that when they're diced extremely fine, I like the taste. It gives it just enough of that meaty texture, that firm texture that many have been used to, and then you begin that process of adding it to the seasonings, and it takes on that flavor and the aromatics, as you mentioned, to really kind of just make your mouth burst with flavor.
I couldn't agree with you more about them. I couldn't agree with you more about the mushrooms. I'm not a huge fan of mushrooms, but if they're cooked properly, if they're diced finely like that, if a lot of the moisture comes out of them, I'm a huge fan. Yeah.
So here's a tip too as well. Now I didn't do it. Another thing you can do is you can use textured vegetable protein, right? That you can use as your meaty substance for the dirty rice. So instead of using as an alternative to the mushrooms, you can use textured vegetable protein. That's really just dehydrated soy, and then you can add your seasonings to that, the spices, the garlic powder, etc., to that, and then you add the seasoning to the mixture, and then add that to your rice, and it still will give you a lot of that same flavor. But for this instance, this is how we're preparing this.
Yeah, that's really.
So this just takes a few moments. Yeah, you can smell it. Now I'll tell you, unfortunately, my daughter probably inherited my lack of enthusiasm, I'll call it, for mushrooms. When they're cooking, she goes running. But when she eats it, she's like, "Oh, these are pretty good."
Yeah. Now, so are you putting that on top of the rice then?
No, we're going to mix it all together.
Oh, okay. All right.
So we're going to mix it all together. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to add in some of the seasoning to it. And so the recipe calls out the precise amounts. I'm kind of doing what I learned from my mom and my sister and my grandmother, which is cooking by ear a little bit here with you today, but spelled out the actual process there. And so cooking by ear means just like a pianist who plays. They're not playing by a script. They kind of go based off of how the music is going and the audience and the singer and so forth. We're doing the same thing. I'm realizing that, okay, I don't have a lot of mushrooms here. I don't need all of the seasoning mix that's in there. I just need some of that seasoning mix in order to kind of make it pop with the combination, once again, of everything. So once this is in place, that's here, and we turn the fire down so it doesn't overheat because most of the moisture is already evaporated, that's when we'll begin the process of adding in our rice. And so we'll grab some rice. We'll get my sous chef to grab the rice.
And is this rice, is this pre-cooked rice? Is this frozen rice?
So once again, I'm all about convenience. So I will quickly do a pre-cooked rice is what I will do, and I'll show you that. And so we'll just drop that in there quickly in terms of the pre-cooked rice, and it makes it very simple. So when you come over, so
Carrie, can you pull out and let us see what's going on?
Well, so
there you go. Perfect.
So I'll just go ahead and I'll pop that inside the microwave for pre-cooked rice. And then this is brown rice. I can use wild rice. I can go ahead. You can even now, the challenge is you can do this with cauliflower rice cauliflower. It can be a little bit more, of a challenge when you do cauliflower rice, but that is possible too as well in order to kind of just change things up. But I love getting the different colors, the black rice, the wild rice, various ones that are there is what I typically will use. I'll use brown rice, which is what I have there. We'll use a jasmine rice at times. A brown jasmine rice is also a version.
Gotcha. So did you turn that microwave on?
Not yet.
Okay, got it.
I wanted to make sure that. You know what? See, you're my second sous chef.
It takes a village.
That's right. So we'll drop that in there so we get some nice healthy brown rice. So once again, the more fiber you have, and I know all of you know this because you are plant strong. You understand that the more fiber, the better off you are for your microbiome, for your cholesterol. And so if you can transition from white rice to brown rice or even black rice or red rice, that's hugely beneficial in general. You can even use some quinoa. You can use barley, which are different types. Those are not rices. But those can be valuable too as well when you're making this dish in particular. It does not have to be limited to just a rice itself. And so as we get that going, because once again, I'm going to go ahead and again, we're going to add in a little bit of garlic powder and some onion powder to the mixture too as well. I just love the extra flavoring, right? Oh, it just adds a little extra something to it, right? So we pour a little bit of that inside of it. And once again, the brand doesn't matter. I'm not, that's not a major issue. And I had the parsley already inside there, inside the mixture that I had. But this is the key. And then you spice it up according to your taste buds. So if you like more heat, add some cayenne to it. But be careful, right? So we already put serranos inside there. So we want to be careful with that mixture. And we're almost to the end of our cooking demo. After we just add the rice to the mixture there, it's all done. And we can start to look at the finished product. We can actually begin that process now. Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at the finished product here.
Yeah.
So sous chef, let's look at the rice first. All right. I'll tell you this, my mom is not going to have too much more of me calling her sous chef. You take a look at this. This is beautiful.
Can I ask you to do this? Because I want to get a better view of it. Can you take it to one of the other cameras?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a better color right there. Nice.
Yeah.
And so that is our dirty rice with the mushrooms and all the aromatics?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Everything in here, the spices, the peppers, all those things that are there, all mixed in with this dirty rice that's here. So for any of you from New Orleans down south, you're used to looking at dirty rice. This is dirty rice, but a healthier version for you right here. So that's one of them.
Yum. And then, you know what I would do? I would also throw in some of that Cajun-style tofu on top of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now here is your favorite, Rip. This is going to be your new favorite. Look at those colors burst. You see the reds, the greens, the yellows. We know the cancer-fighting properties for prostate. It's huge when you get this, and you're not getting that sliminess that's there.
I love it. I wish I could try it.
So you add this with the rice that's there, and you kick it up multiple notches. So powerful. Now here's what we're going to do. So you talked about your version of all this at home. I'm going to show you my version of things here. So first we're going to take a look at the tofu crumbles. So after we made the tofu crumbles, here's where they're at. I like mine a bit crispier, right? So once you have it nice and crispy, they have a nice crunch to it. It's so wonderful. And then what you can do simply is you're going to take some of that and you're going to add it to a bed of leafy greens. So what's in here? I have arugula. I have broccoli shreds that's in here. And now I add in some of the tofu crumbles on top of it.
Oh, yeah.
So I add the tofu crumbles on top of it. And this is a perfect quick meal that I'm having. Lots of, where they always say, where do you get your protein? Well, I'm getting it from everything I eat, right? So you have this on here, but I don't stop there. I don't stop here. Next, what I'm doing right now is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add in pico de gallo, because I love to kick it up a notch. So now I'm taking it and I'm adding in some salsa on top. Remember, when you add in this pico de gallo, you're adding in the lemon that's mixtured with the serranos and the cilantro and the tomatoes. What you're doing is you're recreating that salty-like flavor with the lemons. And so without adding that salt, right, that can raise your blood pressure and impair the endothelium and impact the body in general, I don't have to do that to get the flavor. Wonderful meal, quick and easy to go, powerful, power-packed.
Power-packed,
So
I love it. Yes.
So let me go ahead and add a little bit of the rice and show it on the plate, and a little bit of the okra and the crumbles that are here. So I'll put that on here. I'll bring it over to the other camera so you all can see a little better lighting with everything.
Please.
And I will tell you that you will not be disappointed when you go to New Orleans and come to Dr. B's cafe. Right?
Well, I can't wait to be invited to your house for dinner and hang with you and your mother and your family, and some Cajun style tofu, dirty rice, and smothered okra.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you what, Rip. What we're gonna do for you when you come out here to California, my mom's gonna make gumbo. She's gonna make plant-based gumbo for you, right? We're gonna serve up some gumbo for you, so you can have some old school gumbo that's healthy version of it.
I like it. Well, Dr. B, you go by Dr. B ever?
Yeah, you know what? I go, yeah, some of my patients will call me that. They actually call me like, it's too long. It's too long.
Yeah. We also got, we got Will Bolshewitz, the fiber fueled guy. So I'm going to call you Columbus. I love it. But this has been fabulous. I really appreciate you as an interventional cardiologist taking the time to teach your patients how to cook, because you realize how drop dead important it is. And is it every other Thursday that you do cooking classes with patients? I know you were doing that.
We were doing once a month Thursdays. Obviously, when everything shut down, we shut down. We haven't resumed quite yet. I was doing some online, and so haven't quite yet gotten back to that, except for some little small local things I've done for people.
Yep. And for people that want to, follow you, reach you, is there a best website? There it is, thehealthyheartdoc.org. Yep.
Yes.
And then do you have an way. Okay. And do you have an Instagram channel where people can follow you?
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Healthy Heart Doc on Instagram as well. Those are and on Facebook too as well. Those are the handles. And I'm, amidst everything else, I'm trying to get my book out that really looks from a holistic perspective on changing the paradigm, right, in terms of health and getting selfish. And I think we spoke about being selfish a bit more, which will be likely the title of the book itself.
I love it. I love it. Do you mind if I just like in 10 seconds run through it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You tell me what it is. S is for spirituality,
which means it doesn't necessarily mean like religious. It could be like meditating. It could be breathing too as well.
E is for
exercise.
L is for
love.
F is for
food, real food, whole food, plant-based food.
I is for
intimacy.
Yes. And the second S is for
sleep. The power of sleep.
The power of sleep. And H is for
humor, the joy of life, laughter.
Yes, yes. And for anybody that hasn't seen you, you had really great roles in both the Game Changers and Eating You Alive. Thank you for everything that you are doing. And let me know when that book comes out. I want you to be on my podcast first and foremost.
Love to. Appreciate you as always, all the good work you're doing. And thanks for having me on and getting to share a little bit of a taste of New Orleans with my mom.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Thanks, Columbus. Thanks, Columbus's mom.
All right. Take care.
Bam. Thank you. Chef AJ, welcome to PlantStock. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're a virgin to PlantStock, aren't you?
Yes, because none of the Esselstyns have ever invited me before. So
Well,
thank you for having me.
Well, we're putting that to bed, all right? Once and for all.
I'm so excited. I hope one day I can do the in-person one if that should happen again. But really, it's a privilege, an honor, and a pleasure. It's always great spending time with you.
Yes. Well, so now, AJ, you appeared on the PlantStrong podcast. You were episode number 143.
Oh.
We had a absolute barrel of a good time. And we were celebrating the 10th anniversary of Unprocessed.
Yeah.
Do you happen to have that lying around anywhere?
I actually have it open. I do. Yes, I do. Thank you. You
Yeah.
endorsed it.
I think I may have. Now, you are, I think you're probably one of the best, if not the most well-known whole food plant-based chefs on the planet.
Wow.
And yeah, and so it is such an honor to have you headlining PlantStock this year. But you know, most of our chefs they're tackling 2 or 3 recipes, and they're kind of allotted 30 minutes. And we allow people to go over. But you're taking on what, 8, 9 recipes here?
What am I going to show people with 2 recipes? I mean, the secret to why I'm able to do this, and maybe other chefs aren't, is a 3-word phrase in French called mise en place. It's the first thing you learn the first day of culinary school, everything in its place. Because if you have everything you need here, and you don't have to run here to measure and here to get, and even have some of the stuff measured out, it doesn't take that long to prepare food. It's the reaching and the running that takes a long time. And so by doing that, I save so much time on the back end that we can just have a nice long conversation on the front end.
Yes. So can you, what are you going to be tackling today? You want me to throw it out there, or do you got it written down?
Well, I know what I'm going to be tackling, because it is 113 degrees here today, and I am not going to turn on my oven, even for you, Rip, who I love very much. So my presentation is called Eating Without Heating, where I'm going to show you how to make a delicious meal without ever turning on your stovetop or your oven, because even with air conditioning, that can make your house really hot really quickly. So I'm going to be using some of my favorite tools, like a blender, like an air fryer, like an Instant Pot, to make a delicious dinner. And then, since it's going to have food that is delicious, why not have some people over, which I'm going to do. So I'm going to be making one of my favorite recipes called black bean mushroom chili, and a little topping for it that I call faux parmesan that you can use on other things as well. I'm going to be showing you how to make a balsamic Dijon glazed Brussels sprouts. I'm going to show you how to make potato bagels, which are mind-blowing, especially for people that can't or don't eat bread and are gluten-free.
Let me interrupt you for a sec. So you're going to make potato bagels. Are these sweet potato bagels? Are they Yukon Gold potatoes?
Because, see, Yukon Gold looks the most like a bagel shape, and that's why we're using Yukon Gold. But I don't see why you couldn't do it with a sweet potato.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because in that book, Unprocessed, behind you, you dedicated it to Charles and Bailey, and you specifically said, who I love more than sweet potato.
That's a lot. That's a lot of love, because you know I love sweet potatoes. I had probably a 2-pound one for lunch preparing for this presentation, because I need my strength. But thanks for remembering that. It's so nice when a person actually.
Yeah, but with that being said, I don't think I see. Are you going to make us anything today that has a sweet potato in it, or have you overlooked the sweet potato?
Potatoes, but let me think, because you never know, because I have cooked sweet potatoes here, and time permitting, I might be able to pull something out of my.
No, don't worry about it.
My area that I. So, but actually, you just gave me an idea, and if there is time, I think I can do something for you.
Okay,
I really do.
All right. All right.
I think I can make a sweet. Actually, yes, I can, and I will. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to do it, so don't worry.
Okay. And I'm going to try and behave myself and not interrupt you too many times.
That's okay.
And I just want to talk to my camera person right now. Please just focus on AJ. I don't need any. Get rid of me. I just want AJ on the screen. There you go. That's where it should be.
The best time to talk to me is after I kind of get stuff in the Instant Pot in the air fryer, because there will be a little bit of downtime once things are cooking.
Okay.
I'm also going to make my favorite go-to salad dressing, oil-free, of course, low-fat, of course. It's called lemon poppy seed. My favorite way to dress it is with greens and fruit, which I will show you. And I'm going to make a Dole pineapple whip, which I think I can incorporate into a sweet potato recipe, since that's what you want. And one of our favorite things to have on a hot day, which is called the desert date shake, where you can also make it into fudgicles and ice cream if you like. And if there's time, a bonus dessert like a rustic strawberry tart. So let's get started with the vegetables. So I really didn't cook anything in advance other than the Brussels sprouts. And the only reason I did that is because I think most people can figure out how to either defrost a bag of frozen Brussels sprouts or cook them in the microwave, like I did with this little Pampered Chef microwave steamer. It's one of my favorite kitchen gadgets, especially when I travel, because then I can have vegetables in my hotel room. But again, you can just defrost them. The reason I'm using frozen Brussels sprouts is because people that don't like Brussels sprouts will often like the baby Brussels sprouts, which I've only been able to see frozen at places like Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. They're real little, and they don't seem to have that pungency of the big ones. They don't seem to have that funky smell that people don't like. They're about the size of a grape, actually, and they're very tender. And so all I did is I put it in a Pampered Chef microwave steamer with a tiny bit of water, and I microwaved it for 6 minutes. But the truth is, you could do this without microwaving it. You can go straight from freezer to air fryer, but your cooking time might be a little longer. Or you could just defrost it. But I got in the habit of always microwaving them, because then if I didn't have time to air fry, I still have vegetables ready that I can eat. So the secret is also going to be in the sauce, which is optional, but it's really in the air fryer. Now, not everybody wants to. Oh.
Hey, AJ, I just want to, yeah. So I love that you have your own cameraman that is helping you out. He is doing such a phenomenal job. Can I just say this, though, Charles, if you could get in closer to AJ, I love it, because then I can see her better and the sound quality's even higher. So I'll just throw that out.
A little closer.
All right.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh,
we're a little low right now. Just give us a second. We just got to make a little adjustment. Yeah, we just have to make a little adjustment.
On the fly.
Giant right now. Anyway, we're gonna figure
this is my cucina.
Yeah, this is a beautiful rental. I'm here in Lincoln, California, not Lincoln, Nebraska, popular contrary belief. Okay, so that's a little better, I think. And so I'm using this air fryer that has a basket. If you can afford the Breville, my recommendation when it comes to anything, whether it's a car or kitchen equipment, is buy the best that you can afford. So if you can't afford the Breville, it's great because it does so many other things like dehydrates. It takes the place of your oven. But these basket air fryers, I've seen for as low as $39 at Walmart, $69 at Costco, and they're very simple to use and easy to clean because they're basically just 3 parts. They're the big part that's over on the counter there that looks like a hair dryer, and then there is the basket right here, which of course, because of my long nails, isn't coming up. There's the basket and there's the base, and I didn't even clean it. Shame on me. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in the basket. This is 1 pound, and when people say they can't eat a pound of vegetables, it's like, really? This is nothing. So if you want to come over here, cameraman, we're just going to put it in the air fryer right here, and then I'm going to push the button, and I'm going to do, it says 370. I like to do it for 20 minutes, and I like to do it at 400, and I'm going to push the button.
And so for people that don't have an air fryer, you can just
I'm going to roast them. So what we can do is, if we don't have an air fryer, you can certainly roast them. But realize that the purpose of the air fryer in this presentation called Eating Without Heating is to roast it. I would have to turn my oven on at 400. An air fryer at 400 is not going to generate any hotness or heat in this kitchen. An oven will, and it will do so quickly, and it will stay hot for a very long time. Also, with the air fryer, this will take 20 minutes. In the oven, to roast vegetables, it could take 45 minutes. So to me, that's just too much heat, too long. But yes, and if you're going to roast them, I recommend roasting them either on a non-stick silicone baking mat, like a Silpat, which I prefer to parchment paper because it's more environmentally friendly. You can reuse it, or if you have to, on parchment paper. So people think you need oil to roast vegetables. You absolutely don't. So you can use other things like balsamic vinegar, which we're going to use in the marinade. But if you can get an air fryer, it just tastes better than roasting.
And you know what? You've just you've hit me with brilliance. All of a sudden, I'm thinking, if you can't stand the heat in the kitchen, get an air fryer.
Exactly. Exactly. And an Instant Pot. You know, without doing it side by side, and I could do this, it's just going to taste better in the air fryer, because that's how you can get things crispy without oil. So French fries in the air fryer, which you can do without oil, without salt, are going to be so crispy and unparalleled. They'll still be good in the oven, but you know, nobody thinks they need an air fryer until they get an air fryer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with an Instant Pot. I don't know how I'd live without an Instant Pot all these years. So this is the 8-quart. It's about as big as my head. Now there's different sizes. I also have a 3-quart and a 6-quart, but this is my favorite size. Again, get the biggest and best you can afford, because think about it, Rip. You can do a small recipe in a big piece of equipment, but you can't do a big one in a small one. And so even if you're a single person, if you want to make this lifestyle sustainable, you got to do some batch cooking. So make big batches of whatever you make, eat some, freeze some, and share some. So I like to use the 8-quart. This recipe will not fit in a 6-quart unless you leave the corn out and add it back in. And this is one of my easiest recipes. You could just lower that down a little, because the truth is all you need is a scissors. And it's ridiculously easy, because I am just going to be opening up 3 bags of mushrooms, because I am too lazy to cut them up. Of course, if you buy things not this way, it's going to be a little
Where did you buy those from?
Trader Joe's.
Gotcha.
You know, and I've seen them in other stores. And if you don't buy the mushrooms already sliced, you can get an egg slicer at the 99-cent store, and that is the easiest and fastest way to slice mushrooms and strawberries. So I love to use little tools that people don't think about for other reasons. And then, again, I do the same thing. I cannot stand to cut onions. I'm very sensitive to them, so I do buy them already chopped. You know, the funny thing is about using these scissors, I've actually made this without a can opener, because there are some cans coming up, because both the beans and the tomatoes, which we're going to be using, can also come in packages where you tear the top off. So these are fire roasted tomatoes. These happen to be salt free. I just like the fire roasted if you can find them, because I feel they have a little bit more flavor, but regular is also fine. And I know you guys have the recipe.
Where'd you find those?
You know what? At Rayleigh's, my regular grocery store. I didn't have to even order them online. We're going to be using 3 cans of beans. And by the way, you can even get beans, even salt-free beans now, in packages that you can tear off, so you don't even need a can opener. I could not find salt-free near me, and I'm not near a Whole Foods anymore. Actually, I could have probably found them at Sprouts. But what's interesting, these are extremely low in sodium, this brand from Trader Joe's, so I'm okay using it.
Yep.
Now, I want to show you, I'm going to open one can for you, because whenever I have a chance to show you my favorite kitchen tool, I will. I spent years as a volunteer culinary instructor at the Braille Institute. And if I could teach blind people how to cook, I feel I can teach anybody. A traditional can opener, even an electric can opener, makes a very sharp edge on your can, which is not great, because you can cut yourself, especially if you are blind and can't see it, or if you have, you know, animals that are going in your garbage, they could cut their tongues. Instead of poking into the can, which is actually less hygienic, because most people don't clean their cans before they open them, and you know, if a rat pooped in the store on it, you know, it's not so great. This actually just lifts the seal off. And so what happens is this is not sharp anymore. And it's just a wonderful tool. This is a Tupperware one, but I think Xylus and Pampered Chef make one. So I really recommend this kind of can opener, especially if there's kiddos around. So that's our 3rd can.
You are giving us so many neat little tricks.
Well, that's what I do. Thank you. So 3 cans of beans is equivalent to 1.5 cups of cooked beans. So if somebody wanted to use beans if they already cooked, that would be great. You'd use 4.5 cups, but realize you're going to be missing some liquid. I'm not putting any water in this recipe, because there's liquid already from the cans of beans, from the tomato, and mushrooms are a very high water vegetable. So if you're doing it with beans that you've cooked from scratch, you'll need to add that liquid back in, about 1.5 to 2 cups of water. Another great tip I want to share with you that I've been doing forever is we found that most people don't eat 30 distinctly different breakfasts every month, lunches, and dinners. You tend to have your favorites and repeat them. Since this is one of my favorites, I always pre-measure the spices in advance, smell it to make sure I've got the right spices, and then when I make this, when I make cauliflower bisque, when I make smoky sweet potato burgers, things that are in my rotation, I don't have to measure every time. And that's It saves a lot of time. Remember, anything you can do on the front end
Yeah.
is going to save you time on the back end.
What are some of those spices that you just threw in there?
Yeah. So I believe, if I remember correctly, it's oregano, cumin, smoked paprika, and chipotle powder.
How much do we love the roasted corn from Trader Joe's?
I love it, and it's GMO free. And you know, Whole Foods has a brand of roasted corn.
Yeah.
I just think I think anytime you roast something, it's going to taste a little bit better. But of course, if you can't find it, I'd use just regular sweet corn or white corn. So now you can see how my pressure cooker is completely filled, which is why this recipe wouldn't fit in a 6-quart. But if all you have is a 6-quart, cook everything, add the corn in later, because realize your corn is already cooked. So I'm just going to put this in, the insert in, and then a lot of people struggle with getting this on. If you would just think of this as a clock, and this is 12 o'clock, if you just go to 11 o'clock, it always goes on.
Do you think you're the queen of the Instant Pot?
I don't know, probably some other chefs before me, like Lorna Sass were, but I think I've promoted it quite a bit because I find it really helps people get food on the table fast. I mean, when I cook corn on the cob, it's 0 minutes. That's less than 1 minute. It's incredible.
Wow.
Artichokes like practically my favorite vegetable.
Well,
Mom taught me how to cook them on the stove. It takes like an hour. In an Instant Pot, it takes 7.
There you go. There you go.
I'm sneezing because it was the truth. So now there's a bunch of buttons right here, a bunch of buttons. I never have read my manual, so I'm just going to push this one called pressure cook. It was preset to 5 minutes because I made this last week. And so what's going to happen is it's going to make a little beep to say, hey, is this what you want? Come on, there we go.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I want. Now, if you've never been introduced to Instant Pot or pressure cooking technology, it's not exactly 5 minutes from this moment in time. But even if it's 20 minutes, who cares? Because I could go walk my dog, I could take a bath. I do not have to babysit
Yeah.
a pressure cooker like I would a pot on the stove or the stovetop pressure cooker. Yes, you can use a slow cooker, but who's got 6 to 8 hours to wait for dinner?
So can I just say that was incredible. Mushrooms in mushrooms in a bag, onions in a bag, cans of tomatoes, frozen corn, cans of black beans, and voila, right?
And people love it. And people, this is one of my most popular and requested recipes, and it's so easy. Eating Plant Strong does not have to be difficult. This is so delicious. And this chili freezes well if there is any left over. And there's a lot of ways you can eat it. So we don't eat it the same way every time. So maybe tonight we're probably going to eat it with this topping that I'm going to show you.
Yeah.
Maybe some chopped scallions on top, using kind of chips, baked tortilla chips as our spoon. But it's also delicious. My favorite way is over brown rice, or any grain for that matter. And it's also good over Yukon Gold potatoes, because there is a lot of starch in this soup from the corn, from the beans, that will keep you satiated. But I like to have starch on my starch with my vegetables.
So with that 8-quart, you're saying that the juice is worth the squeeze.
Absolutely. And you're not going to believe it. You saw it was filled to the top. When we open this pressure cooker, it's not going to be as much as you think. Because remember, mushrooms, if you've ever cooked them, they reduce all their liquid. It's all going to get a lot smaller. So now here's the thing. There is a function on the pressure cooker called saute. And if you wanted to, and I have done this, not for this presentation, you can go ahead and saute the onion first. You don't need any oil. And then you can saute the mushrooms. And it might be marginally better, if you had it side by side. But you know what makes this delicious is the spices. It's different if you're eating onions sauteed like on a plant burger. But in the context of a soup, a stew, or a chili, I don't go to the trouble to do that because I'm just too busy. And so one of the things I do because I'm busy is make a lot of stuff in advance, like this faux Parmesan topping, which I already have a lot of in my refrigerator, so that's why I'm only going to make half a recipe. This lasts a really long time, and it has only 3 ingredients. And I know that you have popcorn in your product.
Yeah,
line. People love. And this is an amazing topping for popcorn because it gives it a cheesy umami flavor, and you don't have to use any salt. So again, it has 3 ingredients. Very common. Oats, rolled oats. These happen to be gluten-free. Nutritional yeast. And your favorite salt-free seasoning, or if you use salt. I'm using Benson's Table Tasty because that's what I like. And I'm just putting equal amounts of the nutritional yeast, or as leach as they call it, in the blender. And So I am using an unfortified brand. This is somebody recommended this to me. It actually does taste pretty good. I'm not saying it's the best, but I like that it's unfortified. Not because I think there's anything wrong with fortification, but I tend to taste the fortification of those B vitamins. So whatever brand you use for my palate as a chef, I prefer unfortified. But most places, even like the local Winco,
Huh.
So
So is Red Star nutritional yeast fortified? Do you know?
good question. I'd have to Google that. I don't know. But again,
Yeah.
use the one you like the best. And so I don't even need measuring spoons. I do this so often, just using my hand, putting in my little bit of this.
Well, I think if I remember when I had you on the podcast, you said that you really are not a fan of measuring things.
I don't like measuring, which is why my publisher's always upset with me, because good luck writing a cookbook like I'm doing now with over 175 recipes and telling the audience, well, you know, this is a cake, but I don't really measure. So that's why it takes me so long to get books out. I don't, because here's the thing. I don't like weighing and measuring myself or my food or my recipes. And if that's what you need to do it. But I'm going to be teaching a master dessert class soon where I'm going to show people you can learn a technique, because think about it. Our ancestors didn't have, well, they didn't have internet for sure, but they didn't have cookbooks. They had to do it every way, every time that way. And I grew up living with a cordon bleu chef, my aunt's mother.
Yeah.
And she didn't even own measuring cups or measuring spoons, yet we had a 5-star meal every night, and that's how I learned to cook. As long as you are afraid to try to do it that way, you'll never learn to do it any other way. There's so much freedom in not measuring, because you know, different people have different palates. You might have an ingredient that's not in your house at that time. I'm not saying that every recipe should not be followed. I mean, especially when it's baking. But for cooking, you gotta just be improvisational, and you will find it is so much fun. And you might come up with a recipe that's better than if you had followed the recipe. So this will be noisy, but just for about 10 seconds.
Voila.
Now, in the original version of Unprocessed, which came out in 2011, this was made using walnuts. And if you can afford the calories from fat or don't have a nut allergy, it would be just as delicious, maybe more so. But because I tend to eat lower in fat and need to, and so do many people, especially somebody maybe that's a patient of Dr. Esselstyn, I learned that by substituting these oats, which still have plenty of fat, for the nuts, you still are going to get a really, really delicious flavor. And so I'm not going to be using this right now, so I'm just going to pour it into the container. And again, this will last a long time. Now, this is not only good on the chili, but it's also good on popcorn, like I mentioned, and even on steamed vegetables, especially broccoli.
AJ, how do you recommend people put it on popcorn? Do you have to like wet the popcorn a little bit to get it to stick, or how does that work?
Yes. So I actually learned this from Dr. Joel Furman. And what he said to do is, like, you can get like a little spray bottle.
Yeah.
And you kind of have to spray it. So that's what you would do. If you're not using oil, people that use oil, it would be easy to stick. But you just very gently spray it, and then you kind of shake it up. You know?
Okay, so you spray it with the water, and then you shake it up with the Parmesan topping. Okay.
Exactly. Spray and shake.
Spray
But
and
it's really
shake.
good on steamed broccoli, especially steamed cauliflower. And you know, I have used it because I tend not to like to use flours in general. So I've used it as a coating for air frying. For example, I've taken things like frozen artichoke hearts from Trader Joe's, defrosted them, dredged it in the faux Parmesan, and put them in the air fryer. And I have, like, you know, fried artichoke hearts.
Wow.
So I've done that with that. So my husband is cleaning the blender so I can show you the next recipe, which is lemon poppy seed dressing.
While you're grabbing that, I just want to say that last week on the podcast, we had a woman, Pam Croft, who it was all about the Instapot. And we did a huge nod to you, because we consider you the queen of the Instant Pot. And did it just go off? Was that the Instant Pot going off?
No, the Instant Pot didn't go off. The air fryer went off. You can take your time, Charles, because I have something else to show the folks. So these are my delicious gems of Brussels sprouts. Now, here's the thing. If you want them a little less dark, then do less time or less temperature. More, you can have more. These are perfect for me. And so what I'm going to do is, I don't like to have to keep cleaning things. So I'm going to pour this into my Pampered Chef microwave steamer, which has already been used several times a day to steam my lunch broccoli. This is very easy to clean right away. And so what's cool about this, I have my Brussels sprouts in here now. These are so delicious plain that I generally don't use the marinade. But for people that really don't like Brussels sprouts, this is a great marinade. We actually use it at Rancho La Puerta in Mexico, a place I've had the privilege of teaching hands-on cooking for over 11 years. And what the students do is right before the cooking class, they go out in the garden and they pick whatever vegetables they want. And it's only what they have. So maybe it won't be Brussels sprouts. Maybe it'll be turnips. Maybe it'll be butternut squash or broccoli or cauliflower. And then they'll use this technique with this marinade. So this was, I wish I could take credit for this marinade, but it was from Dr. Roy Artal, who's a wonderful vegan doctor in Los Angeles at Cedars-Sinai. I had him on my TV show many years ago, and he made this. And it's 2 more ingredients: your favorite balsamic vinegar and your favorite mustard. My favorite might not be your favorite, so feel free to use your favorites and use either mustard or just vinegar or both. Both are great together. So I am using this because I like it, because it's a little bit milder than Dijon. This happens to be the salt-free version.
Yep.
We'll spray stone ground mustard. And again, not only am I not measuring, but you know how when the mustard kind of gets to the bottom and, you know, people tend to throw it out because you can't really take any more out? Well, this is the perfect use. Because my favorite balsamic vinegar, I don't know if Jane and Ann told you, I send them 10 bottles to congratulate them on their book.
No, California balsamic.
Yeah,
right?
I sent them 10 large bottles in my favorite flavor. So this is my favorite flavor for this recipe, the smoked hickory, because it tastes like barbecue sauce. And so what I'm going to do, and if you really wanted a measurement, I would say 1 to 2 tablespoons of each. 1 is actually enough. And now, because I've got this here, I can shake it up. Oh, come on, and get it all. So that is like so perfect. And then just put it on this. Shake it in here. You don't need a lot, really. And when people say, I can't eat a pound of vegetables, trust me, you can eat 2 pounds of these because it tastes like candy. So then I'm going to just take my little thing, because this was already used. I don't have to wash it. And this is how we do our upper arm workout, you know, because I don't lift weights or anything like that. Boom,
Yeah.
boom.
AJ, what do you think's the calorie density of Brussels sprouts? About 150 calories a pound?
Well, I would say no more than 200, you know. I mean, you know what I could do, Rip, is I could just go grab a bag from the freezer and tell you what the bag says, and I can show you the ones I use.
I'm just wondering, because I want to eat all that, and I could very easily, and I would just have down to like 200 calories, right?
This is literally 2 cups of food. I mean, and these are so delicious. And if you don't finish them, which I don't know why you wouldn't, you know, you can just heat them up and throw them back in the air fryer the next day. Now, you probably noticed that I didn't put that marinade in the air fryer. You could do that, but then it's going to be a lot harder to clean your air fryer. So now you ask. This bag of Brussels sprouts, which is my favorite kind, 99 cents a bag, it says 5 servings at 35 calories, which means 175.
Wow.
And let's just say it was 25 for the vinegar. I don't think it was. 200 calories, you know, that's like, what is that, 5 teaspoons of oil.
Yeah, yeah.
All this delicious food. So,
or 1.5 tablespoons, right? AJ, I would take some of those and I'd throw them into that chili.
Oh yeah, but they're so good. Like, I want people to taste them with, you know, they're just like a little party in your mouth, and they're just so good. Honestly, I mean, I can eat these for breakfast. They're so yummy. And again, for those of you without an air fryer, you can roast them with the marinade on a sheet, and it's going to take 45 minutes, though. Who's got that kind of time, right? That's how I get so many recipes done, because I have all the right equipment. All right, so now, and again, you don't have to have a high-powered blender, at least not for the recipe. Well, for one of them, kind of, but would help. But it's just a lot easier if you do. But I have, listen.
What kind of blender do you like? Because so many people ask, and I never know what to say.
Right. Again, the best that they can afford. I have both the BlendTech and the Vitamix, and I've had them for many years. The reason I like the BlendTech a little bit better is I just think it's more visually appealing. The Vitamix has this huge base. It's just this honking machine. What Vitamix has going for it is the tamper. So if I'm doing something that's really thick, like ice cream, the Vitamix is unbeatable, because I guess this company wanted to do a tamper, but for some reason they've got the patent on it. What I also like about the BlendTech is you can actually read the measurements on it, whereas on the Vitamix they're recessed and I can't see it. And I also love the square shape, because as a former pastry chef, I'm doing a lot of pastry creams. I find it a lot easier to get every last drop out of the shape. But listen, people love Vitamix. It's great. I'm not bashing it, but this takes up less space on my computer. what can I tell you? Okay, so now my favorite go-to dressing. It has like 5 ingredients. I think 6 if you include water.
Wait, is this going to be your lemon poppy seed dressing?
Oh, this is the best. You don't ever need another dressing, especially if people don't want to buy California balsamic, because look, lemons are, if you have a tree, they're free. Water's free. Mustard's cheap. Dates aren't that expensive. And then the only other 2 ingredients are the poppy seeds and then a little bit of chia seeds to thicken. But this is so good. So I'm actually making a double batch of this so that we always have it. So it's equal amounts of water and lemon juice. If you are using fresh lemon juice, you could always use the zest to add another level of flavor. My dates are soaking because, even though I have a high-powered blender, I treat my blender like it's not, so that I don't want it to burn out. So I soak the dates in here already. Now I'm going to be adding.
Can you remind me, AJ? So tell me, what do you have in the blender right now? You have lemon juice, water, and how many dates?
I have lemon juice, water, and dates. That's all I have so far.
Okay.
And the ingredients that are going to eventually be added are the chia seeds and the poppy seeds, but I'm not going to add them now. And the reason I'm not going to add them now is because if I add them now, it's going to thicken it too soon, and also then you won't see the little flecks of the poppy seed. But I do need to add my mustard, which I've already measured out, and I am using the stone ground. Unless you really like that strong, sharp taste of Dijon mustard, I would only use a stone ground in here. Maybe a yellow would go. I haven't tried it because it's kind of like a sweet and tangy recipe. So I'm going to just blend this for as little time as possible. Also, what's really cool about the BlendTec Rip is it has seconds on it. That was exactly 10 seconds. And I think by soaking the dates, it made my blending time less. And especially if I'm doing these Zoom presentations, I don't want to annoy people. So here's my dressing, and you could have it like this. But the great thing about chia seeds is they're a natural thickener. So, you don't have to have, if you want to eat nuts, you can eat them. But people say, oh, what about my omega-3 fatty acids? Well, you can get them right here in chia seeds, which, you can get these huge affordable bags at Costco. It's incredible. Now, these are black chia seeds, but if I'm doing a dessert recipe or a chia pudding where it's a lighter color, then I recommend the white, because the black doesn't look all that great, in my opinion, in dessert recipes. And so poppy seeds, I find them in bulk at Sprouts, and this is just going to give it that look of lemon poppy seed dressing.
Look at you, were measuring. You were actually measuring.
I'm measuring because I don't want to run out of poppy seeds because I'm going to need those, and I don't. Yeah. So this is going to be just a quick zhuzh. That's it. That was just to incorporate that. And then what I do is I find either a leftover bottle from California balsamic or a pretty glass jar, and this will last in the refrigerator for a very long time, and guests love it.
Oh.
And it's so easy to make. There's no reason to buy dressing again and waste all those bottles. Now, you can see it's moving around very easily. The chia seeds don't thicken in an instant. I set this up in the fridge in a few hours, and for sure by tomorrow, it's not going to be so thick that it won't move, but it's going to be thick enough that it's going to stick to your greens. And while Charles washes the blender for the last time, I'll talk about the greens. Oh my God, I got to show Rick the apron I got.
Okay.
The gift that I got, Rick, a fan sent me the apron. It says, look over there. Someone sent me a gift, and I immediately thought of you.
AJ, that lemon poppy seed dressing, I cannot wait to make it, and I can't wait to put it over an arugula berry salad. Is that what you're doing?
Exactly.
Arugula is my new go-to green.
I'm not, because I'm a chef, I tend to wear chef coats when I do presentations, but I do wear aprons, and you've got to see this apron that Tracy gave me. Look at that.
Greens aren't boring, you're boring.
Isn't that the best? Thank you, Tracy, if you're watching this. I've yet to send her a thank you note. But anyway, if you want me to dress the salad, I will, but realize we're not going to be eating this for a few hours. So what I do is, this is my favorite green too. I love arugula. And I get the organic from Trader Joe's, and then I get fruit. So I've got blueberries here, and then I also have some strawberries in my fridge if I have raspberries and blackberries. So what I love to do, and I love to dress my salads really, really lightly. I learned this from my mom, and also they teach you that in culinary school. You can always add, you can't take away. And people like different amounts of dressing on their salad. So what I do is I'll put in a big bowl, I'll use food service gloves and I will massage, you know, to kind of get those greens broken down, the dressing into it. And then I will serve more dressing at the table on the side for those that require or like more dressing. And then I will dress them with especially berries. And you could use that bag of frozen berries if you want, but I like to use some red and some blue. So definitely blueberries and strawberries. But when you have the bitterness of the greens, the sour and the sweet from the dressing and from the fruit, even people that don't really love arugula. Now, if you're a green hater, let me just tell you that if you buy baby, just like I taught you with the Brussels sprouts, the baby Brussels sprouts are less bitter than the grown-up ones. It's the same thing with greens. So depending on where you live, like if you go to a store like Sprouts, you'll see they have arugula and baby arugula. They'll have kale and baby kale. The baby is not yet as mature, so it hasn't developed the thylakoids, those bitter compounds that make people that don't like bitter not like that. Now, here's the thing. You can retrain your palate because what you eat today, you'll crave tomorrow. And even if you don't like greens, if you just force yourself to eat them as much as you can, you will learn to crave them because especially if you're someone struggling with your weight or with food addictions, those thylakoids that are only in these dark green leafy or cruciferous vegetables are magical because they turn off the hunger switch. They block fat absorption. They help fight cravings for sweets. So if you've got a sweet tooth, this is what you need to be eating, my friend.
Thylakoids.
Thylakoids, maybe. Dr. Greger wrote it about it. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do another air fryer recipe. And this recipe could be done probably in a regular oven too. I just never have. I love this recipe because I'm gluten-free and flour-free, so I can finally have bagels again. Let me just gather all my ingredients together. And I need to get a bowl. Okay, so you're gonna have to get some close-ups, Charles, for this one. Okay, so there is a seasoning called Everything Bagel Seasoning. This one is from Sprouts and it's salt-free, but if you don't mind having salt, you can get Trader Joe's brand. Dylan Holmes at Well Your World has a salt-free one. Nick DeVorn from Local Spicery has a salt-free one called Showstopper Topper. You could actually make this yourself. So this is basically what they put on an Everything Bagel. So we're going to just lower this down. So this is a Yukon Gold potato, and I have already cooked it in my Pampered Chef microwave steamer till soft, and I refrigerated it. I don't know why when you refrigerate cooked starch, it's more magical when you air fry it, but if you don't have time, that's okay. You can do it from hot, but you don't want to do it from raw. I tried my best to get one that was as round as possible so it would look most like a bagel. This isn't as round as I would have liked it, but you're going to get the idea. So you have your cooked and chilled potato, and you could do this with sweet potato, and you're going to cut it in half. And then I have this little tool here from Pampered Chef. This is to get the core out of the cucumber or the core out of an apple or pear. But I'm just using it as a hole punch here, and I'm just going to take it right in the middle, and then you see it pops it right out. This is how we make our tater tots, but we're going to put that aside because you don't want to cook a big thing and a little thing together, or one will burn or one won't cook. So we're just going to get the hole out of there. There we go. And we'll put these two things aside for now. Put them over with the Brussels sprouts.
I like that. Tater tots. Yeah.
It's not perfectly round, unfortunately, but you can imagine if you take the time and go to the store, you can find one that is perfectly round. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sprinkle my seasoning on a dry dish. Also, I wanted to mention when I made the faux Parmesan, make sure that when you're grinding things like grains or nuts or seeds, or even that your blender is completely dry, because if that hadn't dried overnight, one little drop of water would have made a mush out of that. So now I'm going to just, what's the word, dredge it, or just poke it in there.
Yep, press it and poke it.
And, for myself, I'm not trying to pretend it's a bagel, so I don't even bother putting a hole in. And I love to do these with mini potatoes, especially. You can do the red ones and everything. So you just want to get a lot of this topping because when it crisps up, it's great.
Oh,
so
my kids will adore this.
you can see the hole. And, if you eat plant-based cream cheese, you can certainly serve it like that. So I'm going to just show over here. I'm just going to put it in the air fryer. And I could have made as many or as few as I wanted.
Now, how long will that take to cook in the air fryer?
Oh, 20 minutes. It's like Rip. I'm a one-trick pony. Everything I do is 20 minutes at 400. And I just, because, I never bothered to read the manual. It's funny. When there's something going on, I call my friend vegan chef Kathy Hester and say, how are we supposed to do this? Or Sharon McCrae. I'm so lazy. Anyway, so there we go. And again, this is not a perfectly round one, but you're getting the idea.
Oh,
so
yeah.
right here. and then just sprinkled a little bit of seasoning over it. And now, like I did with the Brussels sprout, it's going right back in here. And this is going to blow your mind. There's 420 minutes, and press play.
It's going to blow your bagels.
Oh, it's so good, and it's such a fun thing. And it's a fun thing to have like with a soup too, especially the small ones. Like I love to have something crunchy when I'm having something smooth like a soup. So these are sure a lot of fun. All right, so let's go to the date shake. I like recipes that can be used in more than one way.
You've just knocked back 5 recipes.
Yeah, and this is almost ready. The soup is almost ready.
Yeah.
So I like things that have a versatility to them. And so what we're going to do is I don't drink my calories. I used to be obese. My husband is very thin. He needs to drink his calories. So I don't do really smoothies. But I do make smoothies and make something else out of them. So we're going to make this desert date shake. And he's going to drink it right now. But if I was going to drink it, instead of drinking this whole thing, which could easily be consumed by me very quickly, I get one of these popsicle molds you can get on Amazon or Bed Bath & Beyond. And instead of having one large smoothie, I make 10 popsicles. And so when you freeze it, it's like a date fudgicle, a date shake. So let me explain what date shake is. We live in the desert, and all the places serve this, like Hadley's. And most of them had dairy, and most of them had sugar. But we found a place that made them without dairy and sugar. But they were $10, and Charles was going every day for one. And I said, that $2 tip. I'm like, can't do that. So I asked them, they wouldn't tell me the recipe, but they have to tell me the ingredients, and I reverse engineered it. And now when I go to Rancho La Puerta in Mexico, we make these, and the guests have their mind blown because we also have a coffee version. While I don't personally consume coffee or caffeine, there are some coffee substitutes like sea tea that's made out of only organic brown rice that can give this a coffee flavor if you want a coffee fudgicle or a coffee date shake or coffee ice cream. But we're just going to make it straight up as a date shake now, and then just pour it in a glass and Charles can drink it. So I will have to move to go to my freezer in a minute because I like to keep my bananas cold. I pre-measured my almond milk, but you can use any non-dairy milk you want. And again, I soak my dates because you can see it makes a lot of difference in the time it's going to take.
So how many dates you got in there?
3 large medjool dates, but because I didn't have medjool, these are 6 deglet nor, and because they've been soaking overnight, they have plumped out and they look huge.
And how much almond milk you got in there for people that are curious?
1 cup.
Okay. And where do you typically buy your medjool dates?
So I like the organic ones from Trader Joe's, and I love, let me show you what I get. I love Costco, actually Costco as well. So Costco has organic medjool and deglet nor, and what I love about them is the deglet nor are already pitted. At Costco, the medjool are not pitted, but the medjool are pitted at Trader Joe's. That said, it's always a good idea to squeeze them because you never know when there's going to be a pit that's snuck through the processing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that beeped. It was a very subtle beep because the air fryer's on, but that little subtle beep that we heard means that this has come up to pressure. And pressure cooking is at 200 and I believe 269 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, let's see. Wait, boiling is 212, so pressure cooking is 249. It beeped to show me that it come up to pressure. Now this unit is locked. I can't open it, and now it's going to be ready in 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to try it.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, what I showed you with the chili, I do the same thing with these date shakes. Everything is already prepped because Charles might want one every day, and I don't have time to sit there and measure like 6 different spices. It's so much easier. So it goes right into the blender. But one thing we need is some banana to thicken it and to also sweeten it.
Wait, Chef AJ, tell me again, what did you just throw in there?
I threw in my seasoning blend, which has nutmeg, cinnamon, vanilla powder, chia seeds for thickening, oats for thickening.
Yeah.
And I think that's it.
Didn't you tell me on the podcast that vanilla powder is not very cheap?
It's not cheap. And I'm sorry about that. I don't set the prices of the world market, Rip, but I will tell you if it makes you feel better, vanilla powder is cheaper than saffron.
Oh.
Yeah, and the reason vanilla isn't cheap is because it's all a supply and demand. Even though people say they love chocolate, for whatever reason, the #1 favorite flavor of the whole world of ice cream is vanilla. And so it's one of those things. Yes, it's not cheap, but there are cheaper her brands that don't have sugar, but it's so worth it when you start using it. Most of the chefs that I've turned on to are just regular home cooks say that once you use vanilla powder, which we're going to use today, which we have used. This one is from Local Spicery. It's a little bit more expensive than some of the Amazon brands. It's hard to go back to vanilla. I'd almost rather not use vanilla than not use powder because it's so good. It's like, you know, I mean, like, it's like, you know, I would rather eat fresh spinach than frozen spinach, even if frozen spinach is cheaper, and it's so good. So I always keep bananas in my freezer in a bag for whenever I need them to make ice cream or smoothies. I like to make sure that when I freeze them, see, these aren't ready yet for freezing. It's like they're not ready for prime time players. Now, these would be perfect for eating right now, in my opinion, with a few spots, but I like to let them go as ripe as they can, so they'll be as sweet as they can, whether I'm using them for baking or freezing. So these are not quite ready, so I always have bananas at different levels of their ripeness. Now, my recommendation is you peel them first. If you freeze a banana with its peel, good luck getting that peel off. And freeze them on a plate or a piece of wax paper not touching. Then when they're frozen, you can have as many as you want in a bag and they won't stick. So we're going to be putting 2 bananas in.
Wait. What was that trick so they don't stick in the bag? What'd you say?
So if you put them in the bag, right, you know, not frozen, they will stick to each other, and then you're going to be taking out like 8 bananas that are frozen together.
Yeah.
But if you put a little bit of space between them, either on a paper plate or a regular plate or wax paper, once they're fully frozen, then they don't stick together.
I'm tracking you. Okay.
Yep. And you can even buy banana already frozen at the store in the frozen fruit section. But I find because they're using citric acid in it to keep it fresh and or at least not to brown, it has a sour taste. So unless I can't get anything else, I would rather use fresh. So this will be a little bit noisy because these bananas are very chunked up. So. Really, you got to forgive me, but oh my God, the smell of this. I'm telling you, without the vanilla powder, this is not going to taste the way it needs to taste. I'm going to blend it. That was 30 seconds, just a bit more to get that last banana chunk. All right. So if we were going to be putting it in this popsicle mold, I would use a funnel and some sticks. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, if you want it even thicker, that was a little banana chunk, but I think he can handle that. This is the best vanilla shake you've ever had. Oop, chili's ready. So would you like to drink that, Charles?
Sure.
Okay, so there's going to be a little left, and he'll drink that as well. Now, here's another trick, because Rip, I hope you'll be a speaker next year on my Truth About Weight Loss Summit. It'll be the 5th year, and I've never had you. I've had your dad, but I know you give a great talk where you explain calorie density. There's a trick that I use, because I just, these are so sweet and decadent. If I drink it, I'm going to want it all the time. So if I know I'm going to have one of those, what I do is after I've blended it, just like I did, I add a lot of ice, because with a high-powered blender, it froths it up. And so now I've doubled the volume, which means I've cut the calories in half, and I can still have a whole glass. You see what I mean?
Yes. Very smart. So are you ever going to put them into the popsicle things with the sticks?
If you want.
No, you don't need to, but we know that that's one of the things that you do.
The other thing I could do, because we haven't gotten yet to the pineapple Dole Whip yet, is one of the things, I'll go get the container now to show you. We're going to be making pineapple Dole Whip in my new favorite machine. The Ninja Creamy comes with these pints. And so what I like to do even better than the popsicles are great for like kids and stuff, is to pour the date shake mixture, whether it's coffee flavor or not, in the Ninja Creamy pint, freeze it, and then I spin it into date or coffee ice cream that's scoopable. So that's my preferred way to do it. And speaking of which, I forgot to get the pineapple to show you. So
Hey, Charles.
I love recipes that have as few ingredients as possible, and I love recipes that have as simple ingredients as possible. So what could be simpler than literally a can of pineapple? Well, you're the person who says, I don't do things that aren't organic. I don't do things in cans. Okay, guess what? We got you covered, because most fruit now can come organic and in glass. So it doesn't matter, whatever you like. Well, I don't like pineapple, you say. Okay, but how about pears? They also come organic in cans and jars. Well, I don't like pears. Okay, this is my favorite fruit cocktail. You can also do mandarin orange. You could do, there's so many flavors of fruit now in a can. But pineapple is so great because it is just like Dole Whip from Disneyland. But the Dole Whip from Disneyland, while it may be vegan, has a ton of sugar, a ton of oil, and a ton of chemicals.
What machine are you getting out now?
Yeah, this one you have to. So this is called the Ninja Creamy. And what it is I found out about it because I heard the Champion Juicer was going out of business. And the Champion Juicer was my favorite machine to make ice cream. I liked it better than all the other machines out there. And I have the Cuisinart and the...
Yonana?
Yeah, I have the Onanas, I have the Blendtec, I have the Vitamix, I have an ice cream maker. And when I heard they were going out of business, I'm like, what am I going to do? And I researched what's the best machine to make vegan ice cream. And this kept coming up because it's based on a $3,500 machine that my chef friends that own restaurants have called the Paco Jet. But before we get to the ice cream, I forgot to release the pressure on the chili over here. So the nice thing about pressure cooking, unless you're pressure cooking vegetables, which you don't want to leave because they'll get mushy, is it just shuts itself to a warming function. So I'm just going to put this towel over this and release the pressure so that it just kind of contains right there. And how long it takes to release the pressure is going to depend on how full the unit was. The unit was very full. So let me just grab a dish. I'll be right there.
Hey, Charles, how's that dessert date shake?
It's really good. Really good.
Good for you. Man, I am so jealous of all the things you get to experience with Chef AJ.
I gotta get my ice cream scoop. So one of the things I love to do when I freeze, let me show you because you caught me on a good day. I'm actually doing something here. I know that a lot of people like to freeze in glass and plastic and, there's things for soup. I like to just use an old-fashioned Ziploc bag.
Yeah.
Now, it just so happens that we're out of our smoke. We like to batch cook, and I'm out of smoky sweet potato burgers. So this morning, I took this out of the freezer. This is just the filling. I'm going to cook it up. But what I like about bags for freezing is I can just write with a marker what it is. So this says smoky sweet potato burger, the date I made it, 7/21/22. And I will do the same thing with the leftover chili after it cools, of course, because I've tried freezing things in glass and they break. And even in plastic, it takes up so much room. But when you freeze in a plastic bag, you can flatten it out and then you have so much more room when you do that. So that's just how I like to do it because I don't have a very big freezer. So you can see it's starting to slow down now and it's very safe. Until the pressure is completely released, I will not be able to open this. So it'll just be a moment. And that's a safety feature.
Now, once you take that lid off, everything good there?
Yep. It just something just fell to the ground.
Okay.
Yeah,
Once you take that lid off, I want Charles to get his camera right inside that thing because I want to see it.
As soon as I can open the top. So you can't. Oh, there you go. So when the little button comes down, there we go. Now, oh, look at this. So piping hot. Look at that. Oh my God. It's so good.
Oh.
It's the best chili. I'm telling you. And look at all the liquid. It didn't start out with that much liquid, but the onion and the mushroom, they gave up their liquid. And I'm telling you, no one has ever complained about this recipe. It's the best.
Nicely done.
I love it. Easiest chili recipe, I think, out there.
Ever.
Yep. So, now, and it smells divine. And you didn't have to spend any time in front of a stove or heating anything up. Let's see how many minutes. Oh, we've got just a few minutes on the bagel. And so now we're going to use the Ninja Creamy. Okay, Charles, can you lower it a little bit?
AJ, I just got to say, you are doing fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Well, you're a great coach and host to me, so thank you. So this Ninja Creamy, I can get you a discount code. You probably get it really cheap at Costco or Walmart, but I like that it's not heavy, doesn't take up a lot of room, and doesn't have a lot of buttons. But one button you do need to know how to turn on is the on-off button, which is right there. All right, so it comes with this thing, and it comes with this thing, and it comes with anywhere between 1 and 4 of these things called pints that you put the stuff in. Mm-hmm. After you've frozen it for 24 hours, you take whatever your thing is and you stick it in here so that it doesn't jiggle, and then you put the top on.
So wait, I need you to rewind for a sec.
Okay.
So what is in that thing though? Is that like the pineapples or the pears?
Literally just the pineapple that I froze for 24 hours.
But it doesn't look like pineapple chunks. It looks like.
Well, because it got all frozen together. Yeah.
Oh, but did you put it in the blender first?
You can. You don't have to. This is totally up to you because the machine will do it. So if somebody. Now, that's a great question because if you're using canned or jarred pineapple, the liquid will take the spaces. But if you want to use fresh, you have to put some kind of liquid in there. So yeah, it would be a good thing to blend it first. But
okay.
It's optional. And those are things you'll learn when you get the machine, if you get the machine. But I think once you taste this machine, you'll agree it's really good. So you put it on the base, and then what you do is you turn it to your right until it clicks. And then I'm going to push this button called sorbet. And it's going to take 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And you're going to see what happens.
Is that 2 minutes and 17 seconds?
Almost. Start to slow down. It's hot in here under the lights. So maybe when it starts to slow down.
There we go. We're back.
Okay, so then what you do is you push this little button right here on the side to release it. It comes off. You push this button right here to release the top. And then you have totally scoopable. You see, the problem with those other machines is it's not scoopable. And you have scoopable ice cream. Look at that, scoopable.
That
you put your berries on it, some California balsamic. This is just stuff I just think it's the best machine I've seen so far for scoopable.
Well, so let me ask you this. If you don't have that machine and you want to try and create something that's similar, can you do it with what you have in your kitchen? Or,
well, you have to have some kind of machine, Rip. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to have at least a Vitamix, a Cuisinart, or a food processor, or some kind of a blender, because how would you...
No, so that's my point, though. But so let's just say I have a blender or a Vitamix. How do I make it in that?
Okay, so what I would do is I would blend it and, well, okay, so probably what I would do is I wouldn't even start with this. I would get frozen pineapple chunks, and then I would put that in your machine of choice, but you're probably going to need some liquid like a non-dairy milk or a little juice because you can't just run a blender with no liquid, right?
Yeah.
So it's still going to taste good, but it's going to be soft serve. It's not going to be scoopable, and I'm a fan of scoopable. So, the bagel is ready. What I told you is that's for a sweet potato recipe. Now it's 113 today.
No.
I'm really hot. So
Is the AC working in that unit?
But we had to turn it off for filming because it would make too much.
Oh, got you.
We're under bright lights.
Bless you. You have sacrificed yourself today.
I have sacrificed for Rip. So what I would do, Rip, for sweet potatoes, let me tell you what I would do. Is I would take one of my already cooked delicious Hannah yams. I would slice this smaller one in half, and I would air fry it to a crisp because then it becomes like a marshmallow. And then I would scoop my Ninja bread, and then I would put some berries over it. So that's what I would do.
You are the queen of improv.
Yep, I will in comedy too. I'm much better at improv than stand-up. So look at my bagels. They're crisp, they're hot. I mean, people would think this is a toasted bagel.
No.
Think about it, Rick. You talk about calorie density. Well, what's the calorie density of a bagel? 1,500 calories per pound. What's the calorie density of a potato?
350.
Yeah, 350. So which would you get to eat more of? This.
Yes. Okay, that is awesome. So tell me, are we doing the rustic strawberry tart or not? You tell me. It's up to you.
I'd rather not.
You know what? No, you know what? That's absolutely okay because it just proves that Chef AJ is human after all.
Yeah. Just because I'm, as my family would say, I'm schwitzing. I'm schwitzing. But if you have another opportunity to have me back, even for 15 minutes at some point, it doesn't have to be plant stock. I could.
Oh yeah. No, listen, I'll get you on a Facebook Live. We'll absolutely knock it out of the park. We'll do that strawberry.
That would be something to look forward to.
Yeah. Hey, tell me. So, how many days are you now in a row that you have been live with your show?
Oh, today I think was 1,000. Well, yeah, 1,154. I think was today.
Incredible.
Nehemiah Delgado. Yeah. And
Well, you did Nehemiah Delgado, right? From the Game Changers.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So just give yourself a little plug, if you don't mind, on your live AJ, right?
Yes. And I would love people to tune in whenever they can, live every single day, 7 days a week, at least once a day at 11 a.m. Pacific time. I do a show called Chef AJ Live. I've had Rip on, I've had Jane and Anna, and I've had Essie on, I've had Dr. McDougall comes on every month, and really wonderful guests. Not everybody is vegan, but everybody's plant strong, and it's a fun show, and you get to ask questions if you're watching live on YouTube to the speakers, and I hope you'll tune in sometime.
AJ, I got to say that you are a maestro, however you pronounce it.
Maestro.
You are like the ultimate conductor of this symphony that is Chef AJ's Kitchen, the air fryer, the Instant Pot, the blender, the pineapple Dole Whip machine, whatever that thing's called.
Ginger cream.
You didn't turn on the oven once. It's incredible. Best black bean mushroom chili ever. The enlightened pho Parmesan topping. The balsamic Dijon roasted Brussels sprouts. The arugula berry salad with a lemon seed poppy dressing. Potato bagels. Dessert date shake. Vegan pineapple Dole Whip. Woo!
Thank you.
Did it.
The only reason I'm hot is because I'm here under TV lights and no AC. It's not because of anything I cooked.
Yes. AJ, thank you for lighting it up at Plantstock.
Well, thank you for having me. It was an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure. Anytime for you, Rip, or anytime Esselstyn.
Yeah, I so appreciate you. And Charles, thank you. Cameraman with the mostest.
Just wait. Wait. There he goes. There's his hair. More of a behind the scenes kind of guy.
Bye.
Love you guys.
Bye.
Hey, loves and hugs and kale.
Love and kale.
All right, we are back. We are live with Dreena Burton. Dreena, you are truly, truly one of the OGs. You know, we've had a bunch of OGs today. We had, let's see, we had Julieanna Hever, if you ever heard of Julieanna.
She's a friend. I love her.
We had Chef AJ that just was on. And so to me, it's really appropriate that we have you right now, because actually, now that I think about it, those guys are neophytes compared to you. Because you wrote your first book in 2001.
Yeah. It was so obscure when I first wrote when I began writing recipes. I was that like really fringe vegan off in the corner that was, radical at the time, but I feel in very good company to be following Julieanna and Chef AJ. That's awesome.
Yeah. And, before you get into your 2 recipes, and what are the 2 recipes you'll be making today?
Yeah, well, I figured I'd do one sweet, one savory. I love sweets, so I'm making Nummy Brownie Bites. That's from Dreena's Kind Kitchen, my newest book, which we talked about last year on your show. And I feel like cookies are an expression of love, and also when I want to say thanks to someone, I bake cookies. So I wanted to share a cookie recipe, also because I think people feel like vegan cookies have to be really full of vegan margarine and white sugar to taste good, and I want to show you that that's not the case. And I'm making a ranch dressing that happens to be one of Chef AJ's favorite. It's from one of my ebooks, and it's an oil-free ranch and also nut-free.
I can't wait to dive into both of those. Now, before we do, I want people to so you were on episode 112 of the Plant Strong podcast. But before we jump into these recipes, I want to kind of revisit a little bit about you so people can kind of get to know you, because you're so wonderful to know. And for starters, let everybody know where you grew up, which is a very interesting place on the planet.
I happen to think it's probably one of the most interesting places. It's so the province in Canada is called Newfoundland, and it's the most easterly point in North America. So if you look at it on a map, it's an island that's right out in the Atlantic Ocean, and they have crazy weather patterns. You can get like 4 seasons in one day. So I grew up there. It's a very small town, and very much a fishing industry, meat and potatoes kind of place. So when I began eating plant-based, I started there, and there was very little, like nothing. But in retrospect, that was a blessing, because I learned how to cook with whole foods. And if I were to become vegan now, while it's very exciting because there's so much available, it's easy to just rely on everything that's very ready-made for you, instead of getting to learn, the beauty of working with grains and beans and sweet potatoes and all those good things.
Yeah, and so will you also let everybody know a little bit about your so you were raised in Newfoundland, St. John's, Newfoundland, and you had 5 sisters, or you were one of 5?
One of 6 girls in our family. I know, no boys, all girls. Yeah. And all of us are D names. So it's like Debbie, Donna, Diane, Denise, Dreena, Dale. So we're all D's. I think that was just so mom could go, duh, and someone would answer. She didn't have.
Duh.
Or she get us easily. Yeah. And and so we all ate a very traditional diet, and I loved food from an early age, but I didn't have a great relationship with food when I was young. I really turned to it for comfort when my dad passed when I was young, and so I used to really love junk food too. I love my mom's cooking and junk food, so I now see though that love of food brought me to this place and helped me learn a whole different way of eating.
Yeah, and you mentioned on the podcast and how when you were younger, you started gaining some weight, and your mother suggested that you go on a diet with her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and And then when you were like in your early 20s, I think you said that you had some joint pain and even gout.
Yeah.
And then that's when you, I believe it was, you turned to, or you found Diet for a New America.
Yes.
And that
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really pivotal for me to read, about dairy. I was thinking today about, people who are eating mostly plant-based but still eating dairy. And I think they really do themselves a disservice in the sense that they don't know how good their bodies can feel. Because when you get dairy out of your diet, in addition to meat, it is just a light bulb change in your body, right? It's like everything kind of opens up and energy starts to move through your body properly. I was eating, I loved dairy. So in addition to eating, chicken and beef and meats, I also ate a lot of yogurt because, we thought yogurt was healthy. We thought frozen yogurt was good for you. Cheeses, etc. And my joints felt terrible in my 20s. And I can't even imagine how I would feel now at 51 with how I was, sort of my progress with my health then. I can't even imagine. And yes, I did have gout in my 20s.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Yeah. And then you also, came across, and I know you were already plant-based, and I think it was because, wasn't it your father-in-law that had a heart attack, and he also was told by his physician, I think in Newfoundland, to try Dr. Ornish's work.
Yes. And perhaps if he had found your dad's book, he would have recommended your dad's book, but it was Dr. Ornish's book, and it was again, like one of the most strangest circumstances to be in Newfoundland in before year 2000, like it was before 2000 in the late 90s, and have a physician recommend a plant-based diet, largely plant-based, and really, really low on oil to reverse heart disease. So when I began developing cookbooks for my first cookbook, I did have most of my recipes very low fat because I was developing them very much with that health aspect in mind. Not all of them were, and they weren't necessarily oil free, but they were lower fat recipes because I was very conscious of it from what had happened. But I feel like that was all like very meant to be, happenings, like everything coming together for a reason that led me to want to write recipes, because my parents-in-law had no idea where to start, no idea. And there were no resources available like there are now, of course. We're very blessed to have everything at our fingertips.
Yeah. And you've written now 6 books. The latest, of course, is Dreena's Kind Kitchen. And it's interesting to me how you've evolved from your first book, which was The Everyday Vegan, to Viva la Vegan, which was your second book. Your third book was Eat, Drink, and Be Vegan. And then your fourth was Let Them Eat Vegan. Your fifth was the Plant-Powered Families. I'm sorry, Plant-Powered Family. And then Dreena's Kind Kitchen. So, vegan, then plant-powered, and then kind. So a nice evolution there.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I've always been very connected to eating vegan in that ethical sense and what it's, the benefits for the environment as well. But I know through my time eating this way that people feel like it's a little more approachable using the word plant-based. And I wanted to welcome more people into the diet, and also my approach with people has always been from a place of compassion and not judgment. So that's why Dreena's Kind Kitchen has the title it does, and how I try to really guide people through the cooking process, give them tips like how to batch prep food, give them tips on how to repurpose recipes, all of those things within the cookbook.
Yeah, you have 3 daughters. Can you tell me their names and their ages?
Yeah, sure. It's funny you mentioned the Viva la Vegan. So this was my baby at the time, Charlotte, and she's now 21. So she was making cookies with me there. So that was my second book. This is the first, which I think is it's very charming now to look at, because it's kind of like of the era, right? It's a little bit kind of very crunchy looking. It has a special place for me. So Charlotte's now 21, and then Bridget is 17, almost 18. There's the girls there when they were, this is 6 years old now, so they're still wee ones there. And then Hope is, are you 12 or 13? 13. She gets mad at me. We forget sometimes. She's 13.
Well,
Sorry.
we talked about this in the podcast, but I love that your youngest daughter is Hope. My youngest child is Hope. I think it's an indication how we both are so hopeful for a bright and rosy future. And tell me, when you raised your children plant-based, how did your neighbors feel about that? Did they feel like you were somehow like being reckless and it was somehow a little bit dangerous?
Yeah, I remember the early elementary years, especially mostly because of the numerous birthday parties, right? When they're in elementary school, there seems to be a birthday party every weekend with other kids. And I would always bring along, I'd ask the parent in advance what food they were having. If it was pizza or hot dogs, always pizza or hot dogs. So I would bring the, vegan equivalent. I'd bring some pizza or a vegan hot dog for one of my girls. And I'd always bring a piece of cake or cupcake. And it was always met with a little bit of like, what is that woman doing? What is she up to?
Yeah.
But they went along with it and they never resisted it. Now, like in the past especially 5 years, but like even 5 to 10 years, it's been met with a little bit more curiosity and interest rather than skepticism, right? So it's been nice to see that shift, that change. And my girls have always embraced it. They love their food. They've never wanted to get, a burger, a meat burger, or have something with dairy in it. They've always loved their food. And I think it's, you come to it from a place of abundance, which it is, and there's nothing that you're not enjoying.
All right. Well, you have an absolutely gorgeous kitchen. I want to thank you for letting us inside your home and into your kitchen. So why don't we get started with some recipes, and
Awesome.
then if we have if we have breaks, I'd love to ask you a bunch more questions, depending upon how much you need to talk when you're making these recipes.
Yeah. My kitchen always looks this nice, That's always this neat. There's never kids coming in at 2 and 3 to get lunch in the middle of the afternoon. So
yeah.
So the first recipe we're making is the brownie bites. So this is the recipe. These are the cookies there from Dreena's Kind Kitchen. And these are, I made these, I wanted to do something that was kind of like that. I think you have these in the States, the 2-bite brownies. And just that packaged cookie. I wanted something that was kind of like just a nibbly brownie kind of a cookie, but not in a brownie pan where you cut them, rather just a cookie scoop. So we're starting in this recipe with dates. I'm just going to move this over and get things shifted a little bit. So dates are in the mixer already. And I have softened these. So this is pitted dates. It's a cup of pitted dates. And if you have dates that are a little bit dry, they can be sometimes, just soak them in some hot water and then drain off the hot water. And I'm using a mixer, but if you don't have a mixer, you can first pulverize the dates in like a little food processor just to kind of work them. You want to get them spread out. So that is your step if you don't have a mixer, and then you can do everything in a bowl. So we're going to add to this some, I gotta remember what I have here. We've got maple syrup and cashew butter. So people ask me all the time about oil-free cookies, and they want to add applesauce. And applesauce is really great in baking, but it really is best for muffins and quick breads and things like that, because when it's cookies, you need some whole food fats in there to give it that cookie texture. Otherwise, you get more of a cake-like batter. So here, the cashew butter and there's almond flour going in here as well, will give it that whole foods fat to make it more cookie-like. And then we're also adding some pure vanilla. So pure vanilla is it's like perfume. I always say it's better than perfume. You could always like dab it on if you want because it smells so divine. So we get this mixed first. And I'm going to blitz this really quick, and then I have some prepared.
I can't even hear it.
Yeah, it's a bit noisy.
No, I can't.
So you want to blend it enough to break it down. I'm not going to do it fully, but you want to break it down.
Yep.
And then we add some almond flour or almond meal. They're the same thing. I have oat flour. And you have the recipe, so all the measurements are there for your readers or your community.
Yes. Thank you.
And yeah, cocoa powder, a little bit of salt, so a tiny bit of salt just kind of brightens the flavors in baking. So you don't use a lot, but just a little bit makes the flavors really kind of pop. Some baking powder. And then again, we give that a bit of a blitz, but I'm not going to fully do it here. It's quite noisy. And some chocolate chips, which, you know, are optional, but not for me. Optional if you're not me. So
how is that doing that? Because I don't hear any noise from that machine.
Oh, okay. I had it very low. So if I really want to get this going, I'll
show off the noise for us. I still can't hear anything. Can you guys?
No?
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Dreena, we have a question from the audience. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kathy wants to know if you're allergic to nuts, and is there something you could use instead of almond meal that you'd recommend?
Yeah. So my favorite thing to use in place of nuts is pumpkin seeds. And pumpkin meal is not really available in stores, but if you buy some good quality pumpkin seeds and give them a blitz in a food processor or a high-speed blender, make it like a flour, much like almond meal, then you can use pumpkin seeds, and then you can either use sunflower seed butter or pumpkin seed butter, or even a little tahini in here in place of the cashew butter. And with the cocoa, you won't notice the green of the pumpkin seeds either, right? So it really will mask that color. Pumpkin seeds are truly one of my favorite ingredients. Pumpkin seeds and sweet potatoes are like high on the list for me. And I feel like they're a little underutilized in plant-based cooking. We use cashews a lot, and pumpkin seeds are so versatile. They're full of zinc and iron and, you know, high in protein, as many other plant foods are as well. But they're really, really delicious. So that's a great question. And yes, you can absolutely do that. So this is the finished batter.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes together really nicely. And then
looks very chocolatey.
Yeah, that's the best part right there, right? That's what we're in it for.
Yeah.
And
does Hope get to lick that?
She always comes down for the spatula. And then I like a small cookie scoop. So a very small cookie scoop, get them on the tray. And then they go into the oven at 350 for about, so I'll pop those in and then get started on the next recipe.
Oh, good.
So they're going to go into the oven for about 11 minutes. It depends if you make them smaller. These are a tiny bit smaller. I'll go 11 minutes. Sometimes I make them a little bigger and then I go like 12 minutes.
Yeah.
But that's actually the sweet spot. So we'll let those bake and then I can start the next recipe.
So tell me, because we've had a lot of different chefs today, and everyone has their own blenders and air fryers and instant pots. So you've been doing this longer than anybody. What are some of the absolute essentials that you recommend if you were starting this over, you would tell somebody to get?
You've got to have a high-speed blender. I wouldn't be without one. I feel like it's an investment that will give you returns for years and years. So I have a Blendtec, and the reason I love the Blendtec is it has small jar. So it comes with the larger jar, and then you can buy these smaller jars, which are brilliant for things like sauces, puddings, and salad dressings, dips, which I'm doing right here. Plus, you can heat things in there. I do a queso recipe in the book, and I do it straight.
Is that the queso recipe where you use potatoes?
Potato and pumpkin seeds, no nuts.
Yeah.
And you heat it in here, so you don't even have to transfer it over to the stove and dirty another pot, right? So everything is done there. So blender definitely, and I use an Instant Pot, but it's not something I use daily. The other thing that I love is my toaster oven back there, because I don't use a microwave. So I reheat everything in the toaster oven, and I just find it's brilliant for like small batches in the summer too, when it's hot and you don't want to turn on the stove, but you do want to use something like a stove, then that works awesome instead of using the oven. And then an Instant Pot is definitely a nice thing to have, but those two items I use daily. So
good to know.
Definitely.
Yep.
Blender for sure. So we're going to start on this nut-free ranch dressing.
What about, I got to stop you. Okay. What about a waffle maker? We talked all about Sunday waffles.
That's true. I do have a waffle maker.
Okay.
My kids are actually a little upset that I don't use it so often, but you know what? I did a French toast recipe for them last week, and now they just want French toast. And my French toast recipe is out of plant-powered families, and that one uses some chia seeds in the mix with either seeds, another seed, or cashews. And that chia seed makes that like eggy kind of batter for the bread. It's delicious. So they're all about that now instead of, but the waffles are fun. Plus you can do potato in the waffle maker, which is super fun, right?
Ooh.
Yeah. So pre-baked potatoes, which I talk about a lot in Dreena's Kind Kitchen. So you've got the potatoes pre-baked, and then you pop them in the waffle maker, press it down, and then you put waffle potatoes, right? Season up. Yeah. We'll move on to the ranch dressing.
I like that. We just did potato bagels with Chef AJ, so now we got potato waffles.
Ooh, potato bagels. That sounds so fun. I love that idea. So plant powered dressings is where this recipes come from. This is one of my ebooks. And here the dressing is shown on a potato salad, which I love that my photographer did this, because I think we often feel like a salad dressing has to go on greens, right? Or salad, but she put it here with cooked potatoes and arugula. And I highly, highly encourage people to step outside of how they feel they need to use a dressing, right? Because it's really good on hot quinoa, or we talked about quinoa before, how much I love quinoa. So like sweet potatoes, drizzle it over sweet potatoes or baked potatoes, or on top of a pizza. Like there's so many options. So this one we're gonna make right now, and I do have a salad prepped to drizzle it on, but sharing that idea for everyone. So we're gonna get started. The base of this dressing, and Chef AJ has talked about this one on her show because a reader came across it from my YouTube channel and told her about it. So I know Chef AJ loves this one, and it's because it's really creamy without using too much high fat component, right? It has just a little bit. So the secret in this recipe is cooked potato. And that becomes the base of the dressing, which sounds wonky, right? It sounds crazy to use cooked potato to make a salad dressing, but that is really the magic of this dressing. And then we're using a little bit of non-dairy yogurt, and just a plain non-dairy yogurt. It can be one you make or one you buy. A little bit of tahini, so that provides that little bit of sort of fat that makes the dressing really kind of scrumptious, right? When you have just a tiny bit of fat in there, it elevates it. If you need to reduce that, you can. You can totally reduce the amount of tahini, reduce the amount of yogurt if you want, and then some red wine vinegar. And we've got some non-dairy milk. I like to use a plain soy milk or a plain oat milk. It's really your preference. And then we've got some of the seasoning. So here we have onion powder, garlic powder, dill seed, not dried dill, but dill seed, and salt and pepper.
How did you dream this recipe up?
I don't know. You know what it is? I wanted a good ranch dressing, and I was playing with some different ones using fresh dill and also dill weed. And I'm like, no, I don't like the dried dill. And then I came across dill seed, and I'm just going to show it in the camera here. Yeah, it looks like cumin. I always get the angle wrong. There we go.
Yeah.
So the beauty of dill seed is that the flavor is so concentrated and it doesn't go stale like dried dill, which when you look at dried dill in a bottle, it's usually not very fresh looking. So you get lots of flavor. You get that dill flavor, but it's a nuttier flavor. It's really nice. So we've got that and a tiny bit of maple syrup. You don't have to use it if you don't want, but just like a little bit balances the flavors. And then we're going to blitz that up. This might be noisy, Rip. We'll give it a go.
No, it's actually a miracle. Maybe she can't hear me. Huh?
Needs just a little bit more. Oh, I did forget mustard. A little bit of Dijon makes a difference in this dressing. But you can omit mustard. I recently realized that mustard is a bit of an allergen, or not a bit, it's quite an allergen for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. So if you can't use mustard, then you can omit it.
Yeah, go ahead. So, Dreena, we have a question that's being lobbed to you, if you can hear.
Kim wants to know, is there a dairy yogurt that she brand?
Yeah. So people want to know, is there a non-dairy yogurt brand that you recommend?
I expected that would come up because I feel like we don't have the best non-dairy yogurts. Yeah. Some of them, I feel like we're still waiting for that great non-dairy yogurt to hit the market. In Canada, I use Silk. It's almond-based, and it's a plain almond-based yogurt, and that I feel is the best one that we have. A lot of non-dairy yogurts have pea protein in them, and that's, again, another thing. It's a bit of a story, but I became really sensitive to pea protein in my body, and I think it's because it was inconspicuously in a lot of these foods. So I'm using non-dairy yogurt in this, and all of a sudden I'm developing an intolerance to it, and I think because it's quite processed. So it's high in protein, and I think it's being added to bump up the nutritional value of a yogurt. And we don't need to. Like, we don't need to do that. But so that's the one I use. It doesn't have pea protein, and many of the ones in Canada do, like every label I look at.
Do you think a silken tofu would work well as well for that? Yeah.
Yes, definitely. I was going to mention that. So if you don't have a yogurt on hand, if you just get a little bit of silken tofu or even a soft tofu, or even like a firmer tofu and just add a touch more milk, that will work absolutely perfectly. Perfect. And then this is a nice thick dressing. I'm just going to drizzle a little bit so you can see, nice and thick, because the potato really thickens it up. So if you want to thin this out more, you can just add a little bit more milk. But if you want to have it for a dip with veggies, then you just reduce the milk and make it a thicker consistency. So I'm just going to drizzle a little bit over the salad. And you see it's nice and thick, clings to the veggies. And then you've got a delicious ranch.
Yep, that looks fantastic. Nicely done.
Right?
Yeah.
So that one's a very popular recipe because people love that it's not made with cashews, as most creamy sauces are made with cashews in the plant-based world, right?
Yeah. No, I think coming up with a really delicious ranch dressing is that is fantastic. That's something that a lot of people are looking for. Nicely done.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, because it's one of those favorites that we had before we were, once we eliminated dairy and we had our favorite ranch dressing off the shelf. But I tell you, homemade dressings, you won't want to go back to store-bought once you've made your own, because you then notice that preserved kind of flavor that's in store-bought dressings. I mean, they're fine, but they tend to have that base flavor that it's like, what is that? And then you notice it when you've made your own, right? So the cookies are just about to beep. I'm just going to pull them out here now.
All right. I would actually love to ask you a couple things, so you let me know when I can do that.
Absolutely. I'm just taking those out because I knew it was going to beep. So here we go. We've got our cookies.
Mm-hmm.
I want to open one. I just kind of want to get a knife, and if
I think those
push
two pair very nicely together. We got cookies and we got salad.
Right? I mean, perfect. And I'm not saying what you eat first, right? Maybe go for the cookies first. So I can actually take that up with my bare hands because I'm so used to doing that, which is not something I recommend. So I'll use a knife to cut into it, but you can see it's got a nice kind of gooey center.
Yeah, looks like a
They're
fudge
delicious.
brownie or something.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, they're delicious. It's like a little brownie, but in cookie form instead of using a pan.
Yeah. So we got the ranch.
They smell good.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I
we
just
got
wish I could.
go ahead. We're tripping all over each other. Yeah, so you got that incredible ranch dressing and those brownie bites. What do you call them? Nanny bites? What are they called?
That, you know what? I should have called them nanny bites. My mom would have loved if I called them nanny bites.
Why?
I do, because we call her Nanny, and so she just would like a recipe named after her. I did dedicate my recent book to her, but I think she would have liked a nanny brownie bites. But they're nummy brownie bites. And I also have a cookie recipe called Schmoopy cookies after Seinfeld. So
yeah,
I have some funny recipe names.
Well, it's funny you mentioned your mother and you call her Nanny, and because I love looking at dedications of books, and I noticed that your dedication to Dreena's Kind Kitchen was to your mother, and you said, "To my mother, whose strength of spirit is surpassed only by her kindness." And you know, we talked on the podcast about what your mother went through, and how just it's kind of like that Silverstein. What's the book that The Giving Tree? It's like The Giving Tree. In Shel Silverstein's book. But yeah, and she's still alive, and she still lives in Newfoundland, right?
She is. She's in Newfoundland, and she's 84. And she's, you know, she doesn't have the best quality of life right now. She's not extremely mobile, but she still has that big heart. And every time we call her, she's got, you know, she has this good spirit and laughs with us, and she's got a great sense of humor. So yeah, she's had a hard life, but she's just, people love her. Everyone loves to go see Nanny.
Yeah. So as we like close out here the last couple of minutes, what I'd love to do is I'm going to throw out some things that we talked about on the podcast that I think would be great value for everybody listening.
Sure.
That you do, that I bet you a lot of people don't do, and it's something that they could add to their cooking. So you freeze hummus. Who knew you could do that?
Everyone can freeze hummus. So again, hummus is one of those things that once you make your own, when you buy store-bought, then you're spoiled because it never tastes as good. Store-bought never tastes as good as making it fresh yourself. And I just put one on my blog. I call everything hummus. That's a bean dip, right? I just put one on my blog that's a white bean dip with some black salt in it, which is delicious. That's that eggy salt. And it sounds like that's really weird to have a dip with that in it, but there's also nutritional yeast and lemon juice, and it just comes together like so good together. So when you make your own hummus, that's when a food processor is really valuable, because if you've got a big bowl food processor, say a 14 cup, mine is 16, then you can triple, quadruple batch hummus and then portion and pop it in the freezer. And then when you take it out, either thaw overnight, pop it in the fridge, or put in a hot water bath in the sink, and then it will thaw it out in a couple of hours. And your hummus is delicious. It's much cheaper to make. And it will spoil you. You just won't want to buy store-bought.
Yeah. So another thing that we are a huge fan of is greens. You have a special method that you steam your collard greens when you're doing like collard green wraps or sandwiches. What do you do?
I do this. I boil the kettle, pop the lid, and just put the green down in there. Like if it's a collard green, then you just pop a couple down there while it's boiling. and you pull it out and it's just steamed just perfectly. Because greens need very little time to steam. Often we overcook them. And so you just want that bright green color. You don't need to put a pot of water on your stove to boil it to get that. Really, you just need a little bit of instant steam to quickly get through those cell walls and brighten and soften the green. The other thing I do with kale is I get a pan really hot on the stove, really, really hot, like put it on high, wash, rinse and spin your kale so it's mostly dry, tear it away from the stems and just hit it on that pan with a bit of salt. It gets a little crispy like kale chips. It's a little tender, but crispy too. And it needs maybe a minute on that hot pan and it's delicious.
And it doesn't burn. And it doesn't burn. No.
No, just turn it, use tongs and turn it until you just see it starting to get a little golden crisp. It's perfect.
And how do you get those collard wraps out of that teeth vessel there with your fingers?
Yeah, again, that's why I always say people don't do what I do. Use tongs. Use tongs to put it in there. But I'm generally doing this kind of thing, right?
So you know what to me would go fantastically well on that salad that you just prepared with the ranch dressing are your patented potato croutons.
Oh, you know about the potato croutons.
Yeah, we talked about that. So can you let everybody know about potato croutons?
So again, potatoes are like very magical in my book, like sweet potatoes and potatoes. And throughout many of my recipes, especially in the most recent book, I use them as a way to add texture and also flavor in terms of sweet potatoes. So when you have potatoes like this, and I use the nugget potatoes or yellow or red potatoes, not russet, because russet are very dry and they don't have that waxy consistency that this is like a yellow potato. So when you cut it, it holds its shape. So I'm just going to quickly cut it. And so I was using potatoes like this one day and I thought, what if I just make croutons with this? So you cut it like so, and then cut it into little squares and bake it up with some seasoning just on parchment paper. And then these become delicious little croutons for your salad or to put in a bowl or just to eat. Like when I make these, the kids everyone just eats them straight up because, they're potatoes. They're delicious. So I always have cooked potatoes in the fridge because they're so versatile and you can use them in recipes, not just as a side, right?
I have a question for you. So Texas just lost to Alabama. Very painful loss. You said that you had no idea. Maybe your husband did. But what is your love language with your husband?
Food.
So food, like you want him to make you food or you make him food?
I think that's, like, what is it? They say the quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, something like that. Yeah. No, I mean, I think food is the language of love for sure. That's where the Schmoopy cookies name came from. I was making them and he was like, oh, are they for me, Schmoopy? So that's where that came from.
Nice. So I know you're working on another book. We talked about how you may need an intervention, right? It's like, wow, I've got PTSD and I only did 4. But, you're on a roll. What momentum? Do you have any idea what this book is about?
I've been playing with some recipes, but I haven't started a book. Like I haven't started the actual project yet. I'd like to maybe do a full book on dressings and sauces, oil-free dressings and sauces. But I'm kind of toying around with a few ideas. I'm not quite sure. I'm a little bit interested in doing ebooks now too, because they can be small and manageable, right? So I can do these mini projects and put those out for people. So I'm not sure. I'm also really, really into teaching yoga lately too. So that's been a big passion. It's another side passion of mine as well.
Nice. So the next time I do something with you, maybe a Facebook Live or something like that. I want you to make your beet burgers because we talked about those on the podcast, and I was very intrigued by those. Do you have a photo there you can show us as we head out? Yes,
I do. Again, it's a little play on words because I like to do that. I call them Beyond Beet burgers.
Yes, yes.
So they are, yeah.
And you talked about how we've all tried the Beyond Meat burger, and you said it was a little too eerie for you.
It was just, yeah, I had kind of like memories of when I was growing up, and we'd see that pan of whatever cooking and all the grease in the pan and the smell, it smelled so similar and looked so similar, did kind of freak me out a little bit. I'm not one for that texture. Like I don't miss it, so it's not something I want. So I much prefer to do a bean burger or a different kind of burger with grains and nuts and seeds. Actually, when you use nuts and seeds in a burger, they become so delicious. Yeah. So that one uses beet, and it's good for me because I don't love beet. I feel it tastes kind of like dirt. So some people really, really love beet and they can eat it straight up. But for me, I don't love it. So this is a nice way to enjoy beet.
Yeah. Well, Dreena, this has been dreamy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you joining us at this year's PlantStock. Loved your recipes. We adore you and your ethos and your kindness and your beautiful kitchen. Thank you. Can you give me a fist bump on the way out?
Boom.
Bam. So I'm gonna say something. Just stay right there. So hey everybody. So up next we have David and Steve Flynn, the Happy Pear from Stone. Oh Jane, what's it called? Greystone. From Greystone, Ireland. These guys have more energy than anybody that I know. We'll be following them with Sherra Aguirre, who is fabulous, the joyful vegan. And then we're going to have our pizza party with all kinds of Q&As. So get your questions ready. Again, Dreena, thank you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
We are live with the Happy Pear, Steve and Dave Flynn. They were on episode 83 of the Plant Strong podcast. You guys are here for Plant Stock 2022. It's a double dose of food, and who better than a double dose of the Flynns? So what's going on in Greystone?
Greystones. Yeah, we're delighted to be here, genuinely. For people who don't know us, we've been eating a plant-strong, whole food vegan diet for 20 years. And yeah, today we want to cook 2 simple recipes for you, which go down really, really well.
And the goal is to try to inspire you to eat more veg. So we're going to cook a simple chickpea curry. We typically cook it in 5 minutes. It might take you 10. And if you're really cruising, it might take you 15. And the video's got over 2 million views, maybe even pushing 3 on YouTube. So it's been tested many times, and it really does work, and it's really tasty.
Yeah. Hey, now Steve and Dave, you guys are, if I remember correctly, you're more than identical twins. You guys are mirror twins. And let everybody know, what does that mean to be mirror twins?
So mirror twin is when the egg splits later on. So we're on the spectrum of being Siamese twins. We're like somewhere heading towards Siamese twins. So we're like, I'm right-handed, Steve's left-handed, I'm right-footed, Steve's left-footed. I'm good with my right part of the brain, Steve's good with the left. But we're not.
We only know that because we were part of a twin study in University College Dublin. So yeah.
And yeah, we were 99.9% recurring identical genetic material.
Yeah.
Pretty
so
cool.
You guys were like off the charts identical.
Yeah, we're
pretty similar.
Close as it comes, really, I think.
Love it. All right, so we got the 10-minute. No, what are we doing right now? The 10-minute chickpea curry.
We're going to cook a simple 10-minute chickpea curry.
Yeah.
It might take you 15, it might take you 5, depending all down to your knife
We can
skills.
usually cook it in 5 minutes, easily.
So we're going to cook it in maybe 6 or 7 minutes. Okay, so what you're going to need, when you'll learn when you start cooking without oil, you need a wide bottom non-stick pan, and you want to cook at high heat to encourage caramelization, because without high heat, you won't get it through the Maillard reaction and get that enzymatic browning. Woo!
So you really do need a non-stick pan, and the pan nice and hot. So I'm going to bang our pan. We're cooking on gas.
We're cooking on gas, white bottom non-stick pan. So if you think about the base of most Indian stock, so this is a chickpea curry, so typically originated from India. It's typically onion, garlic, ginger, and chili. We're going to leave the chili out. Maybe we'll get a chili. Okay, so in terms of this, I've just taken an onion. I'm just going to chop it into half moons. So just knife skills like that.
And we're using a red onion here, but obviously just use whatever type of onion. And if you want to use it quicker, you could use scallions. Scallions, also known as spring onions, green onions, you'd probably call them in the US. But they cook quicker. Like onion will typically take 3 to 4 minutes to actually cook right the way through. So you could just use scallions if you wanted. We're using red onions here just purely because it's got a higher amount of antioxidants, it being red. But yeah, whatever you have.
Okay, so I'm just kind of chopped into rough dice. It's pretty rough now, just for anyone who is wondering. So pan is nice and hot. Once it's nice and hot, an easy way just to know if it's hot enough is just take a little splash of water. Dave's getting out. I'll just show you, put a little splash. It should start to evaporate. So that's kind of what you're looking for. So you really want a high heat. So while that's happening, I'm just, actually we'll pop it in the pan.
We may as well pop it in.
So into the pan, and don't worry, you will still get browning even without oil. So on the basis, we have 2 cloves of garlic, and we've got about a thumb-sized piece of ginger, so about the size of your fingernail, that sort of size. And we're using organic ginger, so it hasn't been sprayed. So just give it a little clean and keep the skin on it, because a lot of the minerals will be in the skin of most root vegetables.
The garlic, onion, scallions, and cherry tomatoes are from our farm. We started a 4-acre regenerative organic farm. So using some fine farm produce here today.
Yeah, pretty
sweet. Hey, Dave, are you crying?
A little bit, yeah. These are really fresh onions, so they're very tearful.
Typically, from having cut literally tons and tons of onion. Typically, if you have a really sharp knife, you're going to release less of that, somewhat like a poison in the air. So one of the secrets to crying less while chopping onions is just to have a really sharp knife.
Well, obviously that knife isn't sharp because I'm nearly balling here.
Right? Okay, I'm doing all right.
So boys, tell me, hey, have you guys both been for swims already this morning? Your polar bear swim?
Yeah, we did. So yeah, we've for anyone who some may know, some may not know, we swim in the Irish Sea every morning at sunrise and have done for the last 7 years. So this time of year, it's great. It's like sunrise is 6 a.m. and the water is about 16 or 17 degrees, so it's delicious temperature.
So in goes our garlic and ginger. So the thing about swimming in the sea at sunrise is that in winter it's at 8:50 a.m. and the depths of summer is in like kind of June 21st. It's around 4:50 a.m. So it really does change throughout the year. So it's really
Can I just say something about it? So you might notice our pan wasn't exactly spotlessly clean, so things are starting to stick. So once the onion or ginger or garlic might start to catch a little, this is called deglazing, a technique known as deglazing, which you're just going to add a couple of tablespoons. So see the way there's flavour that goes brown immediately. That's just flavour which we want to incorporate back into the dish. So and obviously temperature conducts 20 times quicker by liquids than it does by air. So that's why steaming or boiling is typically a quicker method of cooking, but obviously no caramelization. So in this context, by adding water, it goes to slightly steaming or sauteing, if you know what I mean.
Hey, where in the world? Where in the world?
Sorry, carry on.
No, go ahead. Where in the world did you guys learn how to cook? Was it from Dorian Palmer? Did she help you out?
Okay, so when we started our cafe, or we started with our shop 18 years ago, there was nowhere where you could learn how to cook. Even vegetarian was strange. That's mine, vegan.
Like we could have gone and trained as chefs, but then most of it would have been butchery and cheese and fishmongery or whatever, which we had no interest because we were eating a plant-based vegan diet. So we just started a cafe ourselves and trained. The first person we employed was Dorian Palmer, our chef mama. And she worked with us for 10 years and we kind of trained under her at the start, and then I guess it became...
Then you do that for 10, 15 years and you learn quite a lot about cooking with vegetables.
Yeah, and write books. And
so I'm just going in with 10 cherry tomatoes now. I'm just going to put a pinch of salt. What the salt's just going to do is going to help draw the moisture out of those tomatoes and just help break them down a little. So again, just be gentle with salt. But like we're using a coarse salt, so it's often said that not all salt is equal. If you think about if you have a tablespoon, so this size spoon, a tablespoon of a fine salt will only be about a third the volume when compared to coarse sea salt. So typically a coarse sea salt is a finishing salt. So I just put in a pinch of that anyway to draw the moisture out. So next up we have some beans. We have a can of chickpeas and a can of cannellini beans. So it's approximately 500 grams. So use
whatever tin beans you want, whether you like navy beans or verlotti beans or black beans or chickpeas or lentils. This is obviously a chickpea curry, so we would probably put 2 tins of chickpeas in. But
I like variety. You know, one of the most important things from the American Gut Project was about diversity. Try to get 30 different types of plant-based foods per week. And only typically 1 in 250 people do that.
I wouldn't put that in now because this pan isn't very good now. So it's just going to work.
Next up, so in terms of the base of our sauce, we're going to use 1 tin of chopped tomatoes. That's a 400 gram tin. You could use fresh tomatoes. Typically 2 fresh tomatoes will do fine.
And obviously we know you guys are in fluid ounces and cups and those different measurements to us. Imperial, sorry about that.
So in terms of the other base of our sauce, we're going to use a low-fat can of coconut milk. If you don't want to use that and you want to avoid it, you could just replace it with vegetable stock, or you could simply just replace it with a little bit of coconut extract and a little bit of soy sauce and a similar volume of water to replace
soy milk. Wasn't that what you said, Rip, that you...
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Yeah, for people that don't want the fat content of coconut or the saturated fat, great replacement is a little bit of coconut extract with some a plant-based milk of choice, soy milk, oat milk, almond milk, something like that. Perfect.
Yep. And what is coconut extract? We've never actually
mostly for flavour. The Twitch, mostly just for flavour.
Does it? Okay.
It kind of gives it that coconut hit. Exactly.
It's almost like a vanilla extract.
Yeah, nice. So just in terms of spices, this is to be super easy and ubiquitous. We're going with 2 tablespoons of mild curry or medium curry powder. If you do want to bring in the aromatic spice, you can put in some ground cardamom, some cinnamon, some star anise, up the clove content. You can
more ginger.
Chili. You could really go to town, but we want to keep this super democratic and just accessible. 2 tablespoons of medium curry powder. Boom.
Yeah, and obviously you could add more turmeric if you wanted to go yellower.
Yeah, just to play with the colour, you want to bring in smoke notes, etc. So, Rip, quick question for you. Can you tell me the 5 basic flavours? Ooh. For 10 points.
Sweet, sour, bitter. I think the new kid on the block is umami.
Very good.
Sweet, bitter, sour.
Yeah, salt. I think you
Salt.
so you've salt, sweet, acid, bitter, and umami. So acid, anything with a pH below 7. So in a dish like this, you want to try to find that harmony. So think about if you're listening to an orchestra, the more you can have the wind, you can have the strings.
And you can say
have
the wind first.
Yeah, the wind.
This is a chippy curry, that's relevant.
Well, the more you can find the symphonic or the balance between the different aspects of the orchestra, the more the sound is strong and comprehensive and balanced. And similarly, with a dish like this, the more you can balance the salt, sweet, bitter, acid, and umami, the more it's going to sound more rounded and full-bodied. So umami was one of the flavors we mentioned. Umami typically refers to Japanese word, which is deliciousness, is the nearest we have.
The nearest translation of it.
Nearest translation. So we're going to put just 2 tablespoons of tamari.
And obviously you can get a low sodium tamari, which...
Yeah. Or if you're kind of soy allergy, you can, there's coconut aminos if you want to use that instead. And in terms of acid, so always when you're seasoning a dish, many people forget that one of the most sophisticated things they have in their body is their tongue. So when you taste it, and if it doesn't taste right, it tastes flat. So turn to salt.
Salt is the first thing. Obviously salt will, it's finding the balance between health and taste, because if something's too healthy and you won't eat it, well then that's not good. So you've got to find the right balance. And I guess we've been on that path for 20 years of going, okay, where is it really healthy but still really tasty, and where's that balance?
Because food is such a pleasure, and when you get it right, it's incredible when it's healthy and tasty. So a little bit of salt just because to elevate it. I tasted there to the tamari, that's the umami, the note sounds great. The little bit of acid, so acid is anything with a pH below 7, so I could use lime, I could use lemon juice, I could use vinegar of choice. So I'm just going to pop my hand out just to catch any seeds, and it'll help cut through the coconut milk, the low-fat coconut milk, just to bring a vitality and vibrancy to the dish.
And final thing, I was meant to pick up a bag of coriander coming down here, but there was none in the store. Coriander being cilantro, so I'd probably put cilantro or baby spinach through this just to give a nice pop of green and give a diversity of colour and texture. But I found some scallions in the fridge, also known as green onions, and we'll just pop them through. It could give a little bit of a freshness and a kind of contrast with taste and a bit of bite to it. So one thing which is very important with it finishing a dish is you want a variety of textures. So obviously the beans here, you've got the tomatoes, you've got the saucy component, and the scallions will give. And we're finishing it, like final things, so we're pretty much done there. And final things with serving it, I'd probably serve it with maybe some, we might put some za'atar, some flaked almond, some...
Gomasio or something.
Gomasio, anything that's going to give a contrast of texture on the top of it. It could be toasted pumpkin seeds or any of this type of thing. Texture is really important in terms of when you're garnishing it.
So easy, so quick, like literally took us...
What are we going to put that over?
You could literally just, like, we didn't cook rice here, but the easy thing is just buy those pre-cooked bags of quinoa or rice. You can get them whole grain. We get them all the time in the supermarket. And just pop that on to boil for a couple of minutes just to heat up.
Alternatively, just before you start, you can just make wholemeal couscous. Literally takes 5 minutes from start to finish. Just literally pour it into a cup and just pour boiling water that much over.
So Dave,
and boom, leave it to set.
That's delicious.
That looks incredible. Dave, what did you think when you guys are 24 years old and Steve called you up and said, "Hey, you want to start a food revolution?" Were you like,
I said,
yes?
No. I think at the time I thought. So this is back in 2003. Steve calls me up and he said, Dave, I've got a great idea. Do you want to start a health food revolution? And that's what he said. And I thought it was going to be like, storming the parliament and like, we demand less sugar, we demand no, whatever. And then Steve said, do you want to start a vegetable shop? So we ended up, we went away traveling and we left as these kind of beer drinking, meat eating, pint swilling, semi-pro rugbies that had studied business. Rugby players, yeah. And then we came back 2 years later as these two vegans that were into yoga and handstands and swimming in the sea and wore plaid pants and had long hair, and we're starting a vegetable shop. So there was this massive transformation in the period of 2 years. And
And look where you are now. Can you believe how everything has led to where you are today? I mean, you guys got what? 5 cookbooks. You got one right behind you, don't you, Dave or Steve? The new one that just came out.
The new one is based on the idea that we've got a farm, so there's so much. We realized that say last month in June or 2 months ago, we had so much courgettes. There was so much courgettes coming from the farm. So the chapter is we've taken the 10 most common veg and we've done them 10 ways using 10 ingredients. And the whole idea was that you buy a 3-pack of courgettes in the supermarket, and you know what to do. Zucchinis, yeah. And you know what to do with 2 of them. But then there's that courgette of shame that's in the bottom of the fridge, and every time you open it, that courgette goes, oh, I just wish I could something to do with it. So this you search it by vegetables, so it's good. There's like carrot and beetroot and broccoli, and you know, obviously you can see we understand vegetables without having a vegetable shop on the farm. So
yeah,
it's cool. It's nice.
And you what? And you employ what? A couple hundred people?
Yeah, I think we're about 100 people now, and we've got products. We've got 70 kind of whole food, plant-based products in supermarkets around Ireland. We have cafes and farms, and we have online courses, which are really cool. Yeah, which they're great. They're really exciting.
Seven online courses.
7 online courses, and the whole goal of them is to help people eat more whole foods. And whether their entry point is they've high cholesterol, their entry point is IBS, their entry point is, you know, poor mental health, but it all comes back to the same thing: to eat a whole food, plant-based diet, move more.
And I love your mission. I love your mission, which is basically just to help people get healthier and happier. And you guys do that every single day. You guys epitomize what you guys stand for. While you're cooking this, so the next dish, I'll let you tell us what it is. But I also want to ask you some questions while you're doing it, if allowable, because you guys also have you guys also have a podcast, and on your podcast you guys have some of the most amazing guests, and I want to ask you to just give me a sentence summary of with Elle Macpherson, what was your takeaway, right?
She came and hung out with us for a few days, so that was super fun. That was good crack. That was really good. She's a really heartfelt human. She's a really big
And amazing to hang out with someone that seemed like the top of the pedestal of society, and then also was had challenges of addiction and all sorts of things. So it was amazing just to talk with someone that was raw and honest and just wonderful.
And then one of the things one of your episodes that always captivates me is you guys got Dan Savage on there.
Oh wait, we
go ahead. Sorry, we missed
that. But Dan Savage, right? Great Sex for Life. What?
Oh my God!
I mean, that guy just blew my noodle with some of his stuff.
He's amazing. He's amazing because, the way so many of us are fed that myth that there is a perfect soulmate out there for everyone. And he's got a great line where he says, there ain't no perfect. There is no such thing as a soulmate. There's at most a 0.67. And you got to round that motherfucker right up. That's using his language. That's what he says.
Yeah. And then he says, if you think you're someone's one, you're not. You're their 0.652 and they got to round you up. And I just thought that was
it was just a really clear way. Someone who's been writing a sex column for 30 years or 25 years, he had such perennial wisdom about monogamish that it's about finding your way within life. There's no such thing as perfect, and it's really good.
Exactly. Okay, I'm going to throw out some other ones while you're making chocolate.
Okay, so we're going to make a 2-ingredient chocolate mousse, and obviously this is a health conference, but we all want to celebrate life, and there are certain moments in your life that you want a high point, you want to mark it with something special. This is one of those opportunities. It is a little bit more indulgent, but most chocolate mousse, typically the cocoa solids are diluted with cream or butter. Here we're going to actually dilute it with water, which is kind of counterintuitive.
Low in calories.
Because water typically makes chocolate seize, but it also makes chocolate bloom. And the reason I know this is I make bean to bar chocolate for years. So we're going to actually create what's known as an emulsion. So if anyone doesn't, Rip, can you give me an example of an emulsion in food?
Ooh.
An emulsion in food? Fern cotton.
Mayonnaise. Correct. Mayonnaise. So emulsion is when a fat-based solution and a water-based solution form a semi-permanent bond. So in the case of this, our emulsifier is going to be temperature. So if you remember nothing from this demonstration, remember 0.65. 0.75. So 1 part chocolate, 0.75 part water. So in the case here, we're going to use a scale. So I have 200 grams of dark chocolate chips multiplied by 0.75. That'll be 150. So we want to get 150 mil because we're using metric. I'm not sure what it is in fluid now.
Well, 0.75 is 3/4, really.
Yeah, 3/4. So we're trying to get 150 mil here, 145. That's good. Perfect. Good. Perfect. So if I did want to infuse this chocolate mousse and make it kind of pink or make it infused with berry or mint or whiskey, I could literally use 150 ml of whiskey if I
Or
want to
oat
make
milk.
whiskey.
We'll often make a milk chocolate and we'll use oat milk and we might infuse it with
So
chili
here-
or star anise or
Here
orange or whatnot.
Here I'm just putting a little bit of elderberry and echinacea tea just to give it a little subtle nuance of flavour. You don't have to do this, but it'll just...
This will mean the chocolate will have those kind of red berry notes to it, but obviously you can infuse it with anything
Then I'm
you
going
want.
to pour it in on top of our 200 grams of chocolate chips.
We're taking a whisk and I'm simply going to whisk it. So if you're using a chocolate bar, you want to chop it nice and fine. If you're using chocolate chips like this, it's kind of easy, it melts quick. And what's happening now, exactly what happens in your mouth, everything's melting and it's just going to turn into a chocolate puddle.
So the main fat in chocolate is cacao butter, and it's mostly a saturated fat. So as it hits your body temperature, your tongue, it's 37 degrees, so it melts. So by us pouring that boiling water, that infused water, it suddenly turns into a puddle. So it's nothing like a chocolate mousse. It's literally just chocolate water.
So now what we're going to do is we're going to take
an ice bath. So this is going to be the temperature that's going to create the emulsion. So what happens is, as Dave puts it on the ice bath and starts to whisk, what happens is currently it's about 70 degrees Celsius. So excuse this is Celsius rather than Fahrenheit. And as it hits the ice baths, it starts on a cooling trajectory. And as it starts to get to around 30 degrees Celsius, the saturated fat in the cacao butter wants to go solid. And because Dave's whisking it, he's slowly incorporating that infused water to create the silkiest, the sexiest, the most wonderful chocolate mousse you've tasted. And genuinely, the amount of times we've done this as a demo and people go, oh, I think you're full of crap. And then they taste it and they go, oh my God, that's delicious.
Now, Dave, as you're stirring that, are you doing anything specific with your breathing? Because I know you guys had Patrick McEwen and Dame Nestor on your podcast, and they're all about breathing. And is your breathing holding you back?
That's great. Yeah, I'm actually super into it. Like I've taken my mouth for years to actually make sure that I breathe through my nose at night. And I do actually, I'm much more aware of my breath. And here's a good one. What I used to always do when I'd sit in the toilet, I'd look at my phone. And I'm sure I'm not alone. It's not a good habit. Look at text or look at email or whatever. And the last kind of month, what I do is instead of looking at one of those apps, I put on my breathing app and I breathe when I'm on the toilet, which is... so I have an analog poo instead of a digital poo like most people know.
But I think on the topic of breath work, I think how we breathe is how we experience life. Because typically when you get stressed, the first thing to kind of gather of like harmony is your breathing. It becomes like hyperventilated to get oxygen in because there's extra cortisol in your body. So I think the more you can focus on a long exhale, the more you're going to bring yourself down into that rest and restore.
And even that, like, so obviously everyone on this event is plant focused. We're looking at optimizing our diet and nutrition and whatnot. But we breathe 25,000 times a day, and many of us, like they say, somewhere between 15 and 40% of us are mouth breathers. Which there's a huge amount of space there for efficiency to improve that, and a really basic, simple win to look at your breathing and how you breathe. So the mousse is actually starting to catch now. You'll see it starts. It's like cream. It starts.
So when you're making this at home, you're going to be making it, whisk it, and going, those Happy Pear Irish lads, they're chancellors, they're full of crap. This doesn't work. But slowly, give it patience. It does take about 3 minutes, and slowly you'll start to see peaks like this here. Your heart will flutter. You'll feel like taking off your clothes and running around the room and going, go for it, go for it. You'll see
And doing,
look, just to show you the
I want to do
it. The texture's good.
Yeah. Oh.
And this is great. If you ever wanted to paint a lover in chocolate and eat it off them, this works so well.
This reminds me. This reminds me as a kid when we used to make ice cream and we put the salt and the ice and the hand stir, and we go for 30 minutes and we rotate every 10 minutes. This is a workout.
Oh no, this is done now. It's ready. It's really good, and it's great for icing a cake. Not that most people, but like there is celebrations, as Stephen said. There's kids' birthdays. There's all sorts of big events, and you will need cake is part of life. You know, whether you want to partake or not. But maybe you've got to make a cake for your son, your dad, your mom, your sister, your brother, and this chocolate mousse works great as an icing. Or we'll often do is we'll serve it in a little bowl like so, and we'll just get a hold of the fruit and people dip into it. So I'll put it in the middle of the table, the chocolate mousse, and have lots of berries and peaches, and nectarines and apples and pineapple, and people can just dip in and eat it. And it's quite a sensual kind of. You can make it at the table, make the chocolate mousse and go through. I'm making an emulsion, you know, it's when a semi-permanent bond comes together and we're using heat and temperature.
Take a moment for a sexy pour. Rip, you ready for a sexy moment pour?
Okay, this is cue the sexy music.
Sexy pour, you ready?
Wait, stop. Okay. Oh. No, hey, if it's going to be a sexy pour, Dave and Steve, can we like at least bring the shirts up to like the nipples so we can see the six pack? There we go, sexy pour. There we go. That's a sexy pour. Oh yeah.
Oh, look at that. Look, you see the way it's getting lovely. Oh, that's perfect.
Okay, now, sorry to tease you, but we're going to have to do this to you, okay? Now, we're representing you guys, and obviously, as we said, this is like a celebration rather than a breakfast or a lunch.
This isn't
or a
an
dinner.
everyday thing.
This is an every now and again thing, but very tasty. So, we infused this with berry weed, echinacea, and acai. They were just tea bags that we infused the water with.
Look at the texture for just magic. So you could infuse it, as we mentioned, like the world is your oyster. You could infuse this with whiskey, with rum, with vodka, with star anise, with cardamom, with ginger, with chili. You can literally go to town.
That
we
is
said
tasty.
these. Mint is really nice and probably one of the most popular ones that people like to apply to.
So you said whiskey. You said whiskey. Tell me about Andy Ramage and the truth about alcohol. What were your takeaways from that episode?
Your Honor, good work.
It was cool. He was saying that
So we haven't drank alcohol for over 20 years ourselves, and we found it to be it's often something that people don't even question. And once you re-establish your relationship with alcohol, it suddenly it kind of takes something that's tripping you up so often. Because so often, as Andy used the expression, most people are middle lane drinkers. They don't drink too much, they don't drink too little, but it consistently holds them back. Because it helps them.
It gets in the way of getting up for a 5 a.m. swim. It gets in your way of getting up to watch the sunrise. It's an excuse that you don't make your kids such and such. You know, it's often used as a barrier and a crutch. And you know, when you're forced to readdress your relationship with it, it can really unlock a greater relationship with yourself. Because ultimately, every one of us is looking for a better relationship with ourselves. And you know, that journey is a really interesting one to explore it, because most of us, it's just so subconscious and so habitual and so societally pressurized. Yeah, and we actually created a course with Andy because we found it such an important message. It was our alcohol-free challenge. So yeah,
Wow.
4 week, which we'll probably run next year at some stage.
Wow. Well, that, you know what, I think that is so fantastic. I can tell you that I really haven't drank for probably 20 years as well. And I just find, I find it makes my life that much richer to not have alcohol in it, truly, especially with 3 young kids and all that. It's great. You guys are just like, again, when I had you on the podcast, I'm like, I want to fly over there and hang out with you guys like Elle Macpherson did for a couple days. That's dreamy.
Please do. I'm building a studio. We're building a studio at the end of my garden. So that can be a place for guests, for people to come and visit. So when that's in place, you can all come visit.
Fantastic. Well, Steve, Dave, you guys, thank you for helping make PlantStock what it is. Everything that you guys stand for, represent, the world, the magical, whimsical world you guys have created since 2004. Brilliant. We love you guys. And is there any way that we could, end this thing with a little bit of a handstand or so?
Absolutely. Let's do a twin handstand. Okay, you ready? You go up and I'll go up behind you. Oh, wait.
Hang in there, baby. Hang in there. Hang in there. Hang in there. Hang in there.
Oh, fuck. It's too small a space.
No,
too small a space to fit me in.
We only needed one. We only needed one. Yeah.
Esselstyn, you are wonderful.
Hey, you
Thanks
guys.
for having us.
Give me a fist bump. Happy Pear, playing strong. Woo!
Good work.
Hey, Sherra, welcome to PlantStock 2022. It's a pleasure to have you as part of the Brock Star lineup. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Rick, for having me.
Yeah. So, Sherra, you and I had a fantastic conversation a couple months back. You were actually episode number 89 of the PlantStrong podcast. And we talked a fair amount about, how meditation has really been important to you and part of your health and wellness journey. And you were, and I told you at the time that, I have really wanted to meditate, but I just haven't found the time. I haven't, just carved out and made it a priority. And you were so kind. You sent me this book, the Meditator's Guidebook, and you said that it was helpful for you when you were starting out. And then you also sent me this really, really kind note that I would love to read, if you're okay with that.
I am totally okay.
And it says, Rip, this is the book. This is the book that fueled my early interest in meditation 25 years ago. After reading it the first time, I would go back and read some parts again and again, or randomly pick sections. The meanings became richer over time. Above all, I hope that your unique experience will inspire the fulfillment of your heartfelt dreams. Best, Sherra. That was so very thoughtful and kind of you, and so I wanted to share that with everybody, because there's a lot of us out there that I think could use a little bit more reflection and to pause and to have things slow down. And one of the things that I really liked that you said in our interview is you said, with meditation, you realize there is space for you to make a choice and not just react, and how important that's been in your life.
Absolutely. I had no idea what the experience would be like. You read about it, I'd heard good things, but that's one of the biggest benefits. I say now that the world I live in is not the same one I lived in before meditation, and the world didn't change. I did. Yeah,
exactly. And as somebody who, for 35 years, you were the founder and CEO of a business in Houston. You had over, at one point, 1,200 employees. I can't imagine the stress that was involved with that. Did you start meditating while you were on that journey, or was it after you sold that company?
Oh, no. It probably helped me get through that journey.
Okay.
No, absolutely. I did that, and it was a big help because of decision making. When you slow things down, I think decision making gets a little bit better.
Yeah.
A bit easier.
So meditation helped you through that journey, and then you wrote a book called Joyful, Delicious Vegan: Life Without Heart Disease. And being a whole food, plant-based, no oil follower, and somebody that embraced that also probably allowed you to skirt heart disease, correct?
Oh, there's no doubt, that it has. And what's great, Rip, is that the more I learn, the better it is. The better my experience is. I'm having more fun with the food, but also my outcomes are even better.
Yes. And, we talked about how in your family, heart disease, high blood pressure, stroke, all this was kind of the norm. And you at one point felt like it was your destiny.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And you mentioned how you were on high blood pressure medications and you felt like you were a failure. And this one experience you had driving down the highway with one of your best friends who was an older woman, and you almost blacked out, and you're like, I got to figure this out.
I'm telling you, I think, it's a good thing that life gives us a lot of second chances. So I try now not to miss any of those. I try to take advantage of them and make the changes, that I need to make.
Yes. And so tell me this, Joyful, delicious vegan. Why is the first word joyful? I love that you did that, but tell me why.
Oh, you know what? I wanted to flip the script about what it means to make a big lifestyle change from one of denial and, just having to deny yourself and give up the things that you love, and flip that to looking forward to what we have to gain.
Yes.
And so the joy is in being able to move forward, to enjoy food as well as or better than you did before, and have good health on top of it. And then your gratitude starts to change your outlook on just about everything,
Well, it's incredible to me how fit and athletic and vibrant you look. And I can't even imagine how wonderful it feels to be in your body.
Well, you know what? I don't know how it would feel to be in any other one, so I'm grateful for this one.
Yes, good response. Exactly. And who did you write this book for?
Oh, wow. You know what? I wrote this book for people who think that they don't have a choice. That whatever their genetic background, their family history, whatever, their relatives have dealt with or are dealing with. I wrote it for the people who actually don't know that there's an alternative, and I wanted people to know not only is there an alternative, it's not a fancy pill, it's not, a procedure, it's not something you can't afford. It's food, and it's good food, and it's food that feeds our bodies and that nourishes our health. And so I wrote it for those folks, particularly, I would say, people in my own family. I've given the book to a lot of people, and I've started some community outreach, which I'm really enjoying. And we just had a group of 18 people that we went through kind of a PlantStrong, what we call the Community Wellness Ambassador initiative at a local community center. And it was such a wonderful experience, Rip, I can't tell you. They were ready. Many of them had already struggled to make changes. Some of them had already begun making changes. We had people in there that were gardeners. We had a master gardener who attended the class. And these are all people just from the community. And they all made a commitment to share, what they learned.
Yeah. Well, that is beautiful. I love that you're doing that. And again, another thing that we talked about during our conversation on the podcast was how, the African American community is particularly hard hit by these chronic Western diseases. And I think the figure that we talked about was how now, the population at large, there's about 42% of America that's considered obese. I'm not talking about overweight, but obese. And in African American women, I think it's like 82%.
It's not good.
No.
The statistics with any chronic illness are not good for not only African Americans, but basically low-income people and people who struggle to make ends meet, and who sometimes live in food deserts and actually don't have access, certainly not ready access, or sometimes can't afford. It's cheaper, to stop, by a fast food place on your way home. Sometimes cheaper in the sense, it's not really cheaper when you consider the health costs.
Yeah.
But it's more convenient, and some people are working, 2 jobs. It's tough for a lot of people, and those are people in particular. And the community center that I was talking about is in a food desert. Right.
Well, let's dive into some of these recipes that you're going to create for us today. All right. I haven't had lunch yet, and I am ready to chew my my arm off. Of course, I would never do that. But what do you have in store for us today?
So today we're going to do 2 recipes from the book, and I have since childhood loved tuna salad. I mean, I loved it on anything, on toast, on, lettuce, by itself. It didn't matter. So I wanted a really good, better than tuna salad, or at least something that reminded me of how good and how much enjoyment that was for me. So it took me so long to get this right. I'm not a chef. This is why this is so intimidating for me. I'm not a chef. Didn't even like to cook while I was running my business. But now I love cooking. I'm in the kitchen all the time. But, sharing it in this way is new for me. So I'm happy to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how do we get started here?
So the better than tuna salad, we've got some ingredients here, and I want to kind of, tell you a little bit about that. So the base ingredient is the chickpeas. So this is a can of chickpeas, low salt, and they're mashed. I just mashed them with a fork.
Yep.
So basically it's a 15-ounce can of chickpeas. And then there is a cashew mayo that I'm going to make for us today, which is the next ingredient that will go in there. And that's made with cashews. I have those over here. Cashews, some lemon juice. Okay.
That's a good angle. That's a good angle right there, Carrie. Let's keep that. Good. I like that. Yep.
Okay. And a little bit of Bragg's. We're going to use about a teaspoon of Bragg's.
Yep.
And the last ingredient is just plain old water, half a cup of water.
Okay.
So it's time for me to make that part for you now?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to kind of arrange this a little bit. We're going to add the chickpeas, and this will make actually a cup of cashew mayo. We'll only use half a cup, but this is so handy to have in the fridge. It'll keep for about a week if you have an airtight container. So these have been soaked overnight. If you don't have time to soak them overnight, a time saver is you can take hot water and then soak them for 30 minutes, and it's pretty much the same outcome.
Okay.
These two were soaked overnight, so I'm going to add those into my little blender here, my little Ninja.
Yep.
Make sure I get all of them. And so I'm going to add about 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. I pre-squeeze it because you do not want to see me trying to squeeze lemon and pick out seeds.
You know the difference between lemons and limes?
No.
Limes don't have seeds, but lemons do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm serious. Limes are sterile, and so they don't have seeds. So if you don't want to mess with seeds, do the lime.
I did not realize that.
Yeah.
And I actually have one in the fridge. So now we're going to put about a teaspoon of the Bragg's in here. We can always adjust some of the flavors, the seasonings later if you want to. But so now we're going to just blend this up. Man, this is an old Ninja, man. I need to get a new one. I have to really press down to make sure it closes right. It's been in the dishwasher too many times. So here we go.
Now, Sherra, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that I, in reading your book and then talking to you on the podcast, is you mentioned too how one of the things that got you in trouble was you were starting to bump up the fat calories a little too much, and you specifically were going to town on the nuts, and you found your blood pressure going up. I think you started gaining some weight, and so you had to be really careful and ratchet back the nuts.
I really did have to, and now I've gotten to the point where I can eat nuts, but sparingly. It's kind of like your dad said, if we're not careful, and I was one of those people that I would snack on nuts all day long and think, they're healthy, right? But the problem is I was probably getting at least 40% of my calories from fat. That doesn't work, particularly for people who are, trying to build heart health. Yeah.
So, and I think it's important that people know that, like, you know, obviously my father is really against all nuts because most people just don't know moderation, right? And when you have heart disease, you can't, you know, you got to play hardball. But people like, you know, Furman and Gregor, and really, I think a lot of studies have shown that nuts are okay, but you got to keep it to 1 ounce a day. So I love what you're doing with the sauce, because the sauce then is a great way, if you're going to have nuts, to consume nuts.
Right. No, that I totally agree. And nuts are healthy, but really in moderation. And some of us have a hard time with the moderation.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to put half of this. This is about a cup, and we don't need that much. We only need half. So I'm going to make sure it's well blended.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to put about half of this in here.
And so you're adding that to your chickpeas that you have mashed up. Is that correct?
That is correct. So I'm going to mix it in.
Yeah, that's already looking good, and you haven't added all the other great additions.
All the other good stuff yet.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so we've got that in. And so now it gets really simple after this, because from this point, we're going to add all the other ingredients. So I'd like to also talk a little bit about one of the things I like to talk about in the book is the fact that every food contributes something to our health.
Mm-hmm.
And we learn about, you know, foods and, you know, what nutrients they contain, you know, what, you know, studies have said about them. We can start layering things in to actually boost up, because food doesn't work in isolation, you know, they work in combinations.
Yes.
So right here we've got celery, and celery is very heart healthy, helps lower blood pressure. So we're going to put that in.
Love the celery. I love the crunch and the mouthfeel that's going to contribute to this. Yeah.
Right? And then we're going to add some red bell pepper.
Of course. Yes.
And this is really good, high in antioxidants, great for vision. So many health benefits to that. And we're going to also add pumpkin seeds. This is a powerhouse for omega-3s, you know, and omega-6s. And so these are really important for heart health and a lot of other benefits. And the other good news is that when things are good for our heart, they typically are good for preventing the other chronic diseases as well. So all of these things are really important. So next, I'm going to put some capers, and we don't want to use you know, capers too heavily because they are salty. But we're going to put, this is about basically 2 tablespoons of those. So we're going to mix those in. And now this ingredient is kind of a interesting ingredient.
Is it corn? Is that just corn?
Yeah, for corn, but it adds a pop of color.
Yeah.
Crunch also. And I just used frozen corn.
Yep. We're a big fan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And for one reason, it's hard to find, at least for me, it's hard to find organic fresh corn. I hardly see that. So I just used the frozen. And now we have some red onion.
Yeah, that's going to give it a nice little flavor and kick. And yeah.
Yes.
And then what else are you going to add? Anything else, or is that it for all your additions? Ooh, what's that?
This is stone ground mustard.
Oh.
and there's just a little bit of bragg in there too, about a teaspoon of it. So let's mix all of this up. Oh, and I almost forgot. There is, and you know, another one thing I like is to use lemon juice too, because that really enhances the flavor of foods, and it actually gives it a little bit of a salty taste without adding any.
And then what are you gonna eat this with or over or on? Those romaine lettuce leaves?
Yes. So the last ingredient, actually couple other ingredients. I'm going to save this one for last. So this is optional, but I like, we're in Texas, right?
Yeah.
So this is cayenne pepper. So it's optional. Not everybody likes that, but it's only about a quarter of a teaspoonful. So I'm just going to put a couple of dashes in there.
You don't even mess with chili powder. You just go straight to cayenne.
Well, true that. And also there's a little bit of black pepper in it. This is only about a quarter of a teaspoon. It just kind of layers the flavors and adds a little color.
I like that term you just used, layers. We like layers of flavor.
Oh, we do. And here is the really secret ingredient, fresh dill.
Oh, yeah, that will give it that tuna salad taste. Yeah.
So add some of this. And this is about actually a tablespoon. Actually, this is 2 tablespoons. The recipe calls for 1, but I like to garnish it on top with the other. So let me add that in. And then what we're going to do is just plate it on top of this lettuce here.
Oh my gosh. Why don't can you do 1 for us?
I'm sorry?
Can you plate 1 of those pieces of lettuce?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the center to create a nice visual.
Oh, great.
Yes. And then I'm going to eat some, if that's okay.
Oh, I'd love to see how your palate reacts to it. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to do it artfully. And you know what, Rip, this is part of the joy of eating.
Yeah.
The visual, the colors, the textures. And I like to try to play off of that and just make it as appetizing as possible to the eye.
That presentation is really stupendous.
Well, if I don't mess it up.
Oh no, you can't mess it up.
So far, so good. We'll see.
You're much more careful than I would be. I would just dump it right on.
Well, I'll eat this part that fell off. Okay, so that's it. But I'm going to put just a little bit of dill on top, just as a garnish.
Oh.
And there we go.
Nolan is very lucky.
He's raising his hand over there.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm very jealous.
He actually is doing me a favor. He said he's working for food today.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Thank you, Nolan. Okay. All right. So after that, what do we have for dessert?
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going to take a little bite. I just want to make sure I got it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because Nolan's going to take all this home. So I want, this is my one chance.
Yeah, thumbs up.
You got the crunch, you got the dill, you got the capers, you got the corn. Yes.
You've inspired me to make that sometime very soon.
Well, great. All right. Yeah. So do you want to go to the next one?
I would love to. Yes. What is it?
The next one is named after my granddaughter. It's also a book. It's called Zoella's Apple Crisp. And in the recipe, it talks about just using any fruit, really. You just can't go wrong with it.
Yeah.
So today, I am using, hold on just a second. I have to drain. I already pre-sliced my apples. I should have drained this before. So these are my apples. And so it's 3 cups. It's actually 4 cups of fruit total. So
what kind of apples do you have there?
You know what? I like any apple that has a little tartness to it. Is really good, and the crunch, the tartness, and the sweetness. So I think these are Honeycrisp. They're either Honeycrisp or Pink Lady, or probably some of both, because I usually keep both.
Yeah.
And so that's 3 cups of sliced apples, and because I'm mixing it with cranberries, these are frozen cranberries, and that means you can pretty much get them year round. I didn't realize the health benefits of cranberries. I've never been a big cranberry eater.
Yeah.
But apparently they have healthy omegas. They've been known to help regulate blood sugar. They're heart healthy. And so this is a good way for me, at least, to get my raspberry benefit. So I'm just going to throw these in there. So that's the fruit. Let me get my spoon. All right, so that's the fruit. I'm going to kind of mix it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. We're going to have a lot more mixing to do. So now the next thing we add is a little bit of tapioca. And that's so that the juices, will make a nice, rich.
Yes. Kind of gel together.
Exactly. So you just sprinkle this on top.
That's interesting. You've got cranberries. I would have never thought to do cranberries.
Oh no, raspberries.
Raspberries. Okay. Yes.
If I said cranberries, I may have because I eat them more often. But these are raspberries.
Okay. Raspberries. Yes, I can get my head wrapped around raspberries.
Yeah, these are raspberries. Let me make sure I get all of this out. I had this sitting in the fridge. So that's the tapioca. And then the next thing is cinnamon. Oh boy, one of my favorite. Oh, did I not take the cinnamon out? Hold on. So the other two ingredients for this, I'm going to get rid of the mustard. Don't need that anymore. So cinnamon is really good for high blood pressure because it enhances blood flow through our arteries. And so I pretty much every breakfast for me has cinnamon on something, in oatmeal, on granola. I just really love it. And so here, the recipe calls for a teaspoon of it. So I'm just going to guesstimate because me with cinnamon more is better. No,
that looks great.
So that's cinnamon. Whoops. And now the last, actually there's two more ingredients. So there's another little bit of lemon juice. This is about a tablespoon because again, this is going to really enhance the tartness. Particularly if you're using just apples, the lemon juice really helps with that. And then we're going to have some maple syrup, and only 2 tablespoons because the raspberries aren't sweet, but the apples are, so we don't need a whole lot. There's 1 and 2. Spread it out. That's it. Now we just need to combine them.
And so do you put anything else in there like oats or anything, or is that it?
Oh, well, this is just the filling. Now we got to make the top.
Okay. Okay, I'm jumping the gun.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
So I love your outfit. I love your the way you're wearing a kind of a tank top, showing off your arms, and that great necklace.
You're very kind.
Oh, well, it's
very kind.
It's the truth.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you. All right. So that does it for the filling.
Yes.
So we've got the fruit in there. We've got the maple syrup. We've got the lemon. We've got the cinnamon. And we've got the tapioca. So that does it for that. Now I'm going to put this aside for a moment. And we are going to make the topping to sprinkle on it. That's the crisp part of the dessert. And so for that, we'll need oat flour. And I think this calls for half a cup. This should be half a cup of oat flour. Let me just make sure. 1 second. Yes. Here we go. I want to make sure I tell you the right thing. Yes, half a cup of oat flour. I had pre-measured it, but since I didn't have it in a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Exactly how much it was.
Yeah, and get tricky.
And here are the oats. that we were talking about earlier. So this is actually of the oats. We've got a third of a cup, and actually I put a little more than a third of a cup because this recipe is so forgiving. You know, the exact measurements aren't really that critical. And what I want to make sure of is that I have enough topping to sprinkle and cover all the fruit. So I just put a little bit extra oats in there. The next is chopped walnuts, and again, heart healthy, but this is a half a cup of chopped walnuts. I pre-chopped them, but that's for the whole pie. So you know, we'll get some of it, but you know, not a whole half a cup of nuts.
Yes.
So we got that, and then the next ingredient for this one is almond butter. So that helps the topping to crisp, you know, and to kind of, you know, stick together. So we're going to put, and this almond butter is 2 tablespoons.
Okay. Is there a reason why you're using almond butter instead of peanut butter or something else?
Well, you know what? Almonds are a little bit more beneficial, I think, nutrient-wise than peanuts. They are not quite as heart healthy as walnuts, but they're up there on the heart healthy spectrum. And you know, peanuts are good. A lot of people have peanut allergies, but primarily just for the heart benefits. I try to layer ingredients that all, you know, do something positive for health outcomes. And taste really good. And I love almonds. So that's the other reason. So I have to mix all of this really well. And then the last ingredient here, because we want the topping to have just a little bit of sweetness. And where did I put my, here we go. So again, maple syrup. Maple syrup obviously is a processed food, but it's a lot less processed than sugar. So I try to never have sugar, refined sugar. So we're going to do a couple of teaspoons here. And that's it. All right, so now we just combine all of this together. Make sure it's mixed well, and that the almond butter doesn't just kind of clump all to itself.
Yeah. So I could see that happening very easily.
Exactly. So here we go. All right, so now it's just a matter of sprinkling it on top and then baking it. This bakes for 40 minutes at 350 degrees in the oven. And you know, ovens sometimes, you know, are different, but 350 seems to work very well. So now I'm just gonna sprinkle it over. And actually, I usually use my hands, so I'm gonna do it the way I usually do it.
Oh, use your hands. Let's get dirty. Yeah.
This, you know, in order to do the sprinkle part, it really helps to be able to use your fingers.
Yes.
So you can see I'm trying to distribute it so that I cover the fruit.
So while you're covering that fruit up, will you tell me a little bit about your incredible daughters, Tembi and Attica, and what they're up to? Because when we talked last, I mean, both your daughters are New York Times bestselling authors. They're also like screenwriters, producers, and I think, did both of them have their novels get picked up by Netflix? Is that right?
Well, actually, just one. Tembi's book, which is titled From Scratch, it's a memoir. And in it, she has lots of recipes because it takes place primarily in Italy. She falls in love with an Italian chef.
Yeah.
And so basically that book, which was a bestseller, is going to now be a Netflix miniseries, and it premieres October 21st.
Really? What's it called?
From Scratch. Like cooking from scratch? Yeah, just like cooking from scratch. Wow. So that's Tembi, right? You said? And Attica was the one of the producers for the show and was actually the showrunner. Because Attica was writing long before Timby and helped Timby. She encouraged Timby to write the book in the first place.
Wow.
And in fact, wouldn't let her off the hook because sadly her husband passed away. And so it was very emotional for her to write the book. And it's been emotional for her to make it into a series. But it's so uplifting because it talks about, you know, the lessons we learn from some of the most difficult periods in our lives.
Yes.
And then how kind of on the other side of those kinds of trials, you know, we're just thankful at the end of it to be resilient enough to learn from it, benefit from it. And so that's kind of what the book was about.
Well, boy, I bet it's been very therapeutic for her in a number of ways.
It has been. It has been. They were just, she just called, as you know, right before we started, you know, doing this. And she was just in New York doing basically some food demos with recipes from her book.
All right.
All right. So that's it. It's done. So here it is. And it's ready to go to the oven. So I'm going to do the magic of taking it to the oven and bringing back a finished product.
Now, is Nolan going to get the finished product?
Yes, absolutely. Here is the finished product.
Man.
And you can see the raspberry color at the bottom.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's why I like mixing the berries with the apples. Again, you know, you get the color, you get the visual, and
It's can you take a spoonful so we can see the consistency of that?
Yeah. As soon as I wash my fingers.
Okay.
I love it. Okay. I should have got a bigger spoon, but yes. Can you see it?
I can. Yes.
Let me get a bigger spoon.
I would love to eat that.
Oh man, it's so good with the kind of the nutty topping and crunchy topping, and then the tartness and the sweetness of the fruit. It's so I even though this is Nolan's apple crisp, Nolan, may I have a bite?
Yeah, another thumbs up. Yes, and I'm sure that pairs very nicely with the better than tuna salad.
For us dessert lovers, it pairs nicely with just about anything.
Yes. Hey, so Sherra, have you done any yoga today?
I did.
Yeah.
I did this morning. That's my daily routine. That's part of it, along with meditation.
Yeah.
And
Beautiful.
I fiddle a lot. Some of that's just my creative time.
To
do nothing really.
Yeah. Well, hey, I want you to know our time is running up here, but I so appreciate you letting us into your kitchen, letting us see, two of your favorite dishes from Joyful Delicious Vegan, Life Without Heart Disease. I want to thank you for what you're doing in Houston and the people whose lives that you are touching and helping change for the better. And, you have a quote in your book that I want to read that I really love, and it's, "The greatest medicine of all is teaching people how not to need it."
Hippocrates, right?
Maybe, but I love that I found it in your book.
Thank you so much for having me. Rip, I really appreciate it. You encouraged me to do this. It was intimidating because I've never done it before, but I'm so happy that you gave me the opportunity. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for stretching. Thank you for stretching and bringing your A game. All right, well, Lucky Nolan, you get the prize, my man.
Nolan, you want to do a cameo? He says no, he's good.
Okay, okay. All right, Sherra, hey, give me a little fist bump on the way out.
You got
Plant
it.
strong. Plant strong.
All the way.
Thank you.
Rip, so much.
It's a pizza party. Pizza party. Pizza party.
Pizza
Pizza party. Pizza party. And here we have, on the left, we have.
A big thank you for Sherra and the Happy Pear. Okay, so.
Absolutely. Hold on. You're not starting quite yet. Yes. Yes. They were fabulous. So great to have them. David and Steve Flynn. I mean, have you ever seen such energy? And then, of course,
We've all been working on our handstands. We're just about as good.
and then Sherra, incredible. But we're starting the pizza party now. But I was told that Brian was going to start, unless Jane, you would like to start.
Go ahead, Brian.
No, go ahead. We'll go down the line. We'll go down the line.
And each person is going to show a little pro move as well.
Okay. Jane Esselstyn here, and this is a crust from Rip. He's going to tell you all about them. This is PlantStrong crust, and I have put on the sauce, which is delicious, and some tomatoes. Sorry, these are mushrooms that we pre-cook so that they're kind of spongy and they don't stay, snappy. And some broccoli that's been steamed lightly. And my pro move that I think makes it really tasty. Let me just say, these yellow tomatoes are supposed to be pineapple. We forgot to get pineapple on the way here, so this is supposed to represent pineapple, which is so delicious on pizza. I know it's anathema to some people, but it's so good. And I have some basil that Brian taught me how to do on mine. This is a garlic clove. Can you see that in there? And what I love to do, I think it adds so much flavor, especially when you're not using cheese, is you just press out and shake in some of this garlic. You get the garlic juice, the garlic goodness, essence. There's probably some like garlic oil even that comes out. And the pulp itself. It just makes it aromatic and yummy and
I'm a fan of that.
Total fan.
You know what else a lot of people do that I think is pretty cool is you take the whole garlic, is that a bulb?
Yeah.
Bulb, and they put it on whole.
The clove?
Without cooking
Yes.
it?
No. You have to cook it, obviously.
bake it.
You
Roast
bake
it,
it.
roast
Yes,
it.
you roast it. But that can be very flavorful too.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
You know what, can I just interject here? I took, show this empty gross plate. I took a crust about 20 minutes ago and I cut it into strips to make garlic strips. We rubbed on garlic Carleigh breadsticks. Did I say garlic? Yeah, breadsticks. And we rubbed on the garlic clove just like this. So it got it kind of wet, sprinkled on nutritional yeast. And I put some sauce in here. And I was like, we're going to show this when we have the pizza party. And it was like empty and almost gone. I had to fight to keep those there. It was a great way to use the crust. So I'm going to put mine in the oven now and move on to Carleigh, our daughter.
And Carleigh, will you let everybody know like what you're doing right now? Because you just graduated from Kenyon College, where you were like a 9,000 time All-American swimmer.
Not that many, but I just graduated from Kenyon College. Yes, I am the person behind Jane's Instagram, so whatever you see on there is usually done by me. Up the ruse. So I love helping out the Esselstyn family any way I can. But yes, I was a swimmer. Swimming runs deep in the Esselstyn family genes, and I have been so lucky to have been able to do that in my life too, and swimming has brought me so much joy. But now I'm retired. Well, retired from college swimming, I guess. But this is my pizza. Obviously,
Tell them about your job. This is important, Carleigh.
I do a lot of social media work. I work specifically with a company called Tushy. They make bidets and toilet paper. It's very funny bathroom humor.
If you want a discount, use I Heart Poop, HART.
For 20% off. This is
That's
not a
I Heart
This is
Poop.
not a promo, but
Steve Flynn David was talking about pooping, so
yeah.
That's right, analog versus digital.
Yeah.
This is like the ultimate clean pooper.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to check them out, check them out.
Vegans poop.
A lot, but this is my pizza. Obviously, a PlantStrong crust with the sauce. I had caramelized onions. I had broccoli. I had basil. I had arugula and spinach. I think I already said broccoli. Oh, mushrooms.
She came at the end, and she got the end of all the things.
My pro move, I would actually say, would be to crumble tofu to make it almost look like feta. And I just think it gives it such a great flavor. But my extra pro move, it's not really so pro because I'm sure tons of you guys know it, but to just sprinkle some nutritional yeast all around that to give it a cheesy flavor.
And you like that?
That'll go well with the tofu because the tofu just adopts it.
And the tofu is a
Brilliant.
sponge.
And you do that before you cook it.
Yeah, which you can do before or after, whichever one you want. But yeah, my pro move is kind of both. I just wanted
Nice.
to share both of those.
Is it ready to go in?
Oh yes, it's ready to go in.
Carleigh is an artist, and you can tell.
With my pizza.
Hi everybody, Brian Hart. My pizza is a really, really good one. I've of course got
He's right, because he is an awesome chef.
Better
than all of us.
got the PlantStrong crust and the sauce, of course. I take broccoli and break it up into small bits. I don't like my vegetables super big and chunky, kind of like Carleigh. She likes to break them up. So I've got broccoli. I've got roasted red peppers from a jar. I've got spinach. I've got basil. I've got roasted pan-fried onions, mushrooms, and then I drizzle. This is a key move. It's not my pro move yet, but a key move is to drizzle a little bit more sauce, if you have any, on top, just to give it a little bit more liquid to cook the vegetables while they're cooking. And
That's a semi-pro move, Al.
Semi-pro move, but my pro move is this, is that the most underutilized tool in the kitchen is the scissors. And so what I do is I take big leaves of basil and I just clip them, make them nice and small, drop them right onto the pizza, and that makes a huge difference.
It smells so good.
It smells so good.
Makes you hungry.
It smells so good, but again, drizzle a little bit of extra sauce on there, and it'll help cook the vegetables that are on top of your pizza.
Wow.
All
That
right.
must give it a really nice fresh
And isn't it
taste.
beautiful?
All right, does that go in the oven?
Yep. Yeah, that's
And
perfect.
you want to bring yours here? Right in the center here? Okay.
All right, about my pizza. I like pizza. People will put a little piece of this, a little piece of this. I like my pizza thick. I mean, thick with things.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Casserole on top. I do. I want veg. I don't want just crust. I want things.
I feel like everybody else's pizzas have been very dainty.
Yes.
And yours
well,
is like
mine was
robust.
Robust, and mine was, except I have artichoke hearts.
Yeah,
I
oh.
got frozen artichoke hearts, and I have corn and onion and tomato and broccoli.
Kale underneath there.
And basically, you need a whole head of kale that you mix with the sauce. And I love Rip's pizza crust and the sauce that comes with it. But this is just the beginning of my pizza. And the problem is it needs to cook. And then, could I have that?
Yes. Yes.
And then I am going to put all of the possible, I better not do it now. Well, I'll do it now. I would just put all of this on it, and then on top of that, when it's cooked, I'm going to eat it, I will sprinkle some balsamic vinegar.
Well, we have time.
Like that. And then this is pizza.
Here, this was supposed to be your pro move?
No.
That was her pro move, I think.
Okay.
Let's not
But
do
I couldn't, I have to take it off now in order to cook
Let's
it.
just cook it like that. Bring it on.
Jane.
We'll give it a go. Here we go. In it goes.
Okay.
Anything goes.
That's good.
Good night,
So I
nurse.
want you all to get your questions ready because we have the big man in the house. We have Dr. Carleigh Esselstyn here. He'll be joining us here in just a few minutes. First, I'm going to make a pizza. Oh, wait, you took my scissors. And also the knife. There we go. So these are our pizza crust kits that we are super proud of at PlantStrong. And it comes actually in this mapping technology where it can live for right around 4 to 5 months. My recommendation, if you get one of these packs, and it comes with these individual sauce packs,
It makes all the difference, having that sauce.
is that you take out one of your crusts, all right, that you want to use, and then what you don't want to use, can you open up that bag? What you don't want to use, you immediately put into the freezer bag that's included. There you go, you're doing great. The freezer bag that's included, right there. No, yes. And then we're going to throw that in like so.
I'm making more red sauce for the last two of the
And can you zipper that up?
garlic
Okay.
sticks. No.
And I want you to know that these are stone baked. They're 100% whole wheat. We do not have a gluten variety yet, but the ingredients are just like there's 6 or 7. We have organic whole wheat. We have organic sourdough. We have water. We have yeast. We have a kiss of maple syrup, and then we also have a little bit of salt. So what I'm going to do, last year, this actually won the pizza party contest. We call it Cole's Pizza, and it's my son Cole, who has an affinity for all these ingredients that I'm going to show you right now. So here's the sauce pack. This sauce pack is incredibly clean too. It is PlantStrong approved. It is just tomatoes, vinegar, garlic, oregano, and another kiss of maple syrup. And so in each sauce pack actually delivers the perfect amount for one of these 11-inch pizza crusts with a rim. We actually tried going to a 12-inch for a little while without the rim, and everybody complained. So we went back to the 11-inch. Now, Cole is a huge fan of barbecue sauce. His favorite is Stubbs. It's a local Austin, Texas company. And so I'm going to put a little bit of that on here, like that. And then, and now what I'm going to do, Cole loves every one of these ingredients. So I'm going to put some tofu on there, all right?
You're not going to make it smaller, you're going to make it big?
Well, this is just how it was cut. So I'm just going to go like so. And then what we're going to do, and I just learned this from Ann, broccoli, right? Cole loves the broccoli, but who knew you could take scissors to broccoli, right? And I love broccoli. Like Brian said, I don't like huge pieces. So I'm going to take the scissors, and this way I feel like I'm getting more broccoli in every bite.
Rip, you need you need the whole thing of broccoli.
Well, you know what, Ann? I'm going to be a little bit more dainty here. This is the way Cole is. Cole, the one thing I've learned from Cole is very strategic. Okay, he doesn't just throw a handful of stuff on his pizza like some people I know. All right, now I'm also going to do some onions. Look at this thing. This is going to absolutely be, I think, so we're going to have a contest based on these pizzas, and we'll see whose is the best. I know you think yours is, and it might be. But we have some judges that are sitting, waiting, and they haven't eaten since 8 a.m. this morning. So they will be non-biased. And then I'm going to use a little bit of actually Brian's pro move here with the spinach. I'm going to kind of crinkle it up, and then I'm going to do this. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah, I get the thumbs up from Brian there. All right. So let's see here. And another pro move you can do if you don't have the scissors is you just twist, right? Get it? Twist it like so.
Then it gets a little wrinkly.
Well, and then we just move it out like so. And then the last thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put a couple more of these on here, is I am going to add a little more, top it off with a little bit of barbecue sauce like so. That's the Cole Pro move right there. And then I am done. Now, let me say this. If for some reason you don't use these up on your pizza crust, they make awesome pasta sauce. Each one of these packets is perfect for 4 to 6 ounces of pasta. All right? Right there. There you go. Okay, Jane, is there any way...
You've got to come out with pasta sauce soon.
I hear you. I hear you. So is there any way do we have room for this or not?
We're going to make some room, yeah.
All right. And then with that, Essie, if I could get you to come up here, that would be wonderful, because we have a slew of questions. Right now we're going to do Q&A. And if we could have...
Some of these pizzas are going to be done while we're doing Q&A, so apologies for maybe tasting some things.
So if we could have Ann and Jane and Brian nearby, just in case. All right. Everybody, here we are. Go ahead and shoot. Aim. Hey, come here. You come here. So this is our runner. This is John Fitzgerald. Hello. And let's do a little jig. Chest bump. This is my PlantStrong, Eat Strong Food twin right here.
Totally twinning.
I'll leave those with you.
Is this on?
Yep, you're good. You're good. Okay, Essie, here's our first question. Can all heart disease be reversed? How long does it take to see blood work improve? It's like a two-part question. Yeah. I think you need that.
I think
The idea of reversing is really something that many people at first blush don't even think it's possible. But there are multiple ways that you can identify the reversal of heart disease. You can have it reverse your stress test. You can see reversal on an angiogram. You can see reversal on a pulse volume of the artery health on the leg. You can do it with CIMT, carotid intermedial test, to test the reversal of disease in the carotid arteries going to the head. So there really are a multitude of ways that you can see it. Also, the symptoms may go away, which is reversal. You may have angina, you may have claudication, you may have erectile dysfunction, which goes away. That's disease reversal.
Okay. And then the second part of the question is, how long does it take to see blood work improve? Didn't you see it in
3 weeks?
3 weeks?
Actually, since we saw it at 3 weeks, you could make the argument that if we identified it and tried to find it shorter than 3 weeks, we probably would have found it then. But you often will see patients, for instance, who have angina, and they get, let's say, they get chest pressure after they've walked maybe a couple of blocks. Well, when they just absolutely get it right and completely commit to whole food plant-based nutrition, often within 4, 6, 8, or 10 days, you can see a diminution of their angina or their chest pain.
And I would like to say that in our 7-day immersion programs, we see vast improvement in blood work, again, in just 6, 7 days. If you have high cholesterol, let's say around 230 milligrams per deciliter, do you have heart disease or do you just have high cholesterol?
You have high cholesterol.
All right. So.
Well, I will. Let me embellish that just a little bit. There's an interesting study done in the Korean War when we actually did autopsies on our GIs, average age 20, who had died in combat, and 80% of those 20-year-olds already had gross evidence of coronary disease. You could see without a microscope. Not enough yet to have their cardiac event, but there it was. And that study was then repeated 45 years later. This time, looking at young women and men between the ages of 17 and 34 who had died of accidents, homicides, and suicides. And lo and behold, at autopsy, the disease is ubiquitous. You graduate from high school in this country, you get a diploma, and you also get the Foundation for Heart Disease. Not a good plan.
So with a cholesterol of 230, would it be fair to say, I mean, I think maybe you're being a little soft here, but you probably have heart disease as well.
Correct, if you're over 17.
You need to hold that up.
If you're over 17 and you've been eating the typical Western diet, yes.
Okay. Reba wants to know, and this is for anybody, the best exercise to lose belly fat. I've always said that, those six-pack abs start in the kitchen. But as far as the exercise, I think the exercise that you like, that you enjoy doing, and that you're consistent with. Would you guys agree?
Probably sit-ups are a help.
No,
Activity.
It's the food.
It's the food.
Yeah.
No, along with the food. I mean, food first.
Jennifer wants to know, Dr. Esselstyn, can this lifestyle reverse neuropathy?
That's an excellent question. I think it can. Yeah. Well, let's define neuropathy as numbness and tingling in your legs. Now, we have had a number of patients who have a compromise of blood flow to their legs, and when they lie down at night, so they're not upright, then they're lying down, after about 30 minutes, in some of those patients, they begin to get this annoying numbness and tingling. And the striking thing is that when those patients begin to eat correctly and they improve the blood supply to their extremity, you can resolve that hideous numbness and tingling.
Elizabeth wants to know, Dr. Esselstyn, does dementia go hand in hand with high cholesterol, blood pressure, and blood sugar issues?
I think that's something that really has to be further studied. There are a number of studies that have gone on to try to nail down this diagnosis of dementia to one thing alone. But it's really remained rather elusive. For instance, we used to think that the deposition of the amyloid protein, which can be found in patients who have dementia, was responsible for this problem in the brain. But then there are other people who actually come to autopsy, and they have a hideous amount of amyloid protein deposited in their brain, but still they seem to be very clear of dementia. So really, it's really much and far premature to try to say that dementia is due to one solitary thing. However, it does appear that if you are taking care of yourself in terms of all the usual 7 pillars that people talk about, that gives you a greater chance of avoiding it.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the work of Dean and Aisha Shirzai, and they seem pretty confident that by eating a whole food plant-based diet, exercising, also making sure you're doing things to de-stress yourself, constantly challenging your brain, that you can do. I mean, they say like with 95% certainty that you can help prevent the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia. Okay, let me give you this one. This is from Ellen. Does Ann Esselstyn eat greens 6 times a day? If so, how does she get them in?
Not necessarily, but everything I eat, I put in some kind of greens. And greens could be broccoli, it could be asparagus.
Broccoli sprouts.
Yeah, I mean, I use lots of sprouts. So when I make a sandwich, it's this thick with sprouts, and then arugula, that thick.
Green onions.
Green onions, a tomato. I mean, so, and.
But you don't eat 6 times a day, so that's not. And she's not battling heart disease, so I'm just going to chime in and say that eating it 6 times a day with heart disease is different than being a layperson who's not layperson, a not heart disease.
Well, I think the whole objective with the green leafy vegetables is taking a recognition of the fact that the endothelial production of nitric oxide is age dependent. And why am I bringing up nitric oxide? Because you can really look at cardiovascular disease as a nitric oxide deficiency disease. For example, the functions of nitric oxide that protect all of our blood vessels include nitric oxide will keep all the cellular elements within our bloodstream flowing smoothly like Teflon rather than Velcro. Keeps things from getting sticky. Number 2, nitric oxide is the strongest blood vessel dilator in the body. When you climb stairs, the arteries to your heart, the arteries to your legs, they widen, they dilate. That's nitric oxide. Number 3, nitric oxide will protect the wall of the artery from becoming stiff, thick, or inflamed, and protect us from getting high blood pressure or hypertension. Number 4 is the absolute key. A safe and normal amount of nitric oxide will protect us all from ever developing blockages or plaque. So literally, everybody on the planet Earth who has cardiovascular disease, whether that's from London, Berlin, Chicago, New York, it is because by now, in the previous decades, they have so sufficiently trashed, injured, compromised, and turned their endothelial system into an absolute train wreck. They no longer have enough nitric oxide to protect themselves from.
She asked about how you do it, but we do have a video on we have a YouTube channel. If you go to YouTube, and the channel's name is my name, Jane Esselstyn, but we have a video that says how Dr. Esselstyn's prescription of eating greens 6 times a day, how can you do that? So we give a bunch of options, and it got to be such a long video, we actually have a second one.
But let me say that it's very easy if you are trying to do that at breakfast time, and maybe in a wide mouth jar, cook a whole lot of greens and fill that jar, and you have it to eat through the day. And I think the whole purpose of that is to keep your nitric oxide at a high level all the time. So that's why you want to have that happen.
Yeah. Okay, you guys, these are fantastic questions. Thank you. Dr. Esselstyn, for heart health, What is your opinion about caffeine, and is it really dangerous?
No, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with caffeine, but I do have a problem with coffee with caffeine. For instance, you can have green tea, you can have black tea, but coffee with caffeine. There is an excellent Greek study and an Italian study clearly showing that when you ingest coffee with caffeine, you compromise and injure the endothelial production of nitric oxide.
I'm not sure that I understand the difference between the caffeine in coffee and the caffeine in like green tea.
It's not understood.
Oh. So, okay.
Don't struggle.
I'm struggling! So are some of you. All right, this is a good problem to have. Anne, Jane, Essie, suggestions to gain weight and keep the weight on while being plant strong. Yeah.
Well, let me first say, none of us has a problem with that. But you speak.
So it's somebody that
What was the question?
Well, so a lot of people, we got people want to try and keep their weight on. This is people that can't keep the weight on, eating this way.
They need calories, and the way to do it is with delicious calories. And what I have suggested to several patients who have inquired of me about that as a challenge, I look at breakfast. Breakfast in my house is old-fashioned Quaker oats. I eat them as a dry cereal, but I do use oat milk, which is loaded with calories, plus raisins, plus bananas, plus raspberries, plus blueberries, plus strawberries, plus blackberries. So we have
You're forgetting. Plus ground flaxseed meal.
Yeah, plus ground flaxseed meal. I didn't get there yet.
Okay.
And what you've got there is an absolute delicious, healthy, caloric feast. And for patients who have trouble holding weight, if they can repeat that either mid-morning or mid-afternoon, or maybe again in the evening before they go to bed, they're going to stabilize their weight.
Yeah. Just eat more of the calorie-dense, whole plant-based foods a little more often. Okay, Anne, kale. Steamed or raw, what's the best way to eat kale?
It really doesn't matter. For 1,000 years, I've boiled the kale. Because everywhere I've gone in all the restaurants, everybody boils the kale. And then I read that it was better to steam it. So I started steaming it.
And then we did raw salads.
And you know, the thing about in salads is that it takes, you get so much more if you steam it or boil it. I think it doesn't matter. Right now, I've gone back to boiling because it's just so quick, and I don't put a lot of water in, and that's what I do.
I want to chime in because having it raw has actually been really great lately. We grow by the bushel. We grow so many different kinds of kale in our gardens. Then they grow almost till through the winter. This is all different kinds of kale, not collards.
This is 1,000 head kale.
It's enormous.
It's just amazing.
It's like growing airplane wings. Anyway, taking this stuff out of the garden, chopping it up, not just chopping, but like chiffonading it, and then having a container of it in the fridge. I use it in everything. Like in our bowl last night, did we have it? No, we had Napa, but it could have easily been raw kale. And I love eating raw kale, tiny, tiny, tiny chopped up. I will not eat raw kale if it's in a big piece, like, an inch by inch. No way. I want it chopped up so I can swallow it.
One other thing I wanted to mention was that if you want to measure whether you're really providing yourself with an adequate amount of nitric oxide, because that is the absolute key, you can actually take your computer, go to the internet and type in nitric oxide test strips. And you'll find there are several companies that make these test strips. You get a small plastic vial, about 25 of these test strips. And if you put a drop of saliva on the test strip, it'll be either mildly pink or moderately pink or a nice deep dark pink, which is indicative of the fact that you've got plenty of nitric oxide. But it's just sort of a nice feedback to see if you're doing it properly.
This is from Eileen. Eileen would like to know, Ann, what's your best favorite nutritional yeast? Do you have one? We know there's Red Star, and we like Red Star because we know it's fortified with B12.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about. But
I don't.
I like the both, Ben.
I sometimes get both. I noticed just the other day that Frontier, is it Frontier?
Yeah.
Frontier has less sodium than the other, and so I bought that one. I really don't have.
So this is a question. Sean, these are two people that are obviously attending PlantStock. Sean and his wife have lost 160 and 110 pounds respectively following Plant Perfect. But they have more to lose. Plant Strong eating seems to stop the scale. Do they have to remain Plant Perfect for life? So it's funny how this is actually almost sounds like the opposite problem that the other person was having. But
Can I ask the question? Why
Why
would they not want to be Plant Perfect for life? Why would they?
Well, that's a great question, and I'll answer probably because they're like thinking, well, we want the tempeh, we want a little bit of tofu.
They can have it.
What's that?
They can have it.
They can have it.
Why not?
Well,
do they want to lose more weight? Is that the issue?
Yeah, they do want to lose a little more
Okay.
weight. Yeah, I think they each have about. How much more do they have to lose? 50. They each have.
We borrowed something from the National Institutes of Aging about a decade ago, and it's safe, it is powerful, and it is effective. And that is when you get these patients who weigh, 350 or 400 pounds, you really want to get rid of some of that weight as rapidly and safely as you can. And if they will actually 2 days a week, 7 a.m. on Monday till 7 a.m. on Tuesday, 7 a.m. on Thursday till 7 a.m. on Friday, it is a water-only fast. Now, with one exception. They must not be on insulin. I don't want to have a blood sugar crash because they've had too much insulin when they start eating this way. So on those, it is not for patients who are diabetic, type 1, or are taking insulin.
Okay, thank you. So Dawn wants to know, Dr. Esselstyn, I went Plant Strong July 19th, and the doctor took me off of my blood pressure medicine. I also hope to get off of my beta blockers. Is that possible?
Yes.
All right, there you go. I like that. One-word answer. Barb wants to know, is it possible to reverse a 100% blocked artery, and also can it help a arrhythmia?
No, I think it would be unfair of me to tell you that once an artery is 100% closed, usually now it's filled up with scar and fibrosis and calcification, and no matter how carefully you eat, the likelihood of reversing something that is 100% blocked is unlikely. However, what so often happens to patients with 100% block, often the body will make its own bypass. That is, there'll be these tiny little collaterals that'll go around this 100% block, feeding the downstream heart muscle. So actually, in those patients, once they get on board, can really do extremely well.
Awesome. Ann or Jane, anybody? Jennifer wants to know, what are your opinions about LaCroix or other sparkling waters with natural essence?
I don't do research on such things, but occasionally we have them. Like at these events, sometimes we have a 12-pack or something in the fridge. Sort of feels a little special, kind of like a treat. I don't know if it has sodium in it or stuff, but waters. We just love water. Just water rocks.
And
I definitely think water is best.
Didn't you read something yesterday about those?
Artificial sweeteners.
Yeah.
There's just a whole lot of studies, you read them too, that show artificial sweeteners are very bad for heart disease. So.
Yeah. Do you guys have any opinions on the best non-dairy milks that are out there? I will say that anybody that wants, we did a snackables episode that's part of the Plant Strong podcast with one of my lead food scientists, and it's all about plant-based milks that are out there. So tune in, watch that. It's a very informative 40-minute conversation that we have.
And what was the bottom line?
The bottom line was there's unsweetened that are very, very clean. Probably the cleanest out there are the Eden soy milks that are just 2 ingredients, soybeans and water. The oat milks typically are loaded with all kinds of sugars. They do make, specifically Pacific now makes a kind of a light sugar non-dairy milk.
And when it's sugar, it's not added sugar, it's an enzyme that makes it sweet.
Yeah.
And
so that was Monica, the best non-dairy milk. And then Barbara wants to know, Essie, I know you're going to love this one. Barbara wants to know, what about nitric oxide supplements?
Yeah, I think that there are some, I guess there are probably several organizations that are actually manufacturing nitric oxide tablets. And I've been a little cautious about this because, to my knowledge, there's not been a study of patients who were seriously ill with cardiovascular disease who, in taking nitric oxide supplements, were able to halt and reverse that disease. I've not seen that in a publication. On the other hand, I think we really have to give these people their due if they're genuinely trying to find a safe way to deliver nitric oxide. So I'm really going to keep my ear to the ground, and if it comes out that the nitric oxide tablets can be effective and above all they can be safe, then I may very well think that that's something that we should consider.
Because I know that Dr. Nathan Bryant has talked about some lozenges or something, but yeah. Okay, we have...
Rick, your pizza.
Okay, let's
and I
put it
cooked
right there.
his correctly. I cooked his directly on the rack. He kept saying to me, Jane, why are you cooking them on a pan? They need to go right on the rack. This is right off the rack.
Right off the rack, then you don't have to try and
Now the pizzas are all warm and ready. We need to have a contest. I know there's questions, but there's also the pizza question.
Right. So,
let's not have a contest. Let's just enjoy each one.
You know what? I think
I don't want to
each
feel.
one. Let's do one more question right now. If my cholesterol, this is from Vanessa. If my cholesterol is 213, is it necessary to go on statins, or can lifestyle work?
I think that's an excellent question because, you know, we almost we've almost poisoned the water with the idea that cholesterol is somehow intrinsically evil. Well, nothing is further from the truth. Cholesterol is an absolute essential ingredient. It is made by our liver. Every cell membrane is made of cholesterol. It's the basis of our sex hormones, the basis of vitamin D. Cholesterol is essential. Now, the thing that I try to help patients with, and we found out through our seminar that I conduct once a month for usually about 20 people seriously ill with cardiovascular disease. And since these patients are self-referred, not surprisingly, there are a number of these patients who arrive at our doorstep already knowing that they cannot take a statin. They've either had a severe muscular discomfort, or it's injured their liver, or it's given them diabetes, or it's given them brain fog. They simply aren't taking a statin, and they're wondering, can they do just as well because their cholesterol is 190 or 220, so forth. And I try to reassure them, because what we have found in our program, for those patients who cannot take a statin and they are actually following the program as indicated, they do just as well. As a matter of fact, some of the most striking examples of atherosclerotic disease reversal have been in patients who were not taking statins. Well, one way you can sort of reassure yourself that that things are going in the right way, even if your cholesterol is in that 220 range. You can go to Quest or the Cleveland Heart Lab and get what we call an inflammatory panel. That is, you'll get a ADMA, you'll get oxidized cholesterol, you'll get HSCRP, you may get TMAO, and myeloperoxidase. And if those tests are in the normal range and you don't have inflammation, you probably are going to be absolutely fine.
All right. Hey, thank you for answering all those questions.
Hey, what a...
He's a great
Did I earn a pizza?
you have earned your dinner tonight.
Wait. Which pizza?
What?
And your hay bale collapsed a little bit here.
You made a mistake.
So Josh or Wade, are we going to get the close-up here?
Look at this. Okay, this is Anne's extravaganza. She had
you ruined it by cooking the arugula.
14 plus vegetables on hers. And then we had, whose is this? Oh, this is mine. This is mine. The fake pineapple with garlic was my feature. This was Carleill's, which your tofu with the nutritional yeast browned beautifully. It's deceptively good looking. I think I might be into that one.
Cole.
This is Rip's Cole, which has highly features the tofu and barbecue sauce with the tones of. Did you put any garlic on there?
I did not.
Cole doesn't like garlic. That's right. Okay, and this is Brian's. Brian, did we cut this one yet? No. This is Brian's. When Brian, you had the really cool thing about his is he's got so much fresh basil and spinach on here that you can't really. And did you put garlic on yours, Brian?
Hey.
No. Okay. And mushrooms and garlic. So we're going to have some taste testing going on right now. So I think.
Yes. And while we're doing the taste testing, let me say this: we are giving away 2 Plant Strong pizza crust kits.
No way.
Yes. And so we have 2 winners here. Anne, would you please say the winner of this one? And Jane, would you please announce the winner of this one? Anne, why don't you go first?
Shannon Polero.
Oh my God, come on up, Shannon. Come on up. All right. And who else do we have? Oh no, I know this woman.
You do?
Yes.
Do you want to say her name?
Yeah, sure. Suzanne Wilson, Mike Wilson's wife. Whoa. Mike Wilson was a great friend at the University of Texas. Yes.
Yeah.
Suzanne, way to be Plant Strong. Same with you, Shannon Polero. Woohoo! And I want you to know, don't feel left out. Everyone is going to be getting $15 off. The details are in the chat room right now.
I can't.
Brian, could you come up and give us an Esselstyn Foundation update, please?
The Esselstyn.
Get right in there.
The Esselstyn Foundation situation is unbelievable. The situation. We are at 45K. What? We are 5K short of 50K, which we would get a dollar for dollar match up to 100K, up to 50K, which means 100K for us.
Weren't we at 25 earlier today?
Yeah. So we've done incredibly. Some of the people. One of the big reasons we made a big jump is we got a couple of big donations that came in the mail, actually. So that really bumped us up. So if you haven't given yet, we're closing in $5,000 more basically, and we will make our goal. So if you haven't given yet, please consider giving. $10, $25, $50, $100, whatever you can afford would be really helpful to help make sure that the Esselstyn Foundation can continue to push out this plant-based message to those people who need it most. So thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
All the great work you guys are doing.
That's been all plant stock.
Yes, no, I'm telling you, it is. You guys are amazing. So I want you to know we're gonna dive into this pizza tomorrow. You do not want to miss day 3 of Plant Stock. We are going to be featuring Nisha Melvane, right? That is Cooking for Peanuts. We have Dr. Will Bolshewitz, Mr. Fiber Fuel Superman. We have the Queen of SOS Cooking, Kathy Fisher. We have Chef Bailey Ruskus. She is phenomenal. You won't believe the bread that she's going to make in about 10 minutes. And then we also have, lastly, none other than Jane and Ann. All right. So everybody, have a great evening. What a fabulous day we all spent together. I mean, that was a real doozy. Couldn't have gone any better. from our end, I hope you guys feel the same way. And with that, you guys.
Except my pizza got ruined by cooking the arugula.
You piled it. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, pizza party, dance party.
Ready? Let's leave doing a little John Travolta dance. Ready? Woo! Woo! See you tomorrow.